a lot of attention being focused about him. Speaking of, K-Babe is actually here. And they found Koala. There's the stun off. Do they have enough to go for the dive, though? Mega Inferno Bomb and even the teleport coming through. Looking for the Stormbringer. K-Babe on top of Atlan, looking for it. Cannot find the kill as the stun lock comes in. And now Gemini into the backline he goes. Followed up by Lee Kai. Vanguard's edge, and Lee Kai just opens up as they shred through Alpha Esports. Only 3Z remaining. The triple kill coming in for the Aurelia. Lee Kai wants to make it a quadra, and he can't quite do it. It's stolen away by Scumbag. I think they'll be able to do it at this point. J-Team just got into a rhythm. Very comfortable one for themselves. Last ditch effort by Arachi going in. Look at the kickback on Rest, just deleting the backline. This
it's 1 for 1.
Is an absolute monster. Ozzy comes in on the teleport backline, but he's got no team left.
They don't have the damage at this point. Machi are dealing far more, and Eminem walking into
no.
Gemini.
Oh no! That was a terrible blast cone.
Very questionable on that one. G-Mian's also holding Hong Kong attitude to this tower here. I don't think they can make the retreat. Here comes the kills.
Oh, big one. This time it is going to be enough as Gemini goes golden before the tower can target him. Shelly even hops before the fight even happens. Collier can't even clean up Gemini, and it is all Machi.
Impunity get their way. I think they're going to run away with this game, and frankly, I do favor their draft just a little bit. On Boom Esports side, we have a bit of shenanigans coming in. The Ruby mid lane Ezreal has only been played once before.
Okay, he's got a shift and a flash, and
that was epic!
Not enough to escape as Epic gets the first blood. You know?
I'm down.
Yeah, let's do it. If this whole casting thing doesn't work out, we'll just start a financial institution, all right? All right, fight is on for the Boom Esports, looking for more, and the pull-in from Alex is huge. That's the fight they're looking for. Wako opens out.
Watch Leon, though.
Leon gaming around the backline. In comes Leon, but the damage follow-up is not there
Wako's so
anymore.
alive, though.
As
Wako's
the
so
double kill
alive.
comes in for Wako, and Foul trying. Oh, I don't believe it. Can he go for it? The quadra. All he needs is one more party going over to get himself the pentakill.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
追剧追成兄弟。申办 Hi Netflix 方案 ，HiNet 招待你看1年 Netflix，一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。Hi Netflix。
等等，你真的下机了哦！人家等一下才要看啦。我回来了，这集好好看哦！
母女追剧追成姐妹，申办 Hi Netflix 方案，HiNet 招待你看1年 Netflix，一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。Hi Netflix。
From zero to hero, Akshan swings into action from the lawless streets of Shurima. Trained by his Sentinel mentor, he's an assassin that rails down opponents from a distance with flashy precision.
Once they see me, it is too late for forgiveness.
It's not all fun and games roaming across Summoner's Rift. This suave rule breaker is on a mission for vengeance.
You know you had that coming, right?
So scoundrels beware. Welcome to the Akshan Champion Spotlight. Akshan's passive is Dirty Fighting. Every third hit from his auto attacks or abilities deals additional damage. When fighting against enemy champions, Akshan also gains a shield for a few seconds. After an auto attack, Akshan will fire an additional shot. He can also cancel that shot to gain movement speed instead.
Coming through!
Akshan's Q throws out his Avengerang, damaging and revealing enemies from their hiding spots. If it collides with enemy champions, he gains movement speed for a brief duration. Each time an enemy is hit, the Avengerang's range is extended farther. How does it come back again? Akshan's W is Going Rogue. His passive marks scoundrels, enemy champions who have killed Akshan's allies. If he takes down a scoundrel, he gains gold and resurrects the fallen allies. Activating Going Rogue lets Akshan camouflage himself briefly when there are no enemies around. When moving near a wall or in brush, he can hide indefinitely. While camouflaged, he gains increased mana regen and movement speed toward scoundrels.
Knock knock! Vengeance calling!
And this is the part where they run away. Get around the rift in style with Heroic Swing. Akshan fires a grappling hook that attaches to the first wall hit and swings around it. To get the most distance out of your E, grapple from max range. Akshan then dives off the rope and fires a final, powerful attack. If he collides with an enemy champion or terrain before landing, he attacks automatically instead. Enemy takedowns refresh Heroic Swing's cooldown, granting him opportunities for Reset City. While he's able to sweep around, Akshan cannot swing or dive over walls, so try not to crash.
Oh, come now!
Akshan's ultimate is Comeuppance. Locking onto an enemy champion, Akshan charges his gun the Absolver and stores up bullets for a massive attack. Recast to unleash a barrage of bullets onto the first target, with damage scaling based on missing health.
That was quite satisfying.
Not one to be locked down, Akshan can move around and Heroic Swing while charging Comeuppance.
Oh, so exciting!
But watch where you aim. Bullets can be blocked by minions and towers. A troublemaker by trade, Akshan shines early with his ability to efficiently roam and stir up the map. Try to catch the enemy team off guard before they even have a chance to react. Ouch, talk about a mid-diff. Going Rogue combines the strongest parts of your assassination talents. If an enemy thinks they can get away with the kill, capitalize on the scoundrel mechanic and pick them off after the fight. It's way easier for you to pick off foes than engage in 1v1s, so stick close to your allies for clutch revival plays. His name is Akshan. You killed his allies. Prepare to die.
Consider yourself absolved.
Akshan prefers picking off foes from a distance, so you'd be wise to evade champions that get up close and personal. Even a well-timed grappling hook might not be enough to escape. Your team may not always make the best choices, but luckily Akshan thrives when he can swing in and avenge his fallen allies. If a team fight goes sideways, keep your eye on the enemy-marked scoundrel with the highest kill count. Find an opening and grapple in for the takedown.
There we go. Get in, avenge fallen ally, get out.
With the scoundrel defeated and your team revived, secure a victory on the enemy nexus.
Haha, the thrill of going where you're not supposed to.
Vengeance never looked so good. Discover more about the Rogue Sentinel in the links below.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
哎，宝贝，我等来啊。
好的。喜欢新的回家模式吗？
妈妈来家里吃饭。
嗨，多好杯做饭啊！哎，宝贝，我要去吃饭。好的。
8种情境任你切换，属于台湾人的智慧音箱，i 宝贝。
哎，这像
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
等等，你真的下机了？哦，人家等一下才要看啦。不会了，这集好好看哦。
母女追剧，追成姐妹，申办 Hi Netflix 方案 ，Hi Net 招待你看1年 Netflix，一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。Hi Netflix。
You still there, friend? So, in Ionia, the Sentinels met a spiritual leader who was struggling against the curse of Ruination. She told a story of love and sacrifice and blah, 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 blah. All lies. But she did reveal one truth. Isolde's spirit lived inside Senna and Gwen. But then the forest itself turned to ruin and seized another artifact for Viego. The team survived with a little help from a deadly blade dancer. And she joined the cause, hoping to restore her land. Together, they reached Mount Targon. Very tall, perfect for grappling hooks. A warrior with a crescent blade and shimmering armor guided the team to the summit. There, they found Viego battling a god. How do you defeat one of those? Well, if you're a scoundrel, you take control of their mind. Haha, but the Sentinels had enlisted a god of their own, so to speak, and served up just desserts. Of course, sneaky Viego escaped with another item. He is very good at that. Huh. Now where will he turn up next?
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
追剧追成兄弟，申办 Hi Netflix 方案 ，HiNet 招待你看1年 Netflix，一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。Hi Netflix。
哎，宝贝，我等来啊。
好的。喜欢新的回家模式吗？
妈妈来家里吃饭。
嗨，端好杯做饭啊。哎，宝贝，我要去吃饭。
好的。
8种情境任你切换，属于台湾人的智慧音箱，i 宝贝。
哎，这下
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
追剧追成兄弟，申办 Hi Netflix 方案 ，HiNet 招待你看1年 Netflix，一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。Hi Netflix。
等等，你真的下机了？哦，人家等一下才要看啦。不会了，这集好好看哦。
母女追剧追成姐妹，申办 Hi Netflix 方案，HiNet 招待你看1年 Netflix，一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。Hi Netflix。
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final stretch of the Pacific Championship Series. We will find out which heroes will rise and fall and which teams will live and die as we head on to the last week of the regular season here in week 5. But before we get into all of the juicy storylines, we first have to thank our sponsors in CTBC Bank, China Airlines, Chunghwa Telecom, and our new addition in the Unicorn Caliber. If you want to watch some good Netflix or YouTube on your television, you can check out their website. They sell perfect products to go along with your television and your smart cable needs. So before we get into everything, short introduction about ourselves as well. I'm going to be your host and play-by-play. I'm going to be Clement True. With me is the ever so handsome, ever so gorgeous Nightstar. How are you doing, man?
Dude, I am so excited. We're into our final week, and like, to start things off, all these games really do matter, especially today, just to make sure these teams get on the right foot to see if they can make those tiebreak games, which is also why we're starting on Thursday.
Yeah, this is a change to the schedule that I think might catch a lot of people off surprise, but being a long-time fan of the PCS, you know that this was coming. We usually do start a day earlier in the last week, and to compensate on Sunday, we will have those tiebreaker games. In spring, we only got one game, so it wasn't that much of a hassle, but we have a potential for a whole slew of games coming up. We'll be taking a look at the standings and, just going through what sort of a situation that we have right here, and of course, to no one's surprise, PSG Talon still 15-0. They are very well on their way to a flawless split. Meanwhile, moving down, we have another 4 teams that have already qualified from Mega Bank Beyond Gaming all the way down to Taipei J-Team. They have locked in their postseason slots. We don't know about the seedings just yet, but these times are definitely in. And then later on, I think, is where all the spice this week is going to happen, because we have a dog pile of teams at 4 wins, and then Liab chasing after them, only 2 games behind with 4 more to go. And then, of course, Alpha Esports with the outside chance to still upset.
Yeah, and the storyline for the bottom half of the teams is no one is mathematically eliminated quite yet. Even Alpha Esports, at such a record of 1-13, if they manage to win out, they have a very slim chance of still cracking into playoffs, or at least the possibility of getting into tiebreaks. However, I mean, for Berjaya, Impunity, and Hong Kong Attitude, it doesn't take a whole lot of effort to lock in the playoff spot. Really, realistically, it only just takes 1 game. To get yourself to 5 wins is going to make things very, very difficult for Liab and Alpha to catch up.
Yeah, and, we will revisit the storylines of our playoff battle, but for now, the hero of week 4 is Liang. Last week, KDA going up to 8.8 and had a ton of great performances in the solo lanes. We thought this guy was a little bit suspect when he first came back and filled in for the role on PK. Didn't have a great week 3, to be absolutely honest, but week 4, he really changed our minds.
Yeah, Liang has improved quite a bit from some of the laning, I would say, disasters we saw from him earlier on in the split, but he's shored those up, and he's really looked very strong here in the second half. And this is one of those players that, if Mega Bank Beyond Gaming make it to the international stage, they need Liang to show up in a massive way for them to really make a dent at the international level.
Yeah, for sure. This is the guy that we are really looking towards in the PCS as fielding a strong side top laner. One of the things that has been missing from the arsenal in this region for many years, but we will continue to observe Liang and his great performances, starting from the first game today as Mega Bank Beyond Gaming takes on a struggling Hong Kong Attitude. Going down further, we do have a must-win game for Liab Esports, as well as Impunity versus Berjaya, 2 teams that are neck and neck in the standings, trying to keep themselves out of reach from Alpha Esports, which also plays today on the 4th game.
Yeah, and the story of today's schedule is, of course, the top half of our matches is about these top half of the teams jostling for positioning, making sure that they solidify their seeding. Of course, for PSG Talon, it's not really about the seeding, it's more about, can you complete the perfect regular season split. And the rest of those teams, they're trying to, well, Taipei J team, they're trying to climb into that position of to challenge that 2nd through 4th seed. And for everyone else, they're trying to make sure that they stay in that area. And in the second half of the day, of course, it's the second half of our schedule or our bracket here. It's Berjaya trying to solidify their position. If they win one of those 2 games, they've almost locked themselves in. And then for Liab, it's to keep the dream alive.
For sure. Like, if we're really looking at the schedule and what it has implications in terms of the postseason, then it's really about who gets that 2nd place. Because if you get that 2nd place beyond PSG, who's already locked in 1st, that means you get an extra bye in the playoffs. Not only do you start in the winner bracket, you actually get to skip through the 1st round. And the second half of the day, I think for sure the most important thing is if Berjaya win, if Berjaya, Hong Kong Attitude, or Impunity win and Alpha Esports loses, that means they take themselves out of range for Alpha Esports. And that means you only have to worry about Liab going forward. So, that general implications going forward, trying to keep themselves out of the reach of Xiaotu and K-Babe. And then for our first 3 games going into it, it's really about who can secure 2nd place, because we have a really, really tight race with Megabank, Beyond Gaming, Boom Esports, and Machi Esports. 3 teams all on 11 wins. And Beyond Gaming are going to be the first ones coming up. We're going to go through their rosters. Player of the week in the top lane, Liang, Husha, probably our most improved jungler, Maoan in the mid lane, who just got a pentakill on Rise last week, and Dago and Kino in the bottom side.
Honestly, that pentakill was unreal in a very critical game in a critical moment. And I would say the highlight of this roster has been a much improved top half of the map. Husha, Maoan certainly stepping up, and lately it's been, of course, Liang. And if you get this full complement of players to be able to support Dago and his truly international level of play, then you've got a very special team. However, now we're going to be looking at Hong Kong Attitude's roster. This is a very different story from Megabank Beyond Gaming. Rocking the top lane, Kongyuan jungle, Bivin mid lane, Eminem and K in that bot side. The big story, of course, is they've lost 6 in a row after looking very competent in the first half of the split. Kind of falling apart.
Does feel like they have lost their way so far, and I think recently they've been swapping between a lot of different players, a lot of different play styles, and we are still seeing, I think the most obvious thing is definitely the lack of a very coordinated shot caller coming out from this team. And they just don't seem to have the capability to string great plays together. Some interesting stats coming out here. We're going to be taking a look at the bot lane here. Eminem, honestly, not that far behind. I feel like this man has been a shining spot on the roster, but unfortunately not able to come out ahead and actually hold up the W on his side of the bargain.
Yeah, Eminem, he's been very, very steady, especially for a team that's lost 6 games in a row to only be down 300 gold at 15. Definitely shows a lot of resilience coming in from that bottom side of the map. And that's really just been the only consistent part of this roster. Even Kongyuan, the one that we highlighted preseason or coming into the split as being that really big shining star to perhaps move Hong Kong Attitude into that top half of the standings, has really just fallen short as of late. And this is going to be an important matchup if Hong Kong Attitude want to find that upset.
Currently, they still have a 2-game lead over Liab with 4 games to go. So, frankly, their situation isn't all that bad, but their schedule is rather rough. They still have J-Team left. Of course, they're facing Beyond Gaming right now. They do have a bit of a booster coming later on as they have to play Alpha Esports 2. So, I think realistically, you're looking at them with 5 wins, but miracles can happen, and they will have to start now if they are going to make it through. Beyond Gaming, starting right off the bat, taking away a little bit from Eminem and a little bit from Bivin. LeBlanc and Ziggs off the table. On Hong Kong Attitude side, they're giving Liang some respect here, taking away his Tom Kench. It was very deadly in the lane last week. And of course, also getting away the Thresh, which has been almost a permaban against Beyond Gaming.
Also, taking away that Varus pick away from Doggo. Doggo's just been so oppressive on this champion. Very, very good at landing those arrows, and also, of course, those Varus ultimates. We'll see what Beyond Gaming opts for a first pick. Xin will be that lock-in. Viego, Gwen still available. They've been champs. That did get dinked a little bit on this patch, but still very, very powerful nonetheless. It's really just been a quick slap on the wrist along with Irelia, and it's just kind of been like, well, it matters a little bit, but not enough.
Yeah, we didn't really see these champions fall off too hard in terms of the selection rates coming into this patch. So, as you have mentioned, right on the money. Power picks still going through. Gwen and Viego locked in. A lot of flex potential here for Hong Kong Attitude. Just a quick preamble here, but where do you think these lanes are going to end up? Are they going to be the standard ones, or do you see Hong Kong Attitude pulling out something shifty here?
I'd certainly like to see Kongrye on a higher damage carry like the Gwen, but of course Viego is still relatively strong in the jungle, also has a little bit of bonus damage added when he goes back into the jungle here. And for Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, they instantly just lock in their solo laner straight up here, which allows this counter pick to come through if they want the Irelia here. And it does make a lot of sense. Has very good kill pressure into both the Ryze and the Jace, so they can still maintain some flexibility when it comes to their draft decisions. But it does look like they're going to pivot towards the Syndra, which I think is probably more of a Bivin style champion.
Definitely is one of those old but still pretty sweet counter picks against the Ryze. You do have that potential to get a stun. Easier against a low mobility champion like Ryze early on. And Hong Kong Attitude, still keeping their options open. We have seen Gwen go to Kongrye before, and that's actually one of the few wins that they've actually gotten this split. So definitely not out of the realm of the possibility later on as we look at the holistic drafts. Hong Kong Attitude going to throw even more shade at Kino, just making sure he gets all of his champions banned out. Braum off the table as well. Leona's still up, but I doubt that one's going to last very long. And Beyond Gaming this time around, they do have the option to ban out mainly the bottom lane. That's probably the safest bans going into this one. See where they want to take it out on. Hong Kong Attitude for Eminem. We've seen a lot of great Ezreal, a lot of Aphelios plays. He really has a wide breadth of champions to pick from. Very difficult to target out on his part.
Yeah, and taking away the champions here definitely leaves a couple options open, such as the Draven, which we've seen being played in this league 3 times now. And it will be the Alistar banned away. So whatever support pick does end up in the hands of Kino, assuming it is one of those melee supports, it's not going to be able to provide a lot of disengage for Doggo, which could be problematic, but he's honestly just played so well when he doesn't have summoners that not having a peel support probably isn't going to impact him too much. But Eminem looking to add additional playmaking into this draft. This makes a lot of sense, but it does sort of limit their scaling. Yes, you've got a lot of scaling on that top half of the map, but Kalista, if you get shut down early on, you go into the pit of irrelevance very quickly.
Well, I think if you have a Syndra, it's fine to be irrelevant late game. You're pretty much going there anyway. So Hong Kong Attitude just going pretty low to the ground here for early game tempo, like you mentioned. Meanwhile, Beyond Gaming, I love the target bans coming out from Hong Kong Attitude. Really looks like they want to take away 1-3-1 defensive supports. And Beyond Gaming, they are still looking like they're locking into this 1-3-1 and going for the Ashe. This is a champion that has been very popular in other leagues, but oddly silent in the PCS so far. Lots of kill threat coming in. Great support cross lanes. Beyond Gaming are going to lock that one in. I'm not 100% sure, but this might just be the debut of Ashe in the PCS so far. Let me check that out.
Yeah, I think it's our first Ashe pick. Oh, wait, no. It does look like we've had 2 Ashe picks before, but they were both losses. So perhaps Doggo can change the fortunes of Ashe, as we are going to see Rel locked in for K. This is the champ that did get a slight buff on this patch, as he or she's been able to get a bonus 2 seconds removed off of her Pheromancy crash down skill. But regardless, it's going to be an engage heavy bot side trying to really facilitate for Rock and Kongren.
Yeah, a lot of buff champions coming out on side for Hong Kong Attitude. Also the Syndra. Getting that mana reduction, 20 mana on level 1 Q is absolutely massive, and we could see her not having to opt into just Corrupting Potion the entire time. So a lot of interesting changes, and maybe this new patch can be the solution that Hong Kong Attitude is looking for.
You say that, but the draft is just a lot more oppressive, I feel, coming in from Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. They've got the Jace, they have the Rise, like, there's so much mobility for this squad because of the Jace Gate with the Realm Warp, and then you've got the long range capabilities of the poke from Jace, and also that arrow and arrows from the Ashe. So a lot of range, a lot of oppressive capabilities here coming in from Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. So for Hong Kong Attitude, this is one of their issues. They have a lot of trouble rotating cleanly towards objectives without getting caught out, and against this squad, you're most likely going to get picked off very easily.
Ooh, not a great predictions coming in. So I like your general analysis, but I feel like those are based on the IDs rather than like the comps themselves. So I kind of want to go back to our basics and outline for the viewers the win conditions for each of these teams here. As we have Beyond Gaming with, as you mentioned, mobility, likely 1-3-1. But what are the conditions for Hong Kong Attitude to really make this upset work?
It really just comes down to hard slamming this bottom lane, maybe find a couple picks in this mid lane, and hopefully use those advantages to snowball into that mid game, because past mid game, you are going to struggle because of the fact that you're fairly limited when it comes to damage from a Callista. Even the Syndra can struggle a little bit. Fortunately, this game, they're pretty squishy champions on the other side of the rift of her, so she's going to maintain some relevance, and then it's just really all about this Gwen trying to carry the rest of the squad over to the finish line once it gets to late game.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. This team feels like a lot more early or bust compared to the composition that we have for Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. So we'll see if we have some early shenanigans in store. And of course, Hong Kong Attitude.
Early shenanigans.
There we go. We love cheese here. We're both Americans, me and Nightstar. And though we might be lactose intolerant, we definitely like some cheese coming in. Doesn't
and
look like Liang's gonna fall
it.
for it. Very anticlimactic.
Yeah. Oh, it does look like they kind of and they're probably not going to commit to that, so it's going to be a pretty standard start here. 5-point line. Beyond that very deep or very aggressive approach to that top side, but they do end up backing off. K is going to get slain. Tragic, but yeah, it's going to be red buff starts coming in from both sides. Well, and this is kind of what we expected from Hong Kong Attitude, right? They want to try and attack that bot lane. They want to see if they can possibly get something in the mid lane. And overall, that just means you're probably starting top side so you can finish bot.
Take a look at the summoners here. We do have the cleanse coming in from Doggo. Very common these days for bot laners to be running that, but they definitely understand that they're going to be playing a defensive bot side. We also saw Mega Bank Beyond Gaming actually give the leash to their bottom end, so it does mean that Hong Kong Attitude should get the push here if they so choose to. Looks like they're holding the wave actually quite equal for now. And an early sweeper down just to prevent some shenanigans coming in. We haven't seen Rel in quite a while, but she's definitely still very powerful with the ability to just come out crashing down from the brush, and looks like Mega Bank Beyond Gaming are looking for that potential. In the meantime, we have a bit of a scuffle in the mid lane. Divin taking a worse trade here. Hong Kong Attitude find that level 2, but instantly returned by Doggo and company.
Yeah, and for the most part, you're going to be able to decide how to play the lane a lot with this Ashe pick because of how much wave control you do have with, of course, the W. And the other underappreciated part is just the fact that you'll be able to get... Okay, damage coming out. That's pretty close, but the Ashe is going to be able to scout out where the opposing jungler is with the Hawk Shot. And that's just such a powerful tool coming in from the AD carry position.
Yeah, one extra cookie coming in for Rise in the mid lane with great trade there. Corian knows that he's spotted, so goes and pops the Scryer. Husha is not going to be able to catch up right here, but he does force away the Viego from the potential bot lane gank. And that just means that the bot lane strategy that you outlined for Hong Kong Attitude likely not going to work. They're going to have to look for a straight up 2v2 to get anything done here. We see the early backs coming in from mid lane. Mawan just getting 23 CS, gets his tier out early. And taking a look at the wave position, Husha perfectly happy to just leave it there. Standing, he's going to pick up 1 CS on the way towards his double scuttle. And, we've talked about Hong Kong Attitude wanting to get things done early. It looks like full Mega Bank Beyond Gaming through all 3 lanes right now.
That is an absolute true statement. As Husha, he will get a double scuttle. Kongre, he's just forced to recall here as there's no jungle for him to take. And this is a brilliant start for the side of Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. Of course, they want to keep things as quiet as possible. Make sure there's not too much jungle interference. Yes, you have a Xin who doesn't scale very hard, but when you have powerful laners like the Rise, Jace, and the Ashe, you just want to keep laning as much as possible.
Kongir could be in a little bit of trouble here as we see a 3v2 developing onto the top side.
Teleport.
In comes the squad, but the miss comes through and they force the early flash out of Husha. We see a 2-man stun coming in from Bivin. Mawan goes in, but Kongir body blocks for his top lane. First blood not going to happen so far. Both teams shedding a bit of blood, but no kills.
No kills happening here. They are able to reset the wave, but it is going to cost a couple of flashes here, as it is 2 flashes burned on both ends, but more importantly, double teleports burned by Hong Kong Attitude, so we could see some sort of aggressive response coming into the bottom half of the map, coming in from Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. But for Hong Kong Attitude, they want to try and capitalize on Mawan's positioning.
They are spotted coming through though, and Mawan very deftly holds his ground, gets his phase rush, and then just simply walks away from the gank. Really good vision coming in. Hong Kong Attitude also feel like they were spotted as we see the pings coming down. Very good guess, I have to say, from Hong Kong Attitude. Instantly know where the ward might have been. And we do have a decided lead coming out, as you mentioned here, just the summoner advantage. Our double TP's already expended. And we do have that kill lane from Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. Ashe plus Nautilus is very hard to get away from, if I might say.
Yeah,
we're going to have a little bit of a push in and a little bit more of a scuffle here against Kongria.
Still level 4 on both the bot lane champs, but once level 6 comes through, like this is a bot lane duel that can really support an aggressive jungler like Xin, as he's looking for the wolf camp. We'll be able to take wolves and won't necessarily be able to threaten Kongria, but it will slow down Kongria yet again, as he's behind on EXP and he's just really trying to find a footing in this game in general.
Yeah, the lanes have not gone well. We also saw a swap which was definitely not in the favor of Hong Kong Attitude. Both Syndra and the Gwen getting bullied out by the ranged counterparts here. And it looks like Beyond Gaming made great use of that, just going into the jungle multiple times. They cleared out the entire bottom side, which means that we could see that roam you were mentioning. The 4v2 roam seems incredibly likely to happen, as Doggo's already halfway through his experience bar. Are the fireworks flying anytime soon here? K is going to go in for a bit of a short trade, but actually loses out quite heavily on that one. Kino getting the auto attack down, staggering blows, giving him the aftershock, and they're going all in here Eminem getting the better side of the trade, and they get the flash out from Kino already. Bit of an odd play there. Meanwhile, on the top side, Mega Bank Beyond Gaming are going to try again
teleports.
with the 3v1. Needlework popped already. Rock going up onto Hushak, gets the 3-man, and in comes Kongir for the reset. They take one down. Can they get another? See the Realm Warp getaway coming in from Malan to take them out of harm's way. 1-for-1 in the top side.
1-for-1 trade there, and for the most part, it's going to benefit Mega Bank Beyond Gaming just a little bit more. Yes, they do give up first blood gold, but the main part of this dive is that they're able to shut down the Gwen, continue this all-important lane phase dominance from this Jace, as they are able to deny so much minions and EXP away from the Gwen. Yes, Konya is still able to catch all of that, so it's not lost on the map, but it's not the ideal place where you want to put the gold, even though it does help Konya catch back up.
For sure, Konya definitely needs to make the most use out of the gold that he has been given, showing up at the right time right there, and we see once again why it's so difficult to dive that Gwen. Gets a 3-man on the early Needlework. Great play and positioning from Rock right there to keep himself a little bit more alive. And we have a situation where I feel like Mega Bank Beyond Gaming are actually running somewhat vulnerable, as we have both flashes gone from multiple members now, and the bot lane trade also not going into their favor. So Hong Kong Attitude on the hunt, sniffing for blood right here as Kane makes his second roam, now heads on towards the Herald. We have both teams fully committed here, a 10-man engaging at the top side, though Mega Bank Beyond Gaming does have the advantage in vision, and they are going to go ahead and start Shelly up. We might have a potential collapse from Hong Kong Attitude, something that they have not been able to pull off very well this split. Let's see if they can change their fortunes here, as we have the engage coming out from Doggo, taking K down to half HP, but Konger is closer to the objective. Rock going in, and K goes in to steal off the ramp. They do get the Herald.
They're kind of trapped.
Unfortunately here, they have to run away as Konger isn't able to do so. It's going to be a double kill coming in for Liang. Ejected to Hong Kong Attitude, but they have not made the full escape just yet. A great disengage from Bivin, gets the 3-man, and Eminem has to flash across the wall.
So it ends up being the Rift Herald secured by Hong Kong Attitude, but as we watch the replay, it gets to be fairly low as they toss out the arrow. Unfortunately, they're not quite in position to collapse upon that kill because of where the rest of Hong Kong Attitude are, and a fantastic re-engage coming in from K. And while it was a good re-engage, follow-up not quite there immediately. That's why he ends up going down without enough cost back. And in the end, it's just a bunch of flashes at the end of the fight. I thought for a moment there, Mega Bank Beyond Gaming were going to be in a bit of trouble because they were stuck in a ramp over by that area, but because of the timing of K going in a little bit too early, ends up not getting fully punished.
Yeah, we shot a great.
I've seen this play before.
Again, getting just dove. Pops the flash, but is not going to survive. Having a very bad day, as that's the third 3v1 that we've seen coming into the top lane. Hong Kong Attitude trying to respond in the bot, but Kino actually stuns K midway. Doggo uses the cleanse to get out of the Magnet Storm. He's going to hold his ground and even go forward. Dodges out on Bid and stays alive in the 4v2. Great play coming in from the Ash. And then Kino with the stasis keeps alive, turns it back around onto Bivin. Again, I feel like Mega Bank Beyond Gaming are just getting away with murder. How did they outplay this hard?
Everyone just on the edge of death there from both sides. And I mean, more amazingly is the fact that Mega Bank Beyond Gaming were able to outplay that as just the 2-man squad. They brought 3 to this fight in this bottom lane, and it honestly is well played from Hong Kong Attitude to juggle the aggro. However, they just weren't able to land enough skill shots, and it was well played from Kino to be able to mitigate so much damage, getting that stop onto K to prevent the stun from landing onto Doggo, and then of course the stopwatch at the end to prevent him from dying to the Syndra ult. It was just so perfectly done. Even though Hong Kong Attitude, it was still a really well executed dive.
Yeah, that was just insane coming in from Kino, honestly. Able to stop out the crash down. Just as we say that, though, he finds himself in another big round of trouble as he does go down, getting Kongre the reset. Kongre going in on the Nautilus, but has to flash out, and Husha comes in to part the waves, is holding down the front line. Doggo completely unstopped right here. And we do see another kill, though, coming out for Hong Kong Attitude. They're chasing in for more. They do get the stun. Once again, Husha will fall down, and Kongre able to use his passive to get out of harm's way. Reset coming in right in time, and Hong Kong Attitude. That's probably less than 1,000 HP at the end of that fight between 4 members, but they do get out and take the objective. Doggo trying to get some parting shots in.
Not enough mana.
He's going to chase in for more.
Yeah, while all those health bars were so incredibly low, unfortunately, there's just not enough mana on the Ashe remaining, and he just goes way too far. Like, he blindly checks to see if they're on the dragon, even though he has vision of that pit. And honestly, it's just very baffling. Just a little bit too excited there, and because of how early he went down, they aren't able to return enough coordinated damage to finish off these kills. As you can see, like, their combined health bar probably less than Doggo's health bar in that situation, but Doggo just didn't have the blue resource to finish it off.
The double Sovereign's domain was pretty cool coming out from Kongre. Perfect tower shot dodging there. Gets himself out of dodge and saves a smite for his team to secure the first objective. Very slow Drake game this time around, so I don't feel like Hong Kong Attitude actually has that much pressure, but that definitely takes him back into the game. This is probably the best start from Bivin that we have seen out of his entire 5-game catalog so far. So not too bad for Hong Kong Attitude. They still are down by a little bit, but in terms of the win conditions that you've outlined, how are you feeling for them right now?
It's still certainly behind the pace because you want them to be a lot more aggressive when it comes to taking those dragons, or just being aggressive around the Rift Herald. And while they were able to get first Rift Herald, it doesn't seem like they were able to get much out of that objective, as no towers have fallen down. And yes, they got the first dragon, but the timer of which it came at means that Mega Bank Beyond Gaming have more than enough time to hit those scaling breakpoints to fully utilize the level advantage that they're going to get. And once Jace and Rise start getting more and more levels, and this Ashe, the poke just comes really, really easily, as the cooldowns are just that low.
Yeah, I think I do have to agree with you. They've been able to trade blows with Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, but so far none of them have really been lethal knockout punches. Mega Bank still very happy to just scale on both sidelines here. We're seeing the 1-3-1 develop. Doesn't look like they're going to be contesting this Herald at all. Just deciding to let that one go and furthering Liang's lead here, which is very significant. He's about to be 50 CS up on Rock. Looking forward to that Flame Horizon, possibly. We also have Husha clearing out the jungle for him, just making sure his top laner can push without any interference coming in. And with that, they are also going to get the mid lane tower. So a very nice trade coming out from BYG. They lose the Herald, but they get 2 towers for it.
Yeah, the tower is going to feel really nice here. And it's just funneling more and more gold as Rock. He's just we've seen this picture before, Clement. It's not pretty. Rock has just been absolutely manhandled in this first game of the day. And then just that definitely leads to the comparison and the itemization. Like, Rock, he's still looking for that first item. He's still looking for that Rift Maker. And on the flip side, you've got the Eclipse and halfway to the Muramana for Liao. There's just such a massive power differential here. And that's really going to translate to these next couple of skirmishes, or these pre-dragon setups, where the poke is just going to matter a lot more from Liang. And for Rock, well, I don't know what you do. You don't do much before a dragon fight.
This is probably the most balanced Gwen game that we have seen in a very long time. Like, how do you answer a Gwen? Well, you 3v1 her, and then she doesn't get to play the game and doesn't get to do anything. Also have the Eclipse build coming out from Liang, of course the standard one here, but definitely helps in that split push situation. Has a lot of sustain and mobility to just run away. At this point, it seems like Hong Kong Attitude, they need to send a 3-man just to stop Liang at this point. It's very difficult to take down. We're going to see Hong Kong Attitude look for a potential pick here. Oh, yeah, for sure. Kino, it looked like he was playing with fire, but he actually ends up completely fine. He was actually fronting a bit there. I felt like if Hong Kong Attitude went all in, he probably would have died.
Yeah, he definitely would have died there, although perhaps they were trusting in because of Dago was somewhat nearby, the Ash Arrow would come out fast enough to try and save his support as Rift Herald popped down. Really, it's probably just the timer, and not really a
shock blast into Arrow coming down. We see the flash of the by Kino, but that puts himself in a very bad position. Now we're going to have Kongyue with the reset starting off early. You also see Nautilus getting a hit onto Mon. Mon flashes out. K doesn't find enough targets, but they are going to get Husha off the back of that one. Another reset coming in by Kongyue. Gets the slow down with the W stolen, and that's going to be a double kill. He's going in for more. Mao gives him the Rune Prison to chase down, and Dago has to burn both summoners get out. But looked like a great poke down from Megabank Beyond Gaming goes into a massive overchase. Now Hong Kong Attitude with a 3-for-0 trade are going to start up on this mountain there.
And that was such an important fight right then and there. We're going to see the replay. Kino, this is a hook that he definitely did not want to land. He tries to follow up onto the arrow, and because he lands the hook onto M&M somehow, he just goes the extra mile. And as a result, he goes way too far in. He's stuck in a choke. The rest of the team isn't able to follow up. And the side of Hong Kong Attitude able to use that one-man advantage to really run away with this fight. They even get both sums out of Doggo afterwards. So that's going to have implications for the next fight.
That was so beautiful from Kongyue. On his first reset, he got the hook to go onto another target, found Husha, then used Wind Becomes Lightning, gets the slow, and then gets the Rune Prison off of Mawai. Viego doesn't need no engages. He actually has perfectly great amounts of engages from the enemy team. Great chain right there. And I'll be honest, that was one of the most skillful displays of Viego mechanics that we've seen in a while. Most of the times I feel like Viego's just a button masher. It's just like, I get resets here, I get resets there, it doesn't even matter what I take, it's all about Heartbreaker. But that was actually super well done from Kongyue to get that chain going down there, and some great reason for this champion being picked up on the first rotation.
Yeah, and that's one of the big differences between Viego and a champion like Silas, right? Because Silas only needs to know how to utilize the ultimate with his kit, whereas if you're on a champ like Viego, you kind of have to have a general understanding of almost how all the champs work in the game, because once you get that reset, if you're able to fully utilize the Viego to its utmost potential, besides just mashing R button non-stop, then you're gonna have to know what the other champs in the game do.
Definitely true, as Leon walks into the mist for a great trade against Rock. Takes him very close to kill range, and Rock has to walk away from that. Very well played by Leon. You know, he switches forms, gets the extra movement speed, and then just opens up on Rock. He doesn't care about the extra resistances at this point. If he's in range and he is able to target Gwen, Rock has to back out.
Yeah, and you can see Rock has a very interesting build. He's gotten the Riftmaker, but he also has the Lucidity boots, which gives him a lot more sticking potential. I feel like it's a much more set for if you're ahead, you become very oppressive because you're able to get your skip and slash cooldown up a lot more often to stick onto a champion like the Jace. But because he's behind, the missing resistances is absolutely gutting in this matchup, as he just hasn't been able to do a single thing in the 1v1.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting purchase that we see from him, and definitely isn't working out so far in the solo lane. I think we're going back to a very similar game state where Hong Kong Attitude, they do have some great tools in the 5v5s to make things happen and to get those resets down for Kongre to carry them. But without objectives, really pulling Megabank Beyond Gaming together, then BYG just gets to play this silent game. And right now, Liang is completely unstoppable. We see the scaling up happening once again. And coming into this, it does feel like Hong Kong Attitude need a little bit more of those stuns as we have Kongre coming out of the shadow, does find Kino, crashdown happens, and that's a very easy pickoff going into the Baron pit afterwards. Megabank Beyond Gaming, so far they're not responding to what's happening in mid lane, just trying to push as much as possible, and we already have Mawan in the base. Looks like it's going to be a 3-man defend here while Mawan continues on his journey onto the inhibitor.
They have good poke.
Wuxia does find a great angle behind the Baron pick, and that poke damage is really adding up with Wuxia potentially being able to join with that flash on the steal. Let's see if they can get it. Ash Arrow goes down. There will be no attempt right here. Mawan does come down with the TP, and they're going to go for the wrap. Wuxia goes in onto the 4-man, does get stunned up, and Dago is opening up onto the front. Eminem finds himself in a great position to deal damage here. Wuxia goes in once more, the red pops, and there is that 1 kill, 2 kill going over to Hong Kong Attitude. They're looking down for more. Dago trying to get into the brush, but he is tagged up by Kongre, has to flash out immediately. The dance is on, and Hong Kong Attitude able to get away for now.
Kino still has flash.
Coming in, he still has his flash. Uses it across the wall, but doesn't find anyone, and he's just gonna die instantly. Eminem goes back in, they trade off, and Dago is the sole member alive as Kongre goes in with Heartbreaker, and just like that, it's an ace for Hong Kong Attitude.
I don't know what to say, Clement. This was a very strange play here. I thought that the play would have been, alright, we'll just have Mawan continue to finish off that inhib, and we'll just go ahead, stall out the backs, make sure that you can finish it off. But then he decides to go ahead and teleport in, and with those extra Baron stats, they're able to take this fight fairly evenly. Liang, because of his positioning, yes, he trades 1, but he's the member with the most gold in the game for his squad. If you go 1 for 1 in that situation, that's not good enough. And Hong Kong Attitude, the Kino plays back to back. No idea what's going on.
It was really rough for Kino. He actually got picked off first, came back, and then immediately dies again in the team fight. Almost felt like a Deca kill coming in from Hong Kong Attitude. Very unfortunate there. I totally agree with you. I felt like the safer play for sure was just having Mawan take down that inhibitor and the rest of the squad, play sort of an interference game. But they went for the risky 4v5, and it did not pay off whatsoever. Hong Kong Attitude, surprisingly enough, still in the gold deficit. But they do have the Baron buff right now to start returning the favor in these side lanes. Bivin getting a tower down, very low for himself. We do have the whole squad from Hong Kong Attitude rotating here as well. Taking a look at the timers here, we do have Hong Kong Attitude being able to string together this Baron buff directly into a must-win Dragon Soul fight on the side for Megabank Beyond Gaming. So looking at it right on the mark at 30 minutes, I feel like that's a pretty good plot for Hong Kong Attitude going forward here. They do force Megabank Beyond Gaming into a 5v5, which I'm not sure they want to take at this point.
Yeah, at this point, it's a little bit scary because of how hard they can just go ahead, pull the trigger. Of course, one of the issues you have with the poke composition, like a Jace Ash, is if they're somehow able to get onto you before you're able to churn out that poke damage, then it doesn't matter. The straight up fight doesn't necessarily favor Megabank Beyond Gaming at this point, and it's going to take yet another heroic rise play coming in from Maoan around this Dragon Pit if they want to really have a say in this next Soul or this Dragon Soul fight.
Gotta say, this is the most coordinated we have seen Hong Kong Attitude play. I think this entire split, to be absolutely honest. The ability to pick people off in odd angles and watching K and Kongir work together, the double K combination coming in here, definitely is something beautiful to see. And Kongir on the cusp of hard carrying his team to another win here. I'm not going to jinx it so far. They are still on. They finally managed to wrestle back the gold lead here. I think most of the next couple of minutes are just going to be about farming up and setting up for the Cloud Soul here. As we are taking a look at the gold across the board. Liang still carrying about a 2,000 gold lead over everyone else on the rest of the map here. In the meantime, we also do have a more on-hit focused build coming in for the Ashe. Not as strong in terms of the scaling. So, you know, I feel like Hong Kong Attitude really aren't even at that much of a deficit when it comes to the later stages of the game.
Still, it's going to be a very efficient build, especially against the double magic damage threats of Syndra and Gwen. So it's certainly still very powerful against those two champs. And you know, Eminem, he's not feasibly going to get into or past that range, as Doggo could come under fire. It was definitely a chance there, but Doggo should be able to keep Kalista at bay for the most part, and really then the only threat becomes, well, if Gwen is able to do enough damage to provide that reset for the Viego. So that's really all you're worried about here, is mostly just that Viego somehow getting to that backlight. But right now, Megabank Beyond Gaming still trying to keep this map split as much as possible. They understand that the power point is still Liang, it's still Maoan on these side lanes, and trying to keep things isolated as much as possible.
We do have double TPs from Hong Kong Attitude going towards the bottom side of the lane. Excuse me, I should say players with double TPs going off to defend against Liang. It will give Megabank Beyond Gaming the inside track into this Baron pit, as we see them converging and using that to their advantage now. They have managed to drag this game very close to a staggered objective position, which I just think favor them. While Hong Kong Attitude, they definitely want one objective pop at a time so they can focus the map into one location. And we see Liang right now pouring in the damage. Sorelia's Grudge already completed, so they will have double slow components on their poke. And Megabank Beyond Gaming are splitting the map quite well here, using the Realm Warp and starting up the Baron immediately. Hong Kong Attitude do know about this, but they decide to stay and take down the Cloud Soul first. Interesting decision that I'm going to come back to you later on, but first we have to take a look if Megabank are going to get the escape. It looks like they are going to get out just fine. What do you think about the trade?
This trade's definitely intriguing because it is one of those classic, well, we're trading Baron, which gives us immediate gold value, against a Dragon Soul, which gives permanent value. Right? It's got short and long-term value, whereas on the flip side, the Baron buff only gives you short-term value. And however, one of the souls you would consider to trade it against would be that Cloud Soul, because it doesn't give as much battle stats as you would consider the other souls. So it's definitely a reasonable trade here for Megabank Beyond Gaming. Of course, their composition is also kind of trapped in that 1-3-1 formation at the moment, and this is going to help further supplement that, as of course they do have one inhib down. So now for the side of Hong Kong Attitude, it's really about making sure that they're able to endure this Baron push and then be able to capitalize on that extra move speed, extra cooldown rotations, and try and end the game through that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Hong Kong Attitude actually let this happen. They had like I think almost a 30-second time difference between Baron and the Cloud Soul coming up. So I thought they were going to hard force Baron a little bit more, but I feel like Megabank Beyond Gaming really got away with murder right there. Being able to just dance across the map and take away a major objective without a 5v5 fight. That's definitely a bit of a win in my book for Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. Also, just getting free scaling coming off of this one.
That's the big thing. Is the fact that they get extra gold to continue the further scale, and if you look at the gold differential, like they're even ahead in the gold values. Yes, the Dragons will pretty much equalize or give a slight advantage over the Hong Kong Attitude at the moment, but now you're stuck in the siege situation. Can you get out of it, Hong Kong Attitude?
Do see another 5-man coming up right here. Rock does have to pop the mist. Dodges a lot of abilities there for a very high value miss coming in. Maoan gets a bit of poke. That's all that is needed to escort Hong Kong Attitude away. The bottom lane here already down on half HP. Just going to give a free rotation to Mega Bank Beyond Gaming to now clear out the rest of the jungle. And we see this split push coming out once more. We do have a very safe build coming out on the side of Maoan. Does have the Banshee's Veil, so isn't going to go down to anything like Scatter the Weak coming out from Bivin. Isn't going to give him an extra chance against something like the Spectral Maw as well. So everything looks pretty safe from Mega Bank Beyond Gaming right now. It's just a bit of gold in their pockets. And as we have the Baron buffs finally falling off, this is where Hong Kong Attitude should get their advantage out of that trade. They do have the Cloud Soul. They can catch up, especially after the Needlework and after the Magnet Storm. Those two abilities with the Cloud Soul are actually very potent. You get that extra 30% move speed to keep up on your targets afterwards. So we'll see if they can make good use of that. But for Mega Bank, the name of the game is still the same. They're just going to keep split as far as possible. Even if you get a chase down, it's probably just going to be on one member.
Yeah, Mega Bank, they know how they want to play this game out. Yes, they're going to reconverge around the Elder Dragon in 2 minutes, but for the most part, it's about continue to stretch the map, make sure you set up vision in certain quadrants, and that's the one big difference though, right? Is the fact that Hong Kong Attitude, you look at where their vision is, if anyone tries to path aggressively to try and finish off one of these side lanes, they will get spotted out and they will get caught out here. So Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, they have to play a little bit slow here, play very patiently, and of course that definitely plays into their wheelhouse as well, for the most part. We definitely saw them slip up a couple times, like around the previous Baron, but when it comes down to crunch time, you expect excellence here, and there's only 90 more seconds until we find out.
Yeah, looking at the build so far, I actually think we are at the point where Gwen is finding herself much more comfortable back into the game. At this point, she can trade probably even better than Liang when it comes to taking out opponent backlines. And we do have Hong Kong Attitude going for a bit of a cheeky cutoff. Lucino is able to escape fine through the left side into the enemy jungle. You have to remember that there is still Fate's Call here on Hong Kong Attitude, so they could engage on you out of nowhere, and the flash is up as well. But Liang, in the meantime, another successful split on the map is going to pull Rock back into the base. Home card in effect right here, so he will be racing up here just fine. But we have to run more for the potential 2-man engage onto the top lane. Rock instantly has to pop the Needlework to get out, and this could just be a free inhibitor.
Wait, they aren't really finishing
nice play coming out.
They're on the run now.
Yeah, I think they that was the right call there, just judging by how fast Hong Kong Attitude was converging. So looks like they're just going to be able to get full map control off of that, though, which is still pretty big. And the free inhibitor still goes down.
Yeah, inhib is going to be relatively inconsequential for this next dance, though, as both Dragon and Baron are up and available. Possibly caught out again.
Engage does start. We have Magnet Storm already used by K, only for the flash, though. And that's still favorable for Mega Bank Beyond Gaming just so far. They're able to get full vision control, take the inhibitor down. It looks like Kino is walking up for more, as we do have Maoan on the backside right here. Instant flash in from Kongyue onto the backline. Are they going to be able to pick off Liang? Liang does go down to Bivin, and the engage is up. Maoan follows. Solo lane's already dead. Gago dies as well. Gwen opens up on him. Pusha has nowhere to go as Kongyue chases him down. And Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, they thought they had the pincer move, but Hong Kong Attitude with the decisive flash coming in from Kongyue. They are going to get the upper hand in this one. Husha not able to fight the trade here, as they are just going to go for the base, extending out this kill lane. Yeah, even if Husha survives, there's no one left to defend. We are having a 26-second timer on Dago. And Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, they fall to their own hubris. They're trying to get the pincer. Kongyue outplays them all, and Hong Kong Attitude gets a massive upset. Go up to 5 wins now. At best, Alpha Esports can only tie them in the standings. They take themselves out, at least for a chance for a tiebreaker. If they are to, if there is any chance they fall to fail to make it into the postseason, at least they secure themselves a tiebreaker now. And Kongyue looks ecstatic.
This is a massive win for this squad, as they've been on a massive slump here, losing 6 in a row. Big struggles coming out from this group. We were wondering if they were just going to fall out of playoffs, even with how low Liab and Alpha were doing themselves in the standings, but they managed to right their wrongs with the unbelievable victory. And part of that again comes to the fact that they were very good at keeping their half of the map warded. And in that last play, Liang, he tries to cut his positioning here, and they get caught out, and immediately the call is made. They collapse, and yeah, this is unbelievable grief.
Yeah, and that was such a big play from Bivin. Definitely the best play of his PCS career. Gets the flash and instantly knocks down Liang into the GA, so for an easy finish off. And if you look at the minimap that play, you can tell how split Beyond Gaming actually were. Doggo was still on the Elder Drake, and they were so far apart. That was, it's kind of weird to say this, but I definitely think that this was a kind of an off performance coming in from Mega Bank Beyond Gaming in both of their crucial team fights. We saw the 4v5 that fell apart on their end, and this collapse, quote unquote, because I find it so hard to actually call it a collapse because of how far away the action actually was, which is a little bit baffling. But congratulations to Hong Kong Attitude. They definitely made the higher seed pay here. It was beautiful to watch from Bivin.
Yeah, it was definitely a very, very good punish coming in from Hong Kong Attitude. And you could say, like, it was an attempt at a map collapse, but it was really just a mental collapse right then and there, because it was definitely not the play. So big credit goes out to Hong Kong Attitude for finding that play that was given to them and running away with the game at the very end. So a crucial win there, and also a crucial loss for Mega Bank Beyond Gaming if they want to ensure themselves one of the top 2 seeds.
Okay, I just want to throw this one out here. A bit of a prediction to test out if you are a Hong Kong Attitude fan or not, but are they making playoffs?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, there we go.
It's so
That's
hard
all we
for
need to know about this game.
It's so
I'm
hard
sorry,
for them
Liab
to fall
fans.
out of playoffs, Clement.
Yeah, it will be very, very difficult after this loss. And like we mentioned, they do still have a game against Alpha Esports. So this is a massive win here. They could take them to 6, and that means they could sneak into the 6th place position in the PCS, which means that they don't have to start from the lower bracket. So every win really counts here. We're going to be keeping close eye on what happens still across today's games. But first, we're going to be looking at the damage charts here. And this is something that I do want to ask you about, which I felt like this game, Liang had such a massive lead. He had 3 3v1s against Rock early on, but at the end, they didn't manage to actually split push Hong Kong Attitude to death here. What went wrong there?
Yeah, it really just came down to the fact that while they were trying to enforce those leads on that side, a couple of those earlier fights where all of a sudden the rest of the team started falling apart, then you're kind of very timid at being caught out, because if you do get caught out, then the rest of the team feels very, very doomed because of how much of the gold lead was on the Jace. So you could definitely feel feel the pressure mounting for Liang personally, and especially just on that final play. Again, it comes down to the final play, but if you're not under that kind of stress and pressure, you probably don't make that aggressive of a cut there on the map.
Yeah, I definitely think Mega Big Beyond Gaming still have a little bit more to learn in the 1-3-1. This is something we did talk about. In Spring Split, they were mainly a pick-oriented team that played around a lot of Kaisas. They were much more about collapsing. But they didn't actually play the split push game that much. They were much more, I would say, they're much more tempo-based in terms of how they handled their mid to late games. And I think that's definitely going to be a growing pain still. Also, I feel like, getting 2100 damage on Death Charge Nautilus with Ignite. A pretty rough game coming out from Daddy Kino right there. But, of course, a big kudos to Kongria finally showing up here. A great game for him. 15 KDA across the board, and a great carry performance with him on this Viego. I think this is the best condition for Hong Kong Attitude, when you have Kongria on a carry like the Diana, like the Viego, that can make great plays later in the team fights.
Yeah, and this was the weird game from Kongria, to be fair, though, because if you watch the early game, watch the mid game, he didn't get to do anything. He wasn't super active on the map. He wasn't trying to gank lanes. He was trying to put out a lot of fires and trying to make sure he could actually find part of the jungle that he could farm. For the most part, Megabank Beyond Gaming did a fantastic job at limiting Kongria's impact. It was just that one dive, they were able to get a bunch of gold onto Kongria. Yes, it didn't go into Rock's hands, which doomed him for pretty much the rest of the game. But you get into your one win condition on the team, and he was able to carry them over the line.
Yeah, you can't keep a man down for so long. Legends will rise, which is our tagline in the PCS, by the way, if you guys didn't know that. But that's going to be all for our first game here between Hong Kong Attitude and Megabank Beyond Gaming. Don't go anywhere as PSG continue to strive for their flawless split against Boom Esports.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
A lot of attention being focused on him. Speaking of, K-Babe is actually here. And they found Koala. There's the stun off. Do they have enough to go for the dive, though? Mega Inferno Bomb and even the teleport coming through. Looking for the Stormbringer. K-Babe on top of Atlan, looking for it. Cannot find the kill as the stun lock comes in. And now Gemini into the backline he goes. followed up by Lee Kai. Vanguard's edge, and Lee Kai just opens up as they shred through Alpha Esports. Only 3Z remaining. The triple kill coming in for the Aurelia. Lee Kai wants to make it a quadra, and he can't quite do it. It's stolen away by Scumbag V. I think they'll be able to do it at this point. J-Team just got into a rhythm. Very comfortable one for themselves. Last ditch effort by Arachi going in. Look at the kickback on Rest, just deleting the backline. This
it's 1 for 1.
Is an absolute monster. Ozzy comes in on the teleport backline, but he's got no team left.
They don't have the damage at this point. Machi are dealing far more. And Eminem walking into
no.
Gemini.
Oh no! That was a terrible flash cone.
Very questionable on that one. Jimin's also holding Hong Kong attitude to this tower here. I don't think they can make the retreat. Here comes the kills.
Oh, big one. This time it is going to be enough as Gemini goes golden before the tower can target him. Shelly even hops before the fight even happens. Collier can't even clean up Gemini, and it is all Machi.
Impunity get their way. I think they're going to run away with this game, and frankly, I do favor their draft just a little bit. On Boom Esports side, we have a bit of shenanigans coming in. The Ruby mid lane Ezreal has only been played once before.
Okay, he's got a shift and a flash, and that was epic! Not enough to escape as Epic gets the first blood. You know?
I'm down.
Yeah, let's do it. If this whole casting thing doesn't work out, we'll just start a financial institution, all right? All right, fight is on for the Boom Esports, looking for more, and the pull-in from Alex is huge. That's the fight they're looking for. Wako opens out.
Watch Leon though.
Leon gaming around the backline. In comes Leon, but the damage follow-up is not there
Wako's so
anymore.
alive though.
As
Wako's
the
so
double kill
alive.
comes in for Wako, and Foul trying. Oh, I don't believe it. Can he go for it? The quadra. All he needs is one more party going over to get himself the pentakill.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pacific Championship Series, where PSG stand tall among the rest of the teams. 15 wins already, now looking to continue on going on to the flawless split, which hasn't happened before. Before we get into the matchup, though, a big thank you to our sponsors, CTBC Bank, China Airlines, Chunghwa Telecom, and of course, our newest addition to the lineup right here, Caliber. Thank you for all of your support in making the PCS possible. Now, heading back onto this one, we've got Boom Esports as a challenger going up here against PSG. If they win this, they will actually get a win that is not replicable by J-Team, by Monty, or by Megabank Beyond Gaming. So none of these teams will be able to surpass them in that column, and that will give them a very strong advantage to try and hang on to this second place. You can't really overtake PSG at this point, but you definitely can still play for seconds here. So
yeah, it's going to take a bit
game, and a game that I think that. Oh, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, it's going to take a bit of a miracle for PSG to actually drop down into a tiebreak situation, as they would have to drop the rest of their games for the split, and someone would have to win out all the way. But just going into this particular matchup, this was the match that almost went to 50 minutes, and it took an unreal heroic effort, Ultra Instinct unified here to actually carry them over the line. He had to steal a Baron, he had to steal a Dragon to slow this game down for them to finally make that triple teleport call around Baron into that bottom lane to then go ahead and back or front door the Nexus.
It was such a crazy game, and honestly a game that I felt Boom Esports should have been able to take down if they just got a little bit more luck with the smites. But we're going to be taking a look at the excuse me, at the roster right now. It is going to be Holo starting over Alex today. I think a huge part of their win last time was just how well their lanes actually were.
Yeah, that time around, it really was a lot on Holo being able to just go ahead and be super aggressive, slow down River, and then also just attack the lanes over and over again. And they were able to get a very large lead, unfortunately. Again, unable to cash in all the way, but they made a very, very good run at it, and they're going to try and finish off that run today.
Out of any team left in the PCS, I actually think Boom Esports have the best chance at taking out PSG. If there's one hurdle, this is going to be it. This is going to be the one game. If PSG are going to drop, I think it's going to be right here. So you guys, you have to tune in. You have to watch this one all the way through to find out if PSG can just clinch that perfect split for them. Same roster as always. Hanabi in the top side, River Jungle, Maple in the mid, Unified, and Kaiwing in the bottom side.
Yeah, and, not a whole lot to say about the roster members. They've been performing fairly lights out here, a couple of blips, but I would say it's been mostly a team effort as why those blips happened. And it's taken individual efforts to yank themselves out of those team deficits. It was Unified in one game. It was also Maple in one of their previous games, I believe against Berjaya. It was either against Berjaya or Impunity, where Maple had to go absolutely nuclear on the LeBlanc to pull them over that game. And the matchup breakdown is going to be Hanabi and Rocky. Last time around, Hanabi was actually caught out of position, falling into some of his international woes at the regional stage.
Yeah, we did also see him having a pretty rough laning phase against Rocky. So this is one of those matchups where I think a lot of the early game will depend upon, as we have seen just, I feel like Hanabi has been running into a little bit more trouble recently, just not showing up as good in lane as the first couple of weeks. Meanwhile, Rocky still on the up and up though. Hanabi eclipses him in the solo kills. We have to give him that. Both of these guys love the Gwen, love to go for backline dives, and share a very similar champion pool here. Talking about some of the champions here, do you think we're going to see anything like the Kennen or maybe the Mordekaiser show up between these guys?
Please don't talk about the Kennen. Yes,
I can
Kennen
tell
got
that you are
buffed,
not a
but,
fan.
But PCS Kennen has not been it. Let's just put it that way. It's been very, very ineffective. And for the most part, a lot of these teams are very, I would say, honest teams. They don't come in with a lot of flank angles. The only team that really attacks the flanks well, I would say, is PSG. A lot of these teams are just a little bit too honorable, you know? They look at you in the eye and they just say, all right, we're going to engage now.
There isn't a lot of trickery. I think I have to agree with you on that point. Even with a team like PSG, they're not really that subtle. They're a brute force team that overloads one side of the map. It's not really like finding odd angles into the team fight. They just show up in numbers behind your tower and you're dead. That's kind of it. So we'll see if some of the 11.15 champions do sneak into the draft. But so far we have very standard bans against River. Wonder if they're going to take out his Nidalee, which is another one that was also buffed on this patch. In the meantime, PSG going for the very standard bans. Whenever I see these bans, I kind of think of J-Team, but they do work against Boom Esports as well. And I'm actually kind of humored by the fact that they're banning Ziggs themselves.
I mean, Ziggs, I think a lot of the top teams especially are really realizing how much power that champion has, as it just allows you to neutralize the lane, and come late game, you're just so damn oppressive. AD carries just don't ever get to play the game against you because of how much range you have with the Mega Inferno Bomb. And they're going to top it off with Ezreal ban as well. So 3 bot lane champions removed, 2 junglers removed, and a mid laner. It does mean that Diana is going to rise in popularity or priority here and will be that first locked in pick.
And no one's surprised, Renekton is going to be on PSG's side. I think they're the most consistent team in just picking Renekton whenever it's open. Like, they play it in multiple lanes, it's very strong early game, it's very strong weak side, it fits PSG and what they want to do down to a T. So honestly, no surprises here. The second pick is, I think, the much more interesting one to decipher here. Gwen is still up, we still have Nidalee up, which is something they've ran.
And Viego.
And you also have Thresh, and yeah, of course, Viego's still up here. What would you like to see here?
I would
probably not this.
I would assume it's not going to be the Nunu, and rather, okay, they're going to lock in the Renekton Nidalee combination. I thought they would go for something like the Viego here, but opting to lock in that AP jungler on this rotation does give away a little bit of the game plan, but we've seen them still move the Renekton into the mid lane for Maple when they've had a Nidalee. So just having the Renekton Nidalee does not mean the Crocodile's going into that top lane.
They're definitely going to make life difficult for one of these solo laners wherever Renekton is going to go. We have seen that combo many times before in League of Legends history. Just Ruthless Predator stun into Spear onto the face, and you're pretty much dead after execution. So we'll keep check on where that one is going. Boom Esports going to drop themselves a very safe lanes in the bottom side and the mid in the Victor and the Varus combination. It looks very dangerous for Boom Esports right now. There's not a lot of early aggression that can actually keep this Diana alive if PSG get rolling in. It looks like PSG is about to all in on an early game strat, locking in that Kalista as well. Full tempo coming out on the red side.
Yeah, and this is one of the issues you come across when you do first pick a Diana pick, right? You leave yourself to get answered very aggressively, and that's the answer that PSG have come to, is you just go pretty much full early game. You have the Renekton, you have the Nidalee, and then you also have the Kalista. And on the flip side, you mentioned it, the Varus, Victor, these are all champions that want to scale up. So in this early phase of the game, they're not necessarily going to be super lane dominant to offer that lane priority to then rotate to support this Diana if she does get collapsed upon. So a lot of concerns from this first half of the draft. I need to see a lot of defensive capabilities coming out from these next 2 picks to really allow Boom to actually get into this game.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Early picks that can actually bounce some pressure back. I don't think against a team with the caliber of PSG's talent that you can go for a full late game and just expect to be magically given away post 30 minutes. The average game time for PSG is 28 minutes. So it's I don't think it's a feasible plan to really bank on the fact that you're going to go to late game. It's possible against, I think, some of the lower tier teams in the PCS, but definitely not against PSG. PSG, they're still looking at a support and a solo laner to go into here. I definitely expect something very aggressive to come out here. Leono's still up. Probably the go-to for Kai Wing. This game plan doesn't look like it's going to be about global, so he's not going to go for the Bard. He's going to go for much more standard picks here. I'm not sure Akshan is actually open on 11.15. We know it's going to be banned all the way to Worlds.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We're not going to follow the LCO thing because sometimes in the minor regions you actually get picks that aren't allowed in major regions, which I think is kind of weird. But yeah, just making a confirmation on that, we will not see Akshan until probably 2022.
Yeah, and it will be the Rel locked in here for Boom. Again, it's a champ that scales relatively all right, but in the early game doesn't have the battle stats to necessarily back her up. So will be locked in. It's going to be combined with the Wukong, which I think has some pretty good synergies with this composition. But again, I don't necessarily think that the Wukong pick by itself is going to be able to prop up the rest of this draft coming in from Boom Esports. And it feels like Boom Esports, they're a little bit too reliant on the fact that their average game time is the longest in the league at 35 minutes. But I would say that's in part to what they end up fumbling towards the mid and late game rather than the other team dragging things out.
Really fun champion coming up here. We do have Mordekaiser now back into the meta. We did see Ozzy pick this one earlier, and with the Indestructible adding a 15% post mitigation damage, that was quite a big buff to him, and he already builds Conqueror, so he's going to heal back a lot of damage that he actually deals here. Very difficult to take down early game, and I do think he has actually a bit of a lead here inside the top as well. So PSG, honestly, this is such a disgusting red side draft. It's a very much low to the ground, early or bust game plan, but if you're PSG, I think it's a pretty safe game plan for you to have.
Yeah, and of course, one of those drawbacks that we've seen from Boom Esports is that rotational gameplay is not their strong suit. They are a little bit lacking when it comes to getting to objectives first, setting up vision and whatnot, and that's definitely in PSG's wheelhouse. They're very offensive when it comes to playmaking, and then when you just have this lineup in general, like even the lane setups aren't that bad either. Like the Renekton isn't going to struggle a whole lot in this mid lane, and in this top side, this was one of those counter picks to the Wukong when Wukong was very popular in the top side, and now that this Mordekaiser has also been buffed on this patch, it's a very good answer still.
Yeah, I can see the laning phase just being brutal for Boom Esports. However, looking at their comp, they do have a lot of area of effect abilities that also stack crowd control and stack a lot of damage. Moonfall, Cyclone, Chaos Storm, Chains of Corruptions, and Magnet Storm. That sounds pretty disgusting if they manage to string everything together. So we'll pay close attention to those Drake fights. See if Boom Esports can get themselves into good 5v5 positions. But for now, it should be about enduring the PSG laning phase. We are going to have Maple with this Renekton, which is what we saw in week 4 as well. Going to come in with the Dorn's Shield. Melee versus range matchup. A little bit difficult here. And River, I like this. Going straight for the Dark Harvest.
Yeah, Dark Harvest in Italy definitely a lot greedier when it comes to starts. Electrocute's more reliant or reliable here in this instance, but it does show that he wants to get super aggressive when it comes to trying to pressure these lanes, trying to get into Hollow's side of the map. And you outlined one of the big things here for this squad for Boom Esports. Chaos Storm, Magnet Storm, that could lead to the perfect storm in some of these team fights.
For sure. They're also probably bringing a lot of Gathering Storms. This is one of those games I don't think you expect to come out early game whatsoever. Looking at the builds right here, we have River starting with the Q, and he is going to get the leash, so I think it makes perfect sense here. If you're going to go for get a leash, and you probably don't need to stack up as many traps to get things going here. In the meantime, we will have another leash coming out on the bottom side, so both bottom sides getting leash for their junglers, which does mean that River and Holo could potentially meet each other in the top side. We'll pay close attention to that. It definitely favors the Nidalee early on. And talking about the Nidalee pick in general, she did get a pretty huge buff right now. 10 extra HP per level, and also 45 extra starting HP just at level 1. So she's a lot tankier. She can survive burst damage when it comes down to 2v2 skirmishes. And I think it helps her team fighting quite a bit as well. Just getting almost 200, close to 300 extra HP in the late game definitely helps you get a couple more rotations off.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's such a nice buff overall. It lets you fight earlier, and it also, if you're able to snowball leads, just makes you so much more tankier in those mid-game team fights. Having that extra bit of HP, especially the more levels advantage that you're able to generate between junglers. As River, of course, he's going to go aggressive. He's searching for a spear opportunity, and although he's already dipped out, just backing off of that Gromp, knowing after seeing him on that ward.
Yeah, nice pathing from Holo. Does get his blue buff first. Knows he has to give something away to River. He's going to decide to give over the Gromp instead of his actual buff. And we are going to have Holo actually head towards the bottom side just to make sure he can at least split one of these scuttles. He will run into Maple, though. Let's see if he's actually able to clear this one up, as PSG members are roaming top, trying to cut Holo off. There is a bit of a chance for a 3v2 early on, as we have the crash down landing onto 2. Unified already goes down for first blood. Maple is incoming, and Hanabi is here as well. Can they actually find a trade back? We do have Ruby in the meantime having to burn his. Flash Pop will fall down. It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade coming in here. PSG expending an extra TP, but they do make it up with the flash burn in mid lane as well. We're going to watch that play again. Unified going a little bit too close to the sun right here, and does just get absolutely bursted down.
Yeah, and the mistake there coming in from Unified was the fact that he ends up casting Cleanse right when the knockup comes in from the Ferromancy crash down. So unfortunately unable to get out of that situation, to use the flash to save his life, and ends up losing pretty much everything there. Still has the flash up, but again, they had to reinvest a teleport to salvage that play, and it's really just going to come down to, well, River was able to double scuttle because of that fight. Now they're going to have to snowball around that extra EXP gold lead generated for this Nidalee pick.
Yeah, I do expect PSG to still rapidly catch up in terms of the gold, but that did give a really big break to Rocky. Not having to spend his TP, getting ahead in the CS, definitely helps right there. Unfortunately for him, the kill went over to Hanabi, so okay, maybe not as big of an advantage as I thought it was. But overall, it really is about River continuing his lead over this Diana. He's going to have a 1-level lead so far, and going to get a little bit of help into his top laner, as we see Hanabi now very comfortable just walking up here.
Very, very comfortable, and also knowing that, hey, my jungler wants to go aggressive once again. We'll see if he's able to get the steal on to dodge there.
Really
still level 4
by Holo. Yeah, he does have the flash still, but has to dodge out on this next spear. Makes the Merc Wolves take it for him, and River is going to back out for now with
Battle for Wolves.
with the Dark Harvest. That was actually really close. I felt like if he smited it, there was a chance that the spear would just hit him, but good thing for him, the Merc Wolves were still there. Now Maple staring down Ruby, who lost his flash earlier on. This could be a straight-up dive. Holo is outside of vision, but can they help the mid laner? He still goes down, and Maple gets out with the Dominus. Still 200 HP. And this is what we were talking about PSG. They're not exactly subtle, but they're very good at detecting which situations they can brute force.
Yeah, exactly. They're pretty honest with their decision making as well. You definitely see it coming straight on right there. Holo knows it, but they just have too much damage at this point in the game that even with Holo there, it doesn't matter. They get themselves at the kill. They're also able to walk out, and Ruby denied EXP and gold from the tower, in addition to everything that went wrong in that dive.
Yeah, that was that really was a continuation of the play earlier on. We saw off screen that Ruby actually lost his flash to presumably River just tagging him with a Nidalee spear, and now that he's this far behind, we are seeing Maple reaping the benefits here and just walking into the enemy jungle, forcing out the smites. PSG surprisingly did not actually start the Drake. They did have an open path to that one, but looks like River actually decided to just continue to scale up and farm rather than go for the objective.
It's just trying to continue to accelerate himself here, just maintaining crab control non-stop. I don't think the side of Boom Esports have gotten themselves a crab at all yet, which means that that's just so much EXP and gold denied from the squad at the moment, and they're gonna continue to try and hunt for these kills, whether it's in this mid lane or in that top side. Of course, the Mordekaiser you kind of just want to let sit, as he just has so much 1v2 potential as a champion, and you're going to try and focus your attention on this mid and bottom lane instead. And it's about time that we do see a bottom lane play, because as things stand, Wako's doing pretty well for himself, and he is going to outscale this Kalista.
Well, we have Hanabi now getting into a scuffle against Rocky, takes him into the death realm. Rocky going down to less than 200 HP. River just coming in for the assist and gets the kill on the back end. So perfect allocation of gold right there. You get more gold with the assist. Holo gets tagged down, and Ruby says, I don't really want a piece of this. I'm getting out of here. The full team's rotating now for the top side, and Boom Esports just don't have a signal.
Yeah, this is a necessary play coming in from PSG, because again, like, this is a composition that has to stay up tempo. They have to continue forcing these objective fights. And for Boom Esports, they also recognize that right now, we can't do a whole lot with a tier Lucidity Boots Victor. It's just not possible. There's no damage coming out from this champion quite yet. They need to continue to actually wait for that first item, and Hanabi, he's really taking it to Rocky this time around. He's saying, hey, last time you might have gotten me in the solo lane, but this time around I'm truly going to showcase why I have more solo kills than you do.
Good trade back on the side of Boom Esports. They do find at least the objective, but Holo might be in big trouble here as he goes down to the solo kill. River takes him with one combo, and down goes Ruby for the double. Oh, River getting 3-0-1 and also taking the entire bottom side of the map away from Holo on the back end. That's a scary kitty cat if I've ever seen one.
Oh my lord, River just absolutely obliterates both Holo and Ruby there, and just also showcases why they shouldn't be fighting, because again, Ruby, Lucidity Boots tier, those are items that do absolutely no work in these fights, and you saw he blew his entire cooldown set, and it got River maybe half HP. It was not even close, that fight, and now PSG, they're out to 4,000 gold lead, even though they only have a 4-kill advantage.
Maple going in, pops a Dominus early, and he will
got
get the
backup.
2v2 as Kaiwing is coming too. Wako, even though he has a flash, he doesn't feel like he's getting out of this one. Maybe! Oh, one auto attack away from taking away the kill. Pop does find some revenge. If Hanabi is here for the cleanup, I'm sorry. Unicorns are magical creatures, but unfortunately in the death realm, they die all the same. And down he goes. Hanabi picking up another easy kill. This game starting to snowball out of control here.
Yeah, it really is. Maple, he just hides in the bush. Knows, again, like, it's not really about, hey, I'm gonna die on the sideline. It's more about, well, we just have to continue to force plays regardless of the cost here. And yes, he ends up trading his life. So for Wako, it's worth to a certain degree, but you force out these summoners, it means that for the next dragon fight, they're all the more vulnerable, and you also limit the playmaking potential coming in from Pop to get that godly 1v5 combination coming in from the Rel.
Oh, and in the replay, we saw Holo once again chased down by Unified. Face Called wasn't even used there, it was just Kaiwing with the Solar Flare able to pick him out. Didn't have his summoners from the previous skirmish, and I feel like at this point he must wish that he has never visited Earth. It's just not a very friendly planet. Maybe she should go back. He should go back to the moon, where the Lunarius do come from. Very unfortunate for him.
That was definitely a tragic play, and it really just comes down to the fact that now PSG, they own all the priority on the map. Hollow doesn't get to walk into his jungle to just casually take a camp. He has to be aware that anyone could be hovering over a wall unless if he has some defensive vision set up. And now even River trying to challenge this buff has its 2-level advantage still.
Really good play from Holo. Actually catches out River when he was by himself. So does get the flash out for him. Then that could be something better to come. So we have Boom Esports. I'm not sure how much they want to take this against Hanabi. Death Realm is almost up, so Hanabi just trying to walk that cooldown down.
So
Pop is going to go in. Hanabi flashes in. Still doesn't have the Death Realm. Just about walks out. And it will be a flash for Fash, so another decent trade for Boom Esports. But
what do you know? It's a dive.
Let's see how Rocky is going to get out of this one. Pops the Cyclone. Ignite goes down, and he does fall down for sure. Boom Esports, on the other hand, their option is to dive Hanabi with Death Realm. Not so sure about this one. He does go in. Holo tries to take the 1v1
You don't win that, buddy.
and instantly regrets it. Yeah, not sure about that one.
Yeah, it was one of those situations where, okay, Ruby's now possibly dead as well as Maple's coming in teleport. He has flash. Okay.
He's going to walk away with the phase rush.
Yeah, does get out after expending his summoner and also getting that phase rush proc, but back to going to that dive topside. This is just yet another play that PSG, they can pull off with their composition. And because on the other half of the map you have a Mordekaiser, the side of Boom, they can't answer back with that same play because of just the difference in champion kits. Now, yeah, well, there's not much of a replay here. It's a 2-level difference. It's a Mordekaiser that presses R.
Yeah, there
what can you say?
really isn't. The second half of the Moonfall doesn't even hit, so very sad indeed. Very, very sad indeed. And honestly, I don't even feel like it's any player's fault from Boom Esports. It's just the fact that this comp is so reliant on scaling and one-punch combos and Drake fights that against PSG it's just way too easy. You win every lane, you have a superior jungle matchup, and that's kind of the cardinal sin of drafting, is you cannot draft a comp that loses every single point on the map early on. Like, it doesn't matter if the enemy team doesn't scale, it doesn't matter if they don't have team fights, they're gonna win regardless.
Yeah. It just comes down to the fact that, yes, you do scale better than PSG, but unfortunately, you have no way of actually getting to that scaling point. At least the positive part is that it is a relatively slow dragon stacking here because of the fact that Boom were able to get that first one, and the second dragon, while it did go into the hands of PSG, did fall at around 15 minutes. So we're still looking at a 30-minute-ish Dragon Soul, which if it comes to a Dragon Soul fight, you would expect Boom to have the items to take a team fight at that point. But again, like, that means you're probably looking at trying to get through 2 Baron buffs on the side of PSG, and PSG, they don't let you see that many Baron buffs before the game's over.
And this is one of those drafts where I want to tell our viewers, because we have so many LS fanboys and they talk about sinners and whatnot. If your entire team is composed of sinners and you're all sodomites, then it actually works out. You know, like, if you go through one extreme, then you come out on the other hand being better. And this is just one of those drafts that happen. You know, we've seen this throughout League of Legends history again and again. You cannot draft 3 losing lanes and a losing jungle and think about the late game. That's just, you have to mix and match. So I really feel like if Boom Esports wanted to go for a Diana-focused draft, they should have at least taken away Renekton on the first pick here. I feel like giving the Renekton to PSG is just, you know, it's coming. Like, everyone knows it's coming. It's just way too much leeway.
I think the big mistake was just first picking the Diana, right? If you really wanted to go Diana, you would go for it on your next rotation of picks, but you just want to give a little bit of open-endedness, at least, for that that first rotation for PSG. And it just made things way too easy for them to adjust their strategy, if they were even considering adjusting their strategy here. And now Boom Esports, like, you've already fallen into pretty much a 10k gold deficit at just 18 minutes. Like, there's not even a 10 kill difference on the scoreboard, and yet they're this far behind. It's going to be a very difficult battle to just force it. At this point, you can't even make picks because of how little damage you do have on your squad.
True. We have seen Diana be able to kill solo laners just one level down. That's how powerful her entire kit, especially with the Rocket Belt, is. But unfortunately, this time around, it's the solo laners are way too far ahead. They're really, really tanky. They can't be taken out. You don't have burst damage. And throughout this entire game, we actually have not seen Boom Esports actually even together. Like, we have not seen 3 Boom Esports members together on the same screen, because they have to deal with waves. They're always getting pushed across the map. So maybe they still have a chance to make it happen, but they will have to give up side lane pressure for it. They will have to give up towers. They have to give up waves to make that sort of thing happen.
Yeah, and at the very least, like, when you look at all the items here completed for Boom Esports, they have their mythics completed, which is a good start. Unfortunately, they're very far behind when it comes to the rest of it, but Wako, he could be that really key pivot point to make a fight happen, but Ruby, he could run into some issue. At least he is sort of online as a champion, does have that mythic completed, and now cooldowns are going to come in a lot easier, that he is able to kite things out against Maple in the 1v1. It's just a matter of, well, if PSG ever bring another champion down, then it becomes a lot hairier.
Yeah, you could tell that, honestly, Maple was just fishing for flashes right there. He had his Randuins. He had his Gourd Drinker. He didn't pop any of it. It's just like, I'll save it for the team fight. It's fine. Drake's coming up, 16 seconds. PSG do have full control. They almost land skill shots onto Pop, but very good dodging coming out from Norel. Actually able to get away with that. That's color me impressed. He was right around the corner facing death, but does able to get out just fine. Boom Esports will likely still lose this Drake, but they don't lose any members at this point. I guess it's okay.
Yeah, for Boom Esports, like, this dragon for them is pretty inconsequential. You're not going to go challenge because of the fact that all you have to do is press tab and just compare the item differential, and you immediately know if you try and take this fight, the game could very well just be over. You want to try and at least get to that second item break point on everyone, and hopefully within 10 minutes, you're able to do so. But again, like PSG, now they're going to be turning their attention to threatening Baron. And Baron's going to be the real big issue, because once you get Baron, you're going to be able to start crashing Baron minion waves. And given how much damage has already been put down onto these tier 2 towers, and the fact that they don't have a tier 2 tower up top side, then you're looking at some of your base structures falling down way too early in the game.
Yeah, I do agree with you. PSG have a very fast Baron-taking team, and they also have the Death Realm to defend against potential enemy smites. Boom Esports are not going to be able to pull off a unified like PSG did in their previous matchup. So we do see the congregation coming in from PSG. Unfortunately, Holo not able to smite away the Scuttle. And wow, that was one spear. What the hell did I just... That's a death cap Nidalee. I guess it makes sense now. All right, good luck, boys. Yeah.
And now they've started out the Baron. This is to be expected here. They know they have control over the full map. And for the side of Boom, it almost feels do or die. They need to come up with some sort of answer, and it does look like they're just going to concede that objective. Yet another 1,500 gold going into their hands, and more importantly, it's going to give them the extra siege power to start taking down these tier 2 towers.
Oh, now we have the engage. Leona going in. Does land the Zenith Blade Solar Flare to finish. Bad teleport coming in from Boom Esports. Their members are not actually there as the tower goes down. It's going to be a first kill onto Rocky. Maple, on the other hand, continuing to open up onto Wako. We have, unfortunately, Ruby not able to get back into the fight. Takes the tower instead. It's a very unfortunate use of the TP right there. PSG get a free 5v4, get the kill, and all the towers down in the middle lane, walking away with a massive gold lead at this point, a 2-for-0 trade on their part.
Yet another explosion of gold coming in for PSG. We see the start of that fight. This is what you can do with that Kalista. Yes, she doesn't bring in the damage, but the amount of utility she gives to your engage supports, especially a support like Unified, just gives them that extra out once he starts tanking that turret to reset that turret aggro. And now they're going to start turning their attention to these side lanes as they are able to break that mid inhib. And it's about breaking this bot side with those structures and then rotating after that Baron expires to just claim that next Mountain Dragon. And with these Mountain Dragons starting to stack up, that just makes this team even more difficult to kill with that first one-punch style.
I do want to see Hanabi do a rest where he goes into the enemy base and tries to 1v4, because I think that would be a fair fight. 5v5, not so much. But Hanabi 1v4, I'm down for that. It's very unlike Hanabi to try something like that. I'll give him the R. I'll give him the R. If he's 1v4, you can use the R. I'm fine.
Then is it really a 1v4 then?
It's a 1v1 and then a 1v3, which, you know, it's still pretty fun to watch. But PSG, come on, entertain us. You know, I want a massive sweeping team fight where PSG somehow kill everyone in like 5 seconds flat. Or I want to see Hanabi do the rest.
Well, they're going to be splitting the map.
There we go, as the Zenith Blade goes in onto Holo. Pop goes in, but no one is there to follow him. Rocky uses the Cyclone on Unify, but just doesn't have enough damage. River, however, takes way too many tower shots, has to back out. Hanabi popped in with the double kill, and now Maple has found the backline. Unify finally does drop, and we have a double kill from Wako as he defends the base into a triple. River, the only one left alive on PSG's side, and we have the turnaround, ladies and gentlemen. Boom Esports are not going down without a fight.
Well, there was your moment of entertainment there, Clement, as PSG, they go a little bit too far there. We're going to see the replay as far as how it all happened, but it starts out, Flash comes in, they get the ult down, lands onto a priority member, and they end up taking just too many tower shots. River tanking tower. Hanabi taking tower, and eventually they're able to get chipped down little by Wako. Wako, the only member on their squad that is actually strong. And while they do have double mountain to mitigate a lot of the damage, in those extended situations, eventually Wako was able to find enough arrows to finish off these kills. But it will still be, of course, that second mountain going into the hands of PSG. More resistances coming through, and if you look, you have steel cap boots, you have the spirit visage, you have the force of nature, you have the Randuins. There's already so much resistances being stacked up in their regular items that there's going to be massive value coming in just from these two mountain dragons.
For sure, PSG are still in a very dominant position, but I'm just chuckling to myself at how sort of casually PSG took that fight. I counted at least 12 turret shots taken. So
again,
Hanabi actually went down to 500 HP from turret shots alone. I'm like, dude, just back up. Just come on. Just reset that. That was kind of silly from PSG, but congratulations for Boom Esports for holding on.
Yeah, Boom Esports, again, it's taking advantage of what's given to you, and they were gifted that team fight, and they accepted it with both hands there. No question about it. And now they're going to reapply the pressure, or at least attempt to. But remember, they don't have the Baron minions, so they really need to rely on River landing these spears, and that's one. But they need much more than just one spear landing.
I'm actually pretty sure one spear on Ruby or Wako probably does the trick at this point. As we have
there it is,
just coming out of nowhere,
the
getting
second
an easy
spear.
slide and kill. I don't even think Maple came over the wall. That was okay. That was surprising. He was able to get that one that easily. This is going to open up the base entirely, and now Boom Esports once again are missing their mid laner in action. Ruby has not been a factor in this base defenses that many times. Could be a critical mistake that just ends the game, as we have Rocky going in for a bit of damage. Really risky maneuver, but does want to clear out this minion wave. Fortunately for them, the supers have not yet arrived, and they will be able to hold on as PSG now turn their attention around towards Baron.
Yeah, it's just going to be PSG rotating back over for the Baron buff, looking to regain those extra Baron minions, truly finish this game. Of course, its composition, barring a team fight, does need a Baron buff to actually finish the game because of how short range their composition is. You have a Callista, probably one of the shortest AD carries in the game, and now Hanabi, he just wants to make sure.
And Nabi's doing the rest. This is it. He gets the one solo kill here. Maple might have bit off a little bit more than he can chew. Is going to go in, but still fall down. Now the solar flare lands onto Wako. Wako's dead.
That's
2 kills for Nabi. Come on, though, Nabi. This is your day. I know you can bump up those solo kills. Get more. As he opens up onto Ruby. Does get the hook back and another kill. That's going to be a quadra. And no, scumbag! River, what were you doing?
It's okay. It was a double-double. He didn't actually get the kills fast enough, so it would have only been an unofficial penta, but PSG managed to go to 14 wins. I mean, it was really just a draft difference. There were no answers from this Boom draft to slow the game down. And yes, at 30 minutes, this was a composition that had insane scaling, but they never were given that opportunity to hit those breakpoints.
True, and it ended up just being a one-sided slaughter. I think we were both very worried that this was gonna be exactly what happened in the game itself. And I'll be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed that Boom Esports, they are known to be a very slow team, but come on, against PSG, you can't draft this way and think that everything's just gonna be okay. It was way too risky of a draft for my taste.
Yeah, and it was a stark difference to what they picked before, right? Because they went for the Volibear, they went for the LeBlanc pick last time around, and they were able to really take advantage of those early mid-game moments to go blow for blow against PSG. And this take, was just a little wild. As we see how the last fight came about, I mean, there's really not much to say about it, though. It was just Hollow going, hey, they're probably doing Baron, and I want my wolves in exchange. And then Hanabi was like, but I want you in exchange.
Yeah, get some good emoting coming out from PSG as Nabi does finish up a unofficial quad. I'm still gonna count that against River. River is a jungler that steals your kills, even though he probably did the majority of the damage on... I wouldn't be surprised if he did the most damage on the team, just based on those spears, chunking people down to half health every single time. And there you have it. You know, the best chance for PSG to be taken down, I think, is now over. I think PSG's remaining schedule actually is a bit of a cruise. So, unfortunately, here we're likely not gonna see anyone stand up to the monsters that are PSG.
So, what I'm hearing is you're gonna say it, PSG, perfect regular season. Is that what you're trying to insinuate here?
It does look that way to me. They have Berjaya, Impunity left. Yeah, I'm not super hopeful that those two teams will be able to take a win against PSG. I'd be very, very surprised. I would be absolutely delighted. You know,
he's trying to toss in the extra little bit
trust
of caster curse to spice things up.
Yeah, that's a secret sauce to everything. You know, it works like jalapenos or something. But hopefully, Impunity or Berjaya, you guys now have the mantle of keeping PSG down and making sure that they're not too inflated in the egos, as we like to call it. So, good luck.
Yeah, definitely good luck to them. Hey, if they're able to secure a win, that not only bolsters their chances of clinching that 6th seed, but what a story it would be to bring into the playoffs.
I actually really want Berjaya to be the one to take them down, because then we could actually have the Circle of Suck in the PCS. They also dropped the Liao, and that really is the missing link that chains up everyone together in the Circle of Life, or the Circle of Suck, depending on which way you want to go with that one. But we'll find out if anyone manages to take PSG down. Yeah, very close to taking number 1, but Hanabi with that quad probably did take it away at the end there. Very respectable damage coming out from Wako.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes a lot of sense because he was the only champion with range, right? With consistent range. Yes, the spears come out, but they don't come out nearly as quickly as the arrows from Varus, and his also do AoE damage.
True. So, I guess, well done by Wako. Pretty much a draft loss. I think both of us agree. And congratulations to Hanabi picking up another MVP. 9-1-3, completely unopposed. He's probably the Herald Advisor here. We've seen Ozzy pick it before him, but he is the first one on 11.15 to take this one out. I think we are going to see a lot more of this champion going forward.
Yeah, this champion's definitely very strong, and especially when you want to play away from top lane and you have a strong side duo like a Kalista lane, you want a champion that can absorb a lot of pressure, and that's exactly what Mordekaiser provides. So this champion coming back into meta, as long as it doesn't get hit again come Worlds, then, you know, it could be PSG's patch for international play. I'm ready.
All right, let's see. Maybe Hanabi's actually going to be a carry this time around. He did secure an MVP this game against Boom Esports. That's going to be it between the top teams trying to challenge PSG. Actually, all of them have already taken their shots. None of them have been able to do it. Now it's going to be on the underdogs of Berjaya and Impunity to take them down. Good luck, as we said. For our next game, we're going to have J-Team versus Megabank Beyond Gaming, so don't go anywhere.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue with our day with the third match, J-Team versus Megabank Beyond Gaming, match between our current third place and our fifth place team, trying to vie for, of course, the stakes are high, second place beyond PSG, that are now mathematically confirmed to be in sole possession of first seed. Before we get into the match any further though, a big thank you to our sponsors at CTBC Bank, China Airlines, Chunghwa Telecom, and our newest addition in Caliber. They make great products if you want to browse your Netflix or you want to watch YouTube on your TV. So check them out, please. Thank you all for making PCS possible. Now back into the matchup today. PSG has just, Beyond Gaming has actually just lost their first match of the day against Boom Esports, and J-Team are coming in pretty fresh right here to take them down a peg. Both are still in the hunt for that second place, even though that J-Team is down by 2 wins. They actually have an easier part of the schedule remaining and could still catch up.
This is a very important game for both squads. Of course, it's about how Megabank Beyond Gaming bounced back after a very disappointing game against Hong Kong Attitude. And for J-Team, it is about starting up that run to make a run for at least the 4th seed here, because there's still a difference in 4th and 5th seed. You do get side selection in that first upper bracket match. And it's just about trying to find that extra little bit of edge come postseason.
I do want to ask your opinion on this one. If you're Beyond Gaming and you came in the first match of the day with that 1-3-1 comp, which you're supposed to be familiar with, but you lose against Boom Esports, Hong Kong Attitude, would you swap out your compositions, go with a comp that's that's a little bit easier to execute, with a comp that you actually beat J-Team with last time? Or are you going to stick to your guns and just say, we're going to perfect this comp before we go into postseason?
I would definitely say that they would look to draft the similar style, just because, I mean, against J-Team, do you really want to just full pivot and go straight into the team fight composition that J-Team, they want to play scaling, they want to play team fight themselves? It just doesn't necessarily make a whole lot of sense here. And especially with Liang still playing up in that top side, you're going to stick to your guns more than likely.
Okay, I just want to ask you because they did take the full-on 5v5 last time around, and it was a pretty spectacular game where we saw Doggo being able to snipe out and kill Mission before he even joined the team fight with Varus against his Lucian. That was kind of the highlight of the previous matchup here. We'll find out if they still go for something similar, but as we have talked about, Megabank Beyond Gaming has had the better side of the matchup versus Taipei J-Team, which frankly has been the more veteran squad coming in to the season. It's one of the biggest storylines that, when we first started out in January, Taipei J-Team actually made these very bold statements saying that it's us and PSG. We're number 1 and number 2. And it did not end up even remotely close to that prediction. So unfortunately, I think we are a little bit disappointed, I would say, by Taipei J-Team not living up to their potential with all their roster swaps and their raw talent and experience, and their name pedigree being basically the legacy of TPA. But we'll see if they can, take down the newcomers of PEG in this one.
Yeah, and I think it really is just a bit of a statement game as well. Of course, with a more veteran squad, you expect them to step it up a notch when it comes to playoffs, to crunch time. And this is crunch time right now for them, as we are going to see this lane comparison, and it is going to be that top side. And Rest, last time around, well, he had that amazing escape on that Camille, flashing into that top bush and absolutely bamboozling Beyond Gaming, but they still took the loss.
True. It was, I think it was a bittersweet play. It got the best play of the week, but at the same time, J-Team still did not find a win against Megabank Beyond Gaming. And if we're tallying up all the results, they haven't found a single win against this team the entire split. So, you know, that's definitely not a position you want to be as the veteran squad coming into this one. Looking at the top lane matchup, this one's actually very interesting for me because they both are coming in with a lot of peculiar champions. We have the Tahm Kench, we have the Wukong on one side, and then you have the Gnar, the Kennen on the other. Actually, both of them played Kennen, and both of them lost, so probably stay away from the Kennen as you have advised us. But we are going to go into the draft phase. Megabank Beyond Gaming going to open this one off with the double bans against Mission. Very well deserved, as these two really are his best champions in the Syndra and the LeBlanc. On the other hand, J-Team going to go with the standard red side ban of the Thresh and the Xin Zhao.
Thresh versus Xin, definitely picks that you just take away from Megabank Beyond Gaming. And they're going to settle on a Renekton pick in the end. J-Team, of course, this Akshan hover, it's really just the hover. I have a
not
huge enabled
with how they clipped Akshan. Because he's supposed to be dangling and his head's supposed to be upside down, but they still, turned him around. And, I feel like that takes away from the goofy nature of the character and his goofy kit, but we'll talk about him later. I have a lot of complaints about Akshan, but whatever. As we go into the draft, it will be the Viego being locked up here. Great performances from Kongyu so far, and I feel like this is a bit of deja vu that J-Team are trying to throw Megabank Beyond Gaming's way.
Trying to send some PTSD, I suppose, but they follow up with the Philios pick. This is, of course, interesting given the fact that there isn't a Thresh available, but classic supports, I mean, for the most part, people are still very willing to take the Nautilus. They're willing to take the Leona with it, and they've also been willing to take the Galio with it as well in certain matchups, and it just provides that instead of peeling for the Aphelios and giving him a way out, it's more like, all right, well, I'm going to come in and clear the space around you. But we'll see if they take that support to pair up. As Megabank Beyond Gaming, they've locked in the Rumble, a pick we haven't seen a whole lot, but definitely very viable still, even with the nerfs to his kit. And then they pair it up with the Ashe. So looks like now that the Varus is gone, Doggo is permanently on Ashe duty.
It does seem to be the case. I will say that Beyond Gaming, it looks like they are shifting gears and changing tracks. They're going for a full Drake teamfight comp. This is not 1-3-1. They're saying, you know what? We lost against Hong Kong Attitude. I still can't believe it. I think half of my brain still isn't allowing me to say it. We lost to HKA earlier today. We're not going to go for it again. We need a change of the scenery. So they're just going to go for what I think is a great composition, but one that's rarely seen in the PCS. An actual Drake Wombo combo focused composition. I love this combo. We see it a lot in the LCK, unfortunately not enough in the PCS. I've been saying this for weeks. I finally get my dream come true. On the other hand, J-Team, it looks more like a 1-3-1 to them. This is much more standard. Stay back, don't do anything. You don't have to force anything. Just wait until you scale up. So I really like the bans that they're throwing out here. Early aggression, comps that can get you mid lane priority, just being taken off the table from J-Team's side.
Yeah, but on the flip side, for Megabank Beyond Gaming, they actually go ahead and ban away the Camille, which almost leads me to think that this Renekton is going into the mid lane, because I can't imagine you would go ahead ban away the Camille, even though Rest did have his moments on the Camille. But when it came to straight up team fights, he was honestly very, very underwhelming, as he just never had the team fight items. He built solo lane, and when he joined the team fight, surprise, surprise, those items don't translate well to a team fight. J-Team, they go ahead also ban away the Braum, which I think is a very important ban here, because again, Kino, he likes his disengaged supports here. So if you strip that away from him, then you're going to be given a lot of these opportunities where he kind of just YOLOs in and goes full ham straight into your team and gets picked off.
I'll be honest, I feel like the Nautilus is actually much more fitting to Beyond Gaming's composition, but because Kino had such a bad Nautilus game earlier on, they're just like, you know what, we're gonna let him have it. Let's see what happens. Interesting choice here. We actually have seen brand supports in the not brand support, brand 80 carries, or brand bot lanes, excuse me, in the LPL, but looks like that's just a hover, and it is going to be Nautilus. Usually Nautilus Rumble is a very old and great pairing. Never mind. As they go for the... I think Kino is much more comfortable on this pick, because if you are an Alistar and you go in, you don't get a perfect engage, you can usually still walk out. Not really the case for Nautilus.
Yeah. And that's the big thing, is that Nautilus has no way out after he goes in. Alistar gets the extra durability once he hits level 6. And this is all in onto that teamfight composition. Even Kino can't believe it. You see, he's just rubbing his eyes there. He's just like, wait, we're going full teamfight? Guys, I don't remember how to play this comp. But they have so much AoE control, area control, and also just AoE damage coming in from this composition with the Renekton, Rumble, and Gangplank. It's going to be pretty terrifying in the early stages of the game, and even later on, you do have the scaling power of that Gangplank, but we mentioned it, this comp will slow down, more so than over on the side of J-Team, even though they do have a champion like Gnar, which I don't like at all still, but, you know, rest can sometimes make it work.
I just want to tell you that Gnar is actually the 4th most picked top laner this patch, but
yeah,
you know, we can still have our very, very heavy and somewhat biased opinions that Gnar is not a great champion. I totally agree with you. I think Gnar is just, we have very rarely seen good Gnars coming out because of how often the fights are and how much time you actually need to be in perfect Narvar status and just waiting in a brush and losing minions somewhere else on the map. So it's not great. Not exactly our favorite pick. We have seen Rest just pivot towards this champion even when it was off meta. So he definitely knows what he's doing with it. Talking about the comps a little bit more, I got you. I just want to say, I got you this time. Beyond Gaming, they pivoted from what they picked earlier on. I knew this was going to happen. You know why? Because I have coaching experience, and when something fails horribly, I know it's usually not a great idea to keep your team on the same track. So I like that from Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. I'm glad that I get to say I told you so. Haha, nice star. Haha, take that. All right, that's the end of my rant. Please continue with the analysis and all the win conditions and everything.
I mean, it is a drastic change as far as playstyles go, right? Because this composition is all about once you hit level 6, you're just constantly pulling the trigger whenever you have those ult cooldowns up and available. And it's about forcing the 5v5. And over on the flip side for J-Team, they have very good scaling elements. And it's not that far out of the possibility of them being able to hit those scaling breakpoints because of how not necessarily unpunishing this jungle matchup is. Viego isn't going to run away with the game over a Rumble here, isn't going to destroy your side lanes as well before the Rumble gets level 6 as well. So both sides have their ways of scaling up here. Actually, I had that completely flipped up. I meant the Rumble doesn't destroy the Viego.
Yeah. Like, both sides can scale up, but, you know, I think we're definitely looking at more of an early game spin for Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, and on Taipei J-Team's side, there comes a point where their 5v5 is just so much better, they can walk over Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. They can actually just roll into them without a Felios and out damage the entire squad. So
yeah,
definitely more of a scaling component on Taipei J Team. I like when they have to, they can play for scaling. In my eyes, J Team is not great at engages, so they're usually better off with the scaling part. On the other side, Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, we have seen them actually just win versus J Team. On a very similar composition, on a Varus-focused composition that went early for the Drake. So we'll see if they can take good control of the bot side. We'll see if Kino has a bit of a rebound. Didn't have a great game one, we have to say. And sometimes it's just not your day. We'll see if it's not your match or not your entire day. As we take a look at the runes here. And, you know, anything to note there?
Not a whole lot there. Nothing too surprising. It is going to be, of course, the aftershock on the Alistar. We, for the most part, because of the phase rush changes, don't see the phase rush picked up by the champ anymore.
I like that so much, man. I'm so sad it's gone.
Yeah, but it makes a lot of sense why it falls out of favor, because again, it's more reliant on levels, and the one thing you don't ever get as a support is levels for the most part. So it's a harsh reality. Also, one of the big changes for Rumble is that he doesn't ever get to start W for level 1 because of the cooldown nerfs onto him. So he's going to need a leash, and that's exactly what happens. He gets a leash, and he'll be perfectly fine afterwards.
It's kind of sad that Rumble's no longer sort of this auto-farming frenzy champion that gets ahead in camps just by doing them. We have had multiple nerfs to this champion. Still going strong, but definitely not as good as before. And taking a look at the pathings, we are going to get opposite starts right here. So a bit more pressure on the bottom side against Ashe, which we do expect at times. Is a very easy champion to gank. And then on the flip side, we are going to get Rumble heading towards the top lane and potentially getting a dive in. It's possible if you're able to. Man, I love they actually have like a sort of Trae Young emote added to the game. That's amazing.
Yeah,
like
I'm all about
Trae
that.
Young,
Dude, I'm all about the Rest getting more ways to express himself against top laners.
It's not Trae Young. What am I talking about? Sorry, I got my NBA players messed up. My bad.
Well, continuing on.
I will go get my references corrected.
Yeah. In the meantime, both of these junglers just continue full clear. We shouldn't see too much action out of those players, to be fair. They're going to be looking to hit their level spikes before actually engaging, which means that this Scuttle Crab should be relatively tame situation, although, you know, Beyond Gaming, they do peek in and say hello, but in the end, it's just a ward plop down, and what do you know? Nothing's happening for the first couple minutes. So, what do you want to talk about, Clement? Have you figured out the NBA
Which
player?
NBA player it is? Oh, man, I'm not even sure they're still playing. I'll figure it out in the break. It's gonna take a lot of clicking around, and you know, I think chat's probably laughing at me already. I feel bad about myself. I'm ashamed. But in the meantime, we do see Doggo coming out with the call. So, kind of an interesting cheetah recall here, as he does get the wave pushed in, comes back, a little bit more combat stats, and you know, I really like this Ashe pick, but for some reason we've seen 3 losses on it already and 0 wins. So if Doggo makes it work today, he will have broken the curse. If not, we have to pay close attention to if Ashe is just not a suitable champion for the PCS for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a couple of champions that have had weird win rates early on, like the LeBlanc, I believe, was really bad at the start of the split, and slowly gained a little bit more traction as teams were able to get a little bit more practice and figure her out. So I would expect similar things to the Ashe, as mission could be under threat. Husha is only level 4 though. Oh,
Akshan gonna fall down to the first blood. Very easy takedown right there, even with the flash, unable to get away.
yeah, so they still are able to cash in on that first blood, but it does require double flashes to be burned, and now Woody trying to stop a back is going to be successful in that regard. However, Mission doesn't have the teleport available. Actually, that second stop, massive from Hana, because it now allows Mission to just fast crash that wave in that mid lane and hopefully deny a little bit for Malan.
Yeah, we are going to see a good bounce back here after the first blood going over. Going forward, though, we are getting to the point where I feel like Beyond Gaming is going to take their composition for a test drive here. They are a Drake-focused team, and because of how their abilities chain together, I feel like you can play super aggressively in this setup. If the enemy team walks into River, you just cannon barrage them, and you chase up with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so it's very easy to punish. In the meantime, Kino is going to get into a scuffle versus Hana. I don't think Hana wants to be here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you.
Well, yeah, that was a pretty obvious call, to be honest, and it was unfortunate that Husha was in the vicinity of that play too. I will say on the bright side, this means that J-Team won't give over a massive team fight. Guys?
What's going on? Love it?
That works, I guess.
Oh. Well, they hit level 6 on the jungler, so I suppose this is where you start looking for plays, but that wasn't exactly the play I was looking to see there, as it's a bit of an overforce. We're going to see the replay.
Yeah.
Mission doing a good job at churning out damage, and Maoen just tries to get a little bit tricky here. Gets in, gets the dash, gets the stun, follows up with the Gangplank ult, but didn't have the cooldown on Q fast enough, which means that Kino has to be the one to finish the job.
I feel like Liam kind of baited him into that one. It's like, bro, I already used my cannon barrage. Why aren't you going in? Unfortunately, the timing was a little bit off, and I think very detrimental to Beyond Gaming. They don't actually get the Drake stack. Like, they had an open chance for it, but yeah, it was not really worth it in terms of tempo.
Yeah, and more importantly, Maan just further slowed down here, as he is already 10 CS behind. Of course, he has to get tier 2 boots because of the range difference in this matchup, and also Merktread's helping him a lot in actually being able to get onto a champion like Ryze. But, I mean, as far as items go, like, he's not quite there for that first Drake fight, and is very reliant on those just base stats coming in from that level 6 ult. So J-Team, if given the opportunity, just a couple minutes more, they could be in a position to actually think about contesting, not full on 5v5, but perhaps getting a pick on the side.
Okay, we do have Megabank Beyond Gaming finally starting this one up. They are going to go for the Herald instead of the Drake stack. J-Team
Everyone's
in
here.
position, though. Rust in a very good spot, although he does not have a Mega Narbar. We have a flash in from Kino on one side, trading the flash versus Woody. Fair trade on both sides. Now Rust is getting Shepherd out. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide, and so does the Moonlight Vigil. Yeah,
everyone's throwing skill shots.
A lot of air balls going both ways, but Beyond Gaming, I think, come out slightly ahead because they do get the Herald.
Oh, that...
Someone had to win that, and
yeah,
BYG did at the very end.
Yeah, now we'll see if Kino gets caught out. He does hit level 6 at the very least, which bodes well for him being able to survive getting picked. And it will be J-Team securing the first dragon, which I think is absolutely massive, because if they're able to get that first dragon, it means they can slow the game down.
Onto the full combo coming down from Rest. Young is still going to hold on to his flash. It does dodge away from the boomerang throw, so it's going to be okay here.
Now Husha's here.
Yeah, he is spotted on a ward, and finally we do have the counter barrage. Can he actually land
mega.
the chain for the slow? Doesn't even matter, doesn't need it. And we have the jump back into the cannon barrage for a suicide. Nothing much he could have done there, but giving over the kill to Gameplank, I actually feel like is a little bit worse. I would have preferred to just die to the jungler. And we are shifting back to the bot lane as J-Team trying to get something back, but is spotted.
Yeah, it's one of those cases where you can feed either or, but don't feed your own lane, because at the very least you can just say it's their problem, not mine. But he ends up creating his own problem, unfortunately. And now that will be first tower going into the hands of Megabank Beyond Gaming, and even after all those shenanigans coming out, missed skill shots, weird flashes, well, it's Megabank Beyond Gaming that have a 2,500 gold lead. And they're going to have to find a way to really assert themselves with this gold lead around that next dragon. J-Team, they have bought themselves a lot of time with how late that dragon did go down, and the fact that it did go into the hands of J-Team. It opens up their scaling options.
This is such a weird game state because I feel like both teams have simultaneously gotten what they need and also missed out on what they want. So you have Beyond Gaming with a gold lead, which is what they need, but they have not gotten any 5v5 Drake fights whatsoever. Their engages have frankly been kind of atrocious. On the meantime, J-Team, they have good leads in their solo lanes, which is exactly what a 1-3-1 composition wants. However, they are on the cusp of a rather massive deficit that could go out of hand. So I just feel like this game's kind of weird. It feels like both games are sort of ramping up and, you know, just revving themselves into a better state where they can actually get their fingers warm and start the fireworks. But for now, it's a bit of a hit and miss from both sides, I'd say.
Yeah, as you would say, there, as I believe Hysteric says, there's a lot of yakety sacks. And this game is definitely the embodiment of yakety sacks. Yakety sacks, yet somehow the results have been somewhat, like, expected, I would want to say.
When you have two players,
like,
like,
how we got there is just like
each other.
Yeah. How we got there is just very confusing, but the result is like, well, yeah, I can see that. And you know what? We got here, and now it's up to J-Team to weather the storm and for Megabank Beyond Gaming to find a way to actually get a Drake fight. As Doggo, he is almost to that break point of cashing in that call as expected. I mean, into a Philios lane, you're not expecting the Philios to just all of a sudden jump onto you, and given that is Leona, like, as long as you have the cleanse, you should be fairly safe through the lane phase. It's just gonna be about...
Oh, we have the flashing coming in from Hana. They do catch out Husha, instantly bursting him down, and in comes the reset. Hana, though, still trapped in this corridor, is going to fall down with Rest coming in, but that was a great Enchanted Crystal Arrow! Stops him mid-air, and he isn't able to lock Kino down. Mission now comes in, doesn't want to try his chances against Maoan. That will be a 1-for-1 trade. Both junglers going down now with a bit of an HP advantage in favor of Beyond Gaming.
Yeah, Megabank Beyond Gaming with the HP lead. Husha did have to invest that ultimate. So when J-Team get back onto the map, it's actually going to be them with the advantage as both of those big teamfight ults burned. We get to see the replay. They jump onto Husha very confidently, able to secure the kill, but Maoan coming up seconds means that he's able to mop up and go 1-for-1. And I mean, beautiful arrow means that Rest isn't able to get the 2-man Gnar ult that could have really changed the dynamic of that fight.
That at least should have been a 2-for-1 for J-Team. Great find there by Dago. And the play from Kino there was also quite nice. You actually walked back and took himself out of range from the Zenith Blade from Woody, and that actually prevented him from getting the Shield of Daybreak onto not onto Kino, onto Mahan to stop the kill. So it's a lot of good micro coming out by Beyond Gaming, and they are rewarded with this one. After the push, we force the reset, still have the vision, finally get a Drake down, which is great, but I have to say that looking at their Drake dimer, it's still so far away from forcing J-Team's hand.
Yep.
J-Team can completely disregard the Drakes this game.
Yep. Exactly. That dragon falls at 15 minutes, and that means if you're looking at a Dragon Soul, Inferno Soul, it would be around the 30-minute mark. So by that time, J-Team very much online. Even though they, like, this gold lead could be a little bit concerning here, but if your J-Team don't commit to that Rift Herald, if Beyond Gaming decide to peek their head towards this area, and if it's free, it's free, but
Rest is now going in with the Mega Gnar.
Here's the chase.
Slowdown onto Kino. With a great Q, is going to stop Rest from continuing to go in. J-Team now the one starting up Herald. This could be very dangerous for them, as we have outlined their win conditions, and immediately J-Team decide to just step away from the Herald, as Mission does take a bunch of damage from Shelly.
Yeah, now there's no Mega Gnar available, so Rest is pretty much, it's pretty much a 4v4 or a 4v5 if Mega Bank Beyond Gaming invests everyone towards this area, which means that J-Team, they just want to full reset the situation. That means Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, they're going to have a go of it themselves, and J-Team should just let this one go.
Yeah, I do like what J-Team did in response. They realized that going for a 5v5 inside of Herald Pit, where their area of effect abilities can tag multiple people, probably not the best idea, so they do a pin down, transition towards the bottom side. Now they have a chance to get a straight up kill onto Mahan. Nan, though, does have the dominance, and he's opening up onto Hana.
Hana, no flash.
Is going to go wide. Hana walks away with 200 HP, though, and Kino doesn't find the last auto attack, and it would have been the kill with the Ignite going down. Now Mission being the target. But he stands his ground and gets the phase rush before walking away unscathed. Pretty well done on his part. Meantime, J-Team's still trying to crack this tower down now that Mahan is once again alone and facing an incoming 3v1. Mahan will clear the wave, though, and does stay alive. Very nicely done by him.
Well done by Mahan to clear out the wave instantly there, but J-Team, they still kind of get what they want, which is no one dying, as long as they're able to maintain that. But Rest,
as you say that, Rest gets dumped so hard, misses the ultimate. Mahan able to dice back
here.
And now he's facing a 1v2 with Kino right behind him. The flash is not going to take him beyond Kino. That just ends up wasting a summoner there. And Beyond Gaming has completely flipped the script. Going for the bot lane tower now. They are going to be completely unopposed. I don't think Woody or Hana are going to come in onto this one. Hana finally does have his flash up, but he's going to commit here. He's going to set up a defensive perimeter around the second tier tower instead. But they're still going to get zoned out, and Shelly is for sure going to get her due.
Shelly will be able to get a second charge. They should be able to secure. Yeah, they should be able to secure. Well, okay, because Hana and Woody are there, they are able to slow down this take and actually save that turret. You know, Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, they get a little bit more gold. Unfortunately, unable to cash in on that tier 2, but possibly able to.
Hana does have flash. He's going in for the catch.
Okay.
They do find Dago.
Cleanse
used, but he's not going to get away. Saves the flash for later. Very well done by J-Team. Just a great vision catch right before the Drake is coming up.
Yeah, this is a really nice pick before Drake. Doggo will still be able to respawn in time for this dragon, and if Mega Bank Beyond Gaming delay the take just by 5 or 10 seconds, he will be able to get to the dragon in time. And of course, this composition still has all of its big team fight cooldowns, So I don't think that pick is going to be enough. They are going to need another one as this Drake is about to spawn.
So 13 seconds, and J-Team 2 members actually backing out here. Most importantly, Hana is the one backing out, so they won't be able to start this one, and we should see Megabank Beyond Gaming getting back control. I will say, for this game, it feels really interesting because most of BYG's big leads have actually came off of just picking Rest. Every time Riss has died, he has died with his teammates being very far away from him, not being able to pressure anything, and also just he died in positions where it was very easy for the enemy for them to pick up towers. Very unfortunate, but they lost so much gold on that. One tower in the top lane, almost 2 towers in the bot this time around, and that's pretty much all of their gold leads. So very interesting game where we didn't really expect Beyond Gaming to get the leads that they did, but they did manage to find just some freebies that were given over to them coming in from the NAR.
Yeah, Megabank Beyond Gaming still able to generate leads off of the mistakes from Rest in particular. Rest, though, still has a pretty large CS advantage and decent. I don't think he's got that much of an EXP deficit against Liang, so he's still relatively happy, but it doesn't really matter, right? Because the NAR is just such a binary champion that's easy to read that you're running into a lot of those NAR issues right now.
Yeah.
Megabank Beyond Gaming, all they have to do is look at where the NAR is and just look at where that NAR bar is. If he has Mega, we don't fight. We just wait for it to time out, and then we fight right after. And, like, what can Rest do? He can't be like, alright, I'm going to save NAR bar, because then it'll just time itself out regardless.
Yeah, and I think that your point plays into a huge part of why J-Team isn't even really trying to play these Drake fights whatsoever. They've actually given over the last 2 Drakes to Beyond Gaming, because they know if they step into a river fight, Beyond Gaming can just wait them out. Mega Narbar goes down, Enchanted Crystal Era goes in, and you lose the team fight. So it's actually just better picking up lane CS, and I think to their credit, J-Team has been playing this incredibly smart, incredibly non-confrontational, and just trying to wait until a mission will get online. And this is another point I do want to see is Mission has been honestly very unimpactful in his series against Megabank Beyond Gaming. Megabank Beyond Gaming has always been able to pick him up super easily. He usually rotates in late, he usually is much more farm-centric, and BYG knows his tendencies way too well. They have taken advantage of that in every game we've seen, especially in the last one where they were just waiting for Mission in wait in some of these corners, just dealing massive damage to him with poke. So we'll see if Mission can actually get into these team fights and give us the impact that we expect out of someone who has been in the side lane the entire time, who's up 30 CS.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the only saving grace for J-Team, is that they are going to be pretty farmed on EXP, and they aren't going to fall behind when it comes to those extra level stats. And it's just these minor edges conceded over to Megabank Beyond Gaming. But it does mean that they have to somehow start leveraging these 1v1 opportunities.
Well, in comes Rest for the full-on trade. Does get
no
the
stun.
Megana ultimate down, but like you said, Liang able to walk away with really no damage being taken. In the meantime, we see another facet of BYG's composition, their long-range snipe capabilities. They don't get any summoners out of Little V, but that was a good warning as the Equalizer takes him down a half HP. He does have to back out to get some HP back on the Wolf Camp.
Shouldn't be too devastating here, given the fact that he does have the shield bow completed, and he also has Severum in his back pocket, so not going to be a big deal. And now things starting to come to a head, whether it's going to be this dragon in 60 seconds or the next dragon if J-Team decide to concede this in 6 minutes. So again, it's around it's going to be a relatively late Dragon Soul threat, and J-Team, they're accumulating the items necessary to really swing it in one big fight. You have Lil V about to encroach onto his Infinity Edge, and you also have Mission already on 2 items completed, and also having that extra Oblivion Orb to shut down on a little bit of the healing coming out from, well, a lot of sustaining on BYG's comp.
Kino does look like he's willing to go in blind if the opportunity does present itself. Beyond Gaming coming in now with the inner track. I do think this fight for J-Team is a little bit hard to give up. Double Infernal Drake does start to hurt, given that Beyond Gaming does come in with a bit of a one-shot composition. Trade back comes back and forth, and in goes Kino. We have the TP coming down, flashes from the other side as well, and now Rest. Yeah, he's very close to getting that Mega Narbar, so he will zone away Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. But Woody, on the meantime, is also getting incredibly low. J-Team are the ones to start this one up first. Equalizer and Cannon Barrage are already down, and we do have Hana that picks up the objective.
Can they get out?
From Taipei J-Team. We do have Lil V with a lot of crescendos coming in, but he is on the wrong side of the ramp. And Doggo flashes in for the chase down kills. Woody's going to go in with the Zenith Blade. We see the Heartbreaker go in, but not enough to find the kill and the reset. Lil V will pick up the pieces here as he gets a double kill, but Mauer flashes in. He still is alive with the Severed. Finally gets burned down by Husha and the double kill. Lots of bodies flying back and forth, but at the end, it is Beyond Gaming coming out ahead with the 2 for 4, and crucially, Husha with the snipe down on Lil V.
It actually ends up being a 3 for 4 trade there, so they come out 1 kill extra. But the bigger deal is the fact that J-Team able to secure that dragon. It means that they've evened out these Inferno Dragons, and while Rest, he does have Mega.
Kill, does get 1, might get 2 with the help of the tower. Unfortunately, Husha has more damage. Equalizer just came up and burned Rest down.
We're going to see a replay of this fight here. And really, this fight was kind of gifted to J-Team here because of the look at the cooldowns that they use to get very little value. They get maybe 70% of Woody's HP, and that's it. And now all of a sudden, Rest coming in on this concave does threaten them to pull out, up towards the river, and they're able to reset, obtain that dragon. Now they're just trying to get out here, and Doggo flashes forward to make sure they're able to get this fight. And, well, it actually ends up turning out for the better, but Lil V with so many chakrams able to output so much damage, it takes a flash stun to salvage this moment for Beyond Gaming, and it's just by the narrowest of margins.
Incredibly close on that one, and like Beyond Gaming got pretty lucky that there was an Infernal Soul on the map, so opening up those ramps for the opportunity to chase J-Team members down, and we'll play them on the very back end of that one. I felt like without the ultimates, they had no chance, but they managed to win without getting their wombo combo off. So kudos to them. To me, it felt like they actually just caught J-Team off guard. J-Team were like, oh, the fight's over, right? We can all go home. Oh, never mind. And they were just
there's no way they keep trying to fight us.
This is a much better attempt as we have the Cannon Barrage coming down. Lil V already down to half HP. They have to take the getaway truck, and that might be a better call for Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. It's already 30 minutes in the game. Lots of damage that BYG can do, and they're just going to force the issue.
And they do have Doggo's ultimate about to come off of cooldown. So the side of J-Team, they do have to be cognizant of that cooldown, and they are also going to have to be cognizant of the fact that Mega Bank Beyond Gaming can indeed just start out this Baron. They've turned their attention over to that objective, but they aren't committing. And that, once again, keeps the timer ticking. So, J-Team still offered a way back into this game as they are, while 5k gold behind, you're going to start seeing differences in what the Rise can do over what this Renekton can do.
Always a little bit surprised that Doggo didn't use his Crystal Enchanted Arrow for that play. It felt like a pretty decent opportunity, but he held on to that one. And Megabank, for me, I think that was a straight Baron Rush. I think if they were playing on their A game, that was definitely just going to be a straight Baron Rush.
Yeah, that's a confidence play.
Yeah, I'm very surprised they didn't go for that one. They took down so many members that have HP on that play alone, and you know they still had Dominus left that could block the ramp. So just kind of curious that they're not going so hard for it. And Rest is back. I got the reference down. Back with the Nick Youngs. Sorry, Trey Young, you're not the villain. Well, sometimes in playoffs you are, but you know, not right now. And the question mark is coming down. Even Rest is kind of surprised that they did not start Baron there. And we'll see if Doggo goes for a more aggressive try this time around. I feel like if you're playing this composition, you actually have to be using your Ash Arrow off cooldown. Like, that's the way this comp is supposed to be played. They're not going for that.
Yeah, you have to be a lot more proactive with your ult usages when they are ever trying to get through choke points. And so far, we just haven't seen that trigger willingness to come out from Megabank Beyond Gaming. They will be able to at least obtain this dragon, and for J-Team, they want to just YOLO onto this Baron. This could just be the game.
Not sure about this one, boys. Really not sure about this one. Yeah, J-Team is going to lose their mid lane tower for this. That's all I've got to say.
Yeah. Decent attempt at trying to force a play, but the moment that they started it, the moment that the Gangplank ult comes down, then it's just like, well, it's off to the races. We need to find a way to regain control of the map, and they lose the tier 2 mid lane tower as a result, and now it's Beyond's turn to try and start out this Baron, and their attempt is going to be a little bit more successful, I believe, Clement.
We do have Rest with a perfect Mega Gnar bar, so it's actually very dicey for Megabank Beyond Gaming, and we can see them actually backing out of the pit. Again, I feel like holding on to Vision is good enough. And they will wait around as Hana goes in for the Spectral Maw. Doesn't find a target here. Both sides are actually playing very timidly. I feel like Megabank Beyond Gaming actually are in a position where they can just straight up open up on the enemy team and win. But they're playing very timidly. I actually don't know why. Like, if you look at the gold lead, and if you look at the ultimates that are available against a minion Arcane, you actually just straight up roll them right now. Like, Doggo, wake up. Like, this is kind of BYG in spring, you know? I feel like BYG, at the height of their game, like, early summer, probably just kills J-Team right there.
Yeah. You can... I would say it's definitely the result of their earlier game, where they did struggle a whole lot, and, you know, this is why you go straight back to your bread and butter, Clement. Even if you lose it, you instill confidence in your squad.
All right,
like, hey,
I'll just...
we're going straight back to the guns. But because
let's
they
have
pivoted,
a truce here, okay? If BYG lose after the game, you can tell me I told you so. But for now, because of the draft, I get to say I told you so, okay? But you'll get your shot.
They
later,
picked these champs, but nothing has happened.
That's true.
That's
actually true.
Where's my action?
They did not play this composition the way it should be played. In all honesty, they're way too timid.
Yeah. J-Team, they're going to be able to get all the item breakpoints that they've been wanting to get. So it is going to essentially, even with this gold lead, become a 50-50 game because of the scaling on the side of J-Team. And yes, these ultimates are going to be difficult to navigate, but because of how much sustain you already have on Lil V, and because you have Phase Rush on Mission, you are going to be able to dance around those ultimates, and this is it.
Arrow goes completely wide. Kino does find the keep away, and they sneak the Baron just like that. They
Wait,
even
Woody?
take Woody for a
Hello?
ride.
Woody?
The mission is able to open up on them throughout the other side of the map. Malan stays alive. They get Woody as an escape truck, and everyone gets away with the Baron play. That is the Mega Bank Beyond Gaming that I wanted to see. It didn't happen early, but it certainly did happen late into the game.
At 35 minutes, they finally find the play. They finally farmed up enough damage to defeat Baron Nashor. As we're going to see the replay here. Arrow whiffs. Kino, though, has a great flash play to isolate Hana away from the Baron. And then Woody tries to stop the cow from taking the trip over the wall, but he ends up taking a trip over the wall with him. And that ends up being a Baron and support secured by Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. And then now they have a Baron buff to work with. And that's good news because still the timer is ticking. And J-Team, they still are getting their items. 4 items completed on both these carries. We're going to see Lil V most likely go for that Wit's End. And once that Wit's End is completed, this is a full 200 years online.
Alright, we'll see if he does get that before the team fight. For right now, though, Mega Bank Beyond Gaming have a decided lead, and they're willing to go for it, knowing that
teleport
Rest
coming
doesn't
in.
have Meganar, a good equalizer coming down onto 2 targets. We have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow going on to Witty. First kill already there. Hushao moving in for the rest. 2-man knockup coming in from Kino, getting some revenge here. Rest with a great disengage backwards, but it's not enough to keep the team alive. Beyond Gaming roll through J-Team's composition with their gold lead. Trading only 1 for the entire team. The ace goes down, and that should be the game as BYG march on towards the base.
And they finally figured out that they can just slam them with their wallets. It took them a 10k gold lead to do so, but they finally realized that they had an advantage, and they finally hit those AoE ultimates, more importantly. And that will be Mega Bank Beyond Gaming being able to right some wrongs today, go 1 for 1 on the day.
Yeah, not gonna lie, this was a very odd game. For one part, J-Team, I understand why they wanted to commit, but their committals cost them very much. Like, honestly, they should have stayed full J-Team mode and just full farm fest the entire way. They were up 100 CS at one point among their 3 carries. They didn't hold through onto that. And for the other end, Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, once they had a 6k gold lead, I really don't understand why they were playing so scared. Like, you just drop your ults and they're dead. Like, there's literally nothing J-Team can do to you. And I think it finally clicked. It finally got it through their heads. It's like, wait a minute, Rest doesn't have Mega Gnarl. We have 2 members that are isolated on the left side of the map. Dago can tank the Drake while killing Hana on his other hand very easily, and Lil V just burned his flash about 2 minutes ago. I'll be honest, that flash burn was pretty unique. Like, no one was going to chase him, and he burned his flash anyway. So, yeah, I feel like both of these teams, they were a little bit scared coming into this one. Definitely Beyond Gaming more scared than J-Team was. J-Team they were actually a little bit too relaxed on the other hand. So
J-Team, I mean, like, this kind of just essentially, even though J-Team were given all that extra room, all that scaling power, unfortunately, they had a Mega Gnar in their composition. And the Gnar never did anything in this game. He farmed up an advantage, and we saw no impactful ultimates and no impactful side lane plays either. He wasn't able to get the 1v1 kill against Gangplank, and this pick, while it is Rest's fallback trademark pick or whatnot, it's just really flopped.
Yeah, and if you think about the early game, I do honestly just pin a lot of this on Rest's play, because his early 2 mistakes actually cost a 1-3-1 team both side lane towers. If you think about that, then there's like, oh, we can't split push. So it was a really weird game where Beyond Gaming, they didn't actually play their tempo correctly. They did not get their wombo combos early, and they still won the early game because of just picking Rest into Herald. Like, they did that for a 3,000 gold advantage. nothing else worked. They were behind in all lanes in terms of CS, and they just picked Rest for the early game. And that was like what blew my mind. I'm like, this team actually didn't do what they were supposed to, but they still won anyway, which is, I think it goes to show that for me, this means that Mega Bank Beyond Gaming probably still has problems switching between two archetypes on a single day. And that's something we have to watch in playoffs, because if you're going up against tough members, you actually have to be able to play both sides of the coin in a best of 5.
Yeah, you have to be able to swap team identities very quickly, as we are going to see the damage charts, the gold come out here. I mean, it was all about this top half of the map, right? Those big 2 ultimates, and it really reflects the damage, even though time and time again they whiffed the combination of the 2. It really, like, Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, they essentially played their composition like they would normally, without actually factoring the fact that this was supposed to be a dragon composition. It never came online as a dragon composition, to be fair. And J-Team, well, mission he tried, but this comp also never came together as a team, as we are going to see Huxia with the MVP. You know, he did damage.
True, and it's always kind of fun to see these comps win out in the late game because of the scaling on Rumble and the ability to just target out Lil V, who lost his flash kind of needlessly in that end game. So unfortunately for J-Team, I feel like they were supposed to win this game, but because they lost map control so early on, and because they just lost Baron in that team fight, it came down to a one Drake fight scenario, and that was all Kino really needed to do to take the game win. So congratulations to Mega Bank Beyond. They end the game with 1 win and 1 loss, and J-Team are still not any closer to moving into that 2nd place position. They don't want to stay here at 5th place. Definitely not a very comfortable spot for them, but that will be all for our first half of the day. Before after we come back, we're going to have Berjaya Dragons going up against Alpha Esports.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And and your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
And we head on to the second half of the day, starting up with Berjaya Dragons versus Alpha Esports. Berjaya trying to catch up to Hong Kong Attitude now that they have 5 wins and keep within the pile, while Alpha Esports trying to stay relevant in search of that playoff slot. But before we go deeper into the game, we have to first take a big thank to our sponsors in CTBC Bank, China Airlines, and Chunghwa Telecom, and of course our newest addition in Caliber. If you've been seeing the lower thirds in our broadcast today, you might have noticed that there actually is a discount QR code for you to go on their products. Check that out. I'm not sure if it applies to all regions. Unfortunately, I don't really know about that, but it doesn't hurt. Scan it, see what happens, and on we go into our game right here. You know, this one is incredibly close, and I actually think one of Alpha Esports' best chances to get a win.
Well, if Hong Kong Attitude can stop the skid at 6 losses, surely it's possible for Alpha to stop the skid at 7 losses. That's pretty much the storyline going into this for me, because this has been a team just on a permanent just slide straight towards the bottom here, as they're really just a one-trick pony. It's about K-Babe and Xiaotu. If they get ahead, they have a chance. If they get behind, this team's dead in the water. And, well, they're 1-13.
I do have to agree with all your sentiments right there. Like, we have seen them do great things, but for the most of the time, they just throw themselves into the fire and they get destroyed. So it's definitely kind of sad to see this team in this state. You know, as a reminder, they actually were a 5th place team in the PCS during 2020, but in 2021 they just have been perennial bottom feeders at this point. So we'll see if they can bring the roster up a little bit. We'll see if, you know, it's not even really about player skill. It's not really even about their champion picks or their comps at this point. I just think it's about decision making and actually just not taking terrible fights, because we have seen in recent games that they just continuously all in and wish for Hail Marys in very, very low percentage plays. And I don't know what they're expecting, but they haven't found wins from it. On the other side, we have Berjaya Dragons, which I feel like in a very different predicament, where they have very obvious win conditions, get power picks like Gwen, Lee Sin, and LeBlanc, and everyone knows about that. So it's, for them, it's more about, hey, can you transition into a second set of picks? Well, on you know, Alpha Esports side is like, well, you know, you have a couple picks to play around, but it's kind of keeping yourself alive throughout the entire game.
Yeah, and I mean, for the side of Berjaya, their decision making has been relatively sound. It's just against a lot of these more difficult teams, they really do struggle when it comes to the lane phase and getting out of these lane phases and intact. That when it comes to those better decisions later on, it doesn't matter how good your decision is if the wallets are just that much heavier on the other half of the map. Now, we are going to be going into a matchup between AD carries. On has done relatively fine, I feel, when it comes to laning, especially when you look at where the focus comes for on his team. It is all in on the jungle mid. You end up sacrificing a lot in top side, you end up sacrificing a lot in the bot lane as well, and he's still able to output fairly respectable damage numbers.
For sure, and he has been the one that has pioneered a lot of different picks that we've seen. Misfortune is one of them. Didn't really work out. We went through kind of the reasons why we don't see Misfortune these days. There are no front-to-back team comps. Very few of them play that way, so you have no AoE. And then you have the Varus, which was he was actually the first one to bring this one out. So at the end of the split, this is usually what we see from Alpha Esports, but they go absolutely crazy. They go deep into their pockets, into their, you know, I think collectively these guys have decades of experience. They're actually a very experienced team. So they're not exactly 200 years, but they're at least like 2 decades. So they can dig into that, pull out some random picks that you've never seen, and surprise you with. That's exactly what they did in spring. It didn't get them into playoffs, but I feel like that might be what they're going back to again.
they're going to need to dig up some dark technology here if they want to make the dream run happen, because again, this team is not mathematically eliminated quite yet.
Yes.
However, a loss here would do so. So they have to win out, and they need a couple things to happen for them to actually get to that tiebreak situation. And for Berjaya, it's about getting the win when it's a softball matchup, and this is probably about as softball of a matchup as you can get in our league.
If Alpha lose here, the most wins they can get is lowered down to 4 wins. They have 18 games in total, and I believe because of the head-to-head situation, it actually would eliminate them from a lot of the contenders that are now sitting at 4 wins. Hong Kong Attitude, of course, would be out of reach if that does happen. We'll go into the specifics later on, but for now, going into the draft, Alpha Esports taking away from Arashi. Lee Sin is his best champion. It is the most played on the patch. They're going to get it. While Berjaya, they go for the Volibear pick. It's something that's very steady, can be flexed, and Minji gets his LeBlanc. So I think it's a bit of tit for tat here, both taking away some of the best champion pools that the other has to offer.
And for the most part, it also limits Xiaotu's impact in this game, right? Because this is the killer duo that really is so domineering in this league. You have so much execution power with the LeBlanc Lee Sin. And again, when the team is built around just just using these 2 players to find kills and advantages, that's going to be a big detriment to how they get to play the game. But they go for a Casio pick instead, and then they add in a Renekton, which is going to be a bit of a different dynamic for the side of Alpha.
Ooh, I love this old golden counter pick coming out from Xiaotu here. We have seen this work before. You can trap the LeBlanc, not allow her to use Distort, and Lee Sin flies in for the kill. But on the flip side, we do get a Gnar. I think we've made our feelings about both of these picks pretty clear. Is Kennen really that bad? I actually feel like Kennen is fine, personally. I don't mind the Kennen as much. I'll be honest, like, against Lee Sin and against Cassiopeia, okay, actually, the more I think about it, the worse it gets. It's a very difficult entry. I'll give you that. But think about the buffs. 30 more damage on Q, level 9, plus a 0.05 AP ratio increase.
Yeah. He did get some Q buffs, and it helps him out, I would say, in the laning phase more so than the actual team fight. But yeah, honestly, the 2 champs chucked into the top lane, I pretty much couldn't care less. It feels like we're going to be looking at a 4v4, Clement.
I will say I actually like Kennen more than Gnar. I think that...
Yeah, I do like that. Yes. At least you can press R whenever you want, instead of being stuck in a situation where you can only press R in a very small time window. As Berjaya, go ahead, ban away some of those playmaking or defensive supports, I would say, there in the Rakan and Braum, and on the flip side, Alistar's taken away, and also K2's Ezreal. Ezreal's been a massive pick for him, and we'll see what his answer is going to be, as Ziggs is technically still available, which is a power pick in our league, but not really a pick either of these teams really enjoy playing.
I just want to say that this is the perfect anti-Kennen composition. You have Buster Shot that can knock him out, Dragon's Rage that kicks him back, Magnet Storm that keeps him in place, and Miasma he can't really go through, and it's just... it feels really bad. I feel like Berjaya, what they need is actually a long-range AD carry to force the enemy team into them, but they're going to go for Kai'Sa. So, yeah, good luck with that charging into Cassiopeia strategy. That looks painful.
This composition, or this draft, feels very much like sumo wrestling. Because you just have these 2 compositions with really not a whole lot of pivoting. It's just teams that just want to draft what they want, and hopefully their comfort on these champions will take them over the line. But looking at it, no, okay. So K-Babe is currently on Casio jungle at the 20-second mark. So there might be okay. I would assume there's a swap there, but
no.
Okay.
Well, from what we heard, like, no, Casio is actually still. I think he's still. Yeah, Casio's going mid.
Right.
We just got confirmation. It was just like
there was a little bit of a lag there, so you know, I was up.
Yeah,
I was definitely concerned, but thankfully concerned tossed out.
I'd be very concerned if that was a Casio jungle.
You know, K-Babe kind of just does what he wants. So if he honestly, he really wanted to, he probably had control. He was the one in control of whether to accept the trade or not, Clement.
Yeah. We did get confirmation from production that it is the standard lanes, the Cassiopeia mid, and I think it's going to be Lee Sin into the jungle, for sure. And you know, I actually feel like Alpha Esports has a decided advantage right here. Like, I actually like their comp a lot better than what they have against.
Yeah, as much
if
as
you
I
think about
hated the
rushing
back and
against the
forth,
Cassiopeia, it's just
the back and forth in the draft wasn't very good. But in the end, Alpha, this is a composition that is insanely powerful against the particular set of champions that Berjaya have drafted. There's no way in for this Kennen. It's a pretty difficult life for the LeBlanc as well, just trying to get in and out. You have to be so on point in distorting back to make sure you don't get locked down. And then for K2, he's on a Kaisa pick when Ziggs was available against a very low range composition. He could have just destroyed the entire draft with that pick alone. And the Kaisa pick, yes, you can go in with the Kennen. The issue is the Kennen isn't going to be able to go in.
Yeah, I felt like they had to go for an AD pick there because the rest of the map was completely AP. So they had like Alpha Esports also knew that there was no chance that they actually went for Ziggs right there. So they were very happy. I think that Tristana was so smart as well because Tristana outranges in the late game. You don't have to go into a Kennen, and you can also push people back. So I don't know. I feel like Berjaya just drafted themselves into a hole. That's they could make picks work. I think that's definitely possible. But if I look at the 5v5, I'm looking at a straight up massacre. That being said, a lot of times Alpha Esports, it's not about the comp they draft. It's about the way they play it. So in theory, in both of our opinions, they have the lead. In practice, could be another case.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question, right? Because in practice, this is a composition that needs to communicate relatively well. As far as cooldowns go, like, hey, I've got miasma up. The moment I use miasma, someone else has to keep track of where that Kennen is to prevent him from getting into our back line. And this will be a real test as far as Alpha as a team. Can they communicate well enough in these 5v5 scenarios to somehow cruise their way to a victory?
Yeah, I love the point you pointed out right there, and it's a theory in League of Legends that is somewhat counterintuitive, but a lot of times counter-engage compositions are actually harder to play than full-on engage compositions, because in counter-engage comps, you actually need to portion your crowd control correctly. Like, if you all use it on the same target, you're still all dying. And that often happens with teams without a lot of coordination. So we'll see if they can, save layered counter engage for what's coming for them, because you're gonna have to stop a Kennen, you're gonna have to stop a LeBlanc, you're gonna have to stop a Kaisa that's gonna be running in on you, and you definitely want to hold certain abilities for each one coming in. And if you blow everything on the Kennen, then Kaisa might just be able to clean up the entire team fight. That's definitely a possibility. That being said, though, I feel like if Alpha Esports just don't do anything crazy, they stand in front of objective, there's actually nothing Berjaya can do to them. There's really just straight up nothing Berjaya can actually do to them. Are you going to fly into a Cassiopeia? I don't think that's possible. I think that's suicide. Same thing about the Kennen. Like, this is an opt. Have you seen one of those, like, those tests in the lab where you drop a mice into a maze and you put like peanut butter footprints around and you have them go across obstacles like that. Like this rat is going through like electrical tripwires. He's going through mouse traps. He's going through like I don't know, spikes in the ground, live grenades and stuff like that. It's so incredibly difficult for this Kennen to do anything this game. Like I honestly think this Kennen's gonna be useless. He's gonna throw a couple shurikens in lane, and it's like team fights. It's just gonna be like, well, I ulted. They had exhaust. I'm sorry. That was it. I tried my best.
Yeah. I mean, one of the big questions is, did they manage to actually pick exhaust, or did they just go for ignite? That's another question, of course. I would hope that they grabbed exhaust because.
Yeah, I think exhaust is. What's the support they got again? It was Rel, right? I think Ignite is possible, like, given how much disengage you have. Like, I think Ignite is actually still fine, just because you have Buster Shot as well. It's like, okay, I'll give that a pass.
You say that.
That's yeah, I say that.
It's all
premonition.
premonition.
But, you know, I think
it's all set up for the most spectacular Kennen 1v5 play ever. It's gonna be
okay. I want to see it. I want to see if he actually. Oh my god! If he actually manages to get a SMEV. I was watching that game live. You know, it was so funny because we were right. Like I was in the media room on that World, and the media room was right next to they were Nox Tigers, right? That was the name.
I believe it was Rox Tigers. Yeah.
No, it was, like the other team. The other team that.
Oh.
Like the
Albus Nox?
I think it was the CIS team. Yeah, Albus Nox. Yeah, because we were sitting right next to their room, and they were actually just playing Warcraft. They were straight up raiding, and then when we turned on the television, it's like, wait a minute, what?
How are they this good?
I guess Warcraft raiding is actually better than scrimming. Like Warcraft raids are
you're
actually
practicing
hard,
your
so
communications.
At least they were back in the day. Yeah. Yeah. You know, you gotta switch tanks, you gotta heal people, you gotta keep buffs going and stuff like that, so
keep track of cooldowns.
Scrims, all I can say.
So maybe Alpha have gone into the WoW training room to actually prepare themselves for today, because they have to be on point with their cooldown tracking.
Okay.
Ironically.
Look, I would love to see it. I don't think it's gonna happen, but you know, you have Countercaster, Cursed, we'll see whose Cursed is stronger, basically. I think Alpha Esports should still win. I trust in Laba. This is what Laba always does. He does this every single split, where he goes into the last, like, his team is falling apart, he goes into the last stretch, and then he pulls out a couple wins. He did this in Brazil as well. So, trust Laba. Let's go. I think he actually drafted really well. And this is something I actually want to commend. You know, like, I feel like Alpha Esports, sure, their gameplay is one issue, but their drafts sometimes have actually been really nice.
That is true. Yeah, and it's not necessarily been the champions. Again, you mentioned it's the champions haven't been the issue. It's not been playing meta stuff. It's just been the execution of the minutia of some of these compositions that's been problematic.
Yeah.
Alpha.
We do have a bit of technical difficulties, and we will continue to rant here because there is a lot to rant about. I still can't believe Alpha Esports was 5th place in spring. Man, this is something that really kills me inside. Oh yeah. They had some great players there that shifted over to the LDL. They had Kino that obviously went to Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. But this was still a team that was projected to be a decent top 6 team and a challenger for the rest of the league. You think about all those great fights that Machi used to fight with J-Team, not even J-Team, MSE back in the day, and later on, we got J-Team with Mission, and those were really close games. Like those were some fun games to watch. And then you have old AHQ. Man, I loved watching old AHQ. There was this one game where they went MSI. There were 12,000 gold up on T1. Season 5 T1 in their prime. Of course, they lost that game because, macro-wise, they weren't exactly the best. But they really reawakened a sort of flame in me. You know, you kind of kindle back those memories and think, oh, what could have been if these players actually got everything together, got a lucky roll. They could have been, in my opinion, AHQ Season 5 was still the best team that LMS ever produced. Like, that team was, in that year, probably a top world team. It's just unfortunate that they ran into T1 every corner.
Yeah. I mean, On was on that roster as well, I believe.
Yeah, he was.
So, you know.
He was. He definitely was. They were the first guys to pull out Jinx and Tom Kench at Worlds.
That was on.
That was a great combo for multiple years. Yeah. I'm just a boomer talking to myself in a hollowed room to a league that's already been disbanded. But you know what? The LMS is still the best league to ever be disbanded. I always tell the LCO guys that, you know, OPL has done great things, but they were not the best to be disbanded. We were.
And now our legacy lives on.
That's the story.
Make your legacy.
True. In the PCS. Let's go. Yeah. You got two teams here.
Full circle.
I want to ask you this. Who do you think the two teams are going to be at the end of the year? I think PSG
that we're sending the world.
Like,
I mean, PSG is kind of a lock.
Yeah.
But
I'm actually not 100% confident about BYG though. That's the one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
It's the Megabank Beyond Gaming, and I would say Machi for the most part for me. Between those two, while I think Boom have very high ceiling, with how their games are very, very on the fence. When you go back and watch, it's like it comes down to very small moments that actually break the game for them, and the fact that it always goes to very long game timers is definitely concerning when it comes to playoff situations. And I think the other two teams are a little bit more concise with their gameplay and more decisive.
Yeah, if we look around like the contenders, I think we're pretty much talking about the top 5. And PSG's locked in, probably first seed. But the rest of the 4 teams, J-Team, Boom Esports, Beyond Gaming, and Machi are really who we're talking about. And I agree with you. I think out of the rest of the 4 teams, Boom Esports definitely has the lowest ceilings. Like when their games go poorly, they just go nowhere. Like
they have the highest skill ceiling.
I think,
but their execution is
and the lowest floor. That's what I should say. Yeah.
They're all
the highest ceiling and the lowest floor at the same time. I think Machi for me is the most consistent of the teams. Like they will not pivot off a 1-3-1 for their life. They will not go into a 5v5 team comp because frankly they don't really have the roster to play front to back team comp. If I'm being completely honest, I'm sorry, Atlan, but I don't think Machi expects you to hard carry anytime soon.
Hey, that's why they have
so
D.
They're pretty much stuck to 1-3-1. Oh. I almost forgot about that. D at Worlds was lit. Oh my.
Yeah, and he is listed on their roster, so you never know. They might bring in the curveball D.
That is good. I always like when they bring D. You know, it's kind of funny, but like D's been so impactful to the PCS, and I don't think people even know about it. But he's been working in a Dongtai High School as basically a counselor for their esports program. And you know, guys like Lee Kai, guys like I think Doggo, Bivan, Patience, you know, some of them didn't really work out, but a lot of players actually came out of D's program. So this is you know, it's great to see someone who's had a good career in League of Legends as a pro player and then go up to bring up the next generation of players in the same region. It's great to see. And you know, I've always been very suspect on esports programs from schools. I'll be honest, there's a ton of scammers. A ton of them do not actually do anything but scam money, or they're like glorified summer camps and some shit like that. But that one actually really did work. Like, kudos to them that they actually ran a tight on the rails esports program for high school talent that produces professional players. And I'm just like, wow, that's insane. Like, very few programs actually do that.
Yeah, and if you're able to be successful, like
that's again my rant. Sorry.
The more you produce, like the more local talent you're able to generate. That also alleviates a lot of pressure on teams trying to overforce their budget onto trying to get an import. So I think
Mm-hmm.
overall it's healthy for the local scene. Like, just look at NA. Like,
Yeah.
there's a lot of money being tossed around for. I don't know, Clement.
Yeah, when I heard about the salaries, it's always like so crazy to me. Like when I started working in esports, like literally when you were an analyst, people would pay you in mouse pads and RP. I was like, yay, I got 100 RP, I can buy half a skin today for my work. And now these days it's like, well, our market cap is 300 million US dollars. But that's enough of a rant. I hope you guys enjoyed all of that. If you have some questions, you can throw them in chat. Well, probably if we have more difficulties, we'll come back to them. But for now, we're gonna be taking a short break and hopefully returning really soon to Alpha Esports versus Berjaya Dragons.
A lot of attention being focused bottom. Speaking of, K-Babe is actually here. And they found Koala. There's the stun off. Do they have enough to go for the dive, though? Megan Fernabom and even the teleport coming through. Looking for the Stormbringer. K-Babe on top of Atlan. Looking for it. Cannot find the kill as the stun lock comes in. And now Gemini into the backline he goes. Followed up by Lee Kai. Vanguard's edge. And Lee Kai just opens up as they shred through Alpha Esports. Only 3Z remaining. The triple kill coming in for the Aurelia. Lee Kai wants to make it a quadra, and he can't quite do it. It's stolen away by Scumbag. I think they'll be able to do it at this point. J-Team just got into a rhythm. Very comfortable one for themselves. Last-ditch effort by Arachi going in. Look at the kickback on Rest, just deleting the backline. This
It's 1-for-1.
is an absolute monster. Ozzy comes in on the teleport backline, but he's got no team left.
They don't have the damage at this point. Machi are dealing far more. And Eminem walking into
no.
Gemini.
Oh no! That was a terrible flash cone.
Very questionable on that one. G-Mian's also holding Hong Kong attitude to this tower here. I don't think they can make the retreat. Here comes the kills.
Oh, big one. This time it is going to be enough as Gemini goes golden before the tower can target him. Shelly even hops before the fight even happens. Kongye can't even clean up Gemini, and it is all much.
Impunity get their way. I think they're going to run away with this game, and frankly, I do favor their draft just a little bit. On Boom Esports side, we have a bit of shenanigans coming in. The Ruby mid lane Ezreal has only been played once before.
Okay, he's got a shift and a flash, and
that was epic!
Not enough to escape as Epic gets the first blood. You know?
I'm down.
Yeah, let's do it. If this whole casting thing doesn't work out, we'll just start a financial institution, all right? All right, fight is on for the Boom Esports, looking for more, and the pull-in from Alex is huge. That's the fight they're looking for. Wako opens out.
Watch Leon, though.
Beyond gaming around the backline. In comes Leon, but the damage follow-up is not there
Wako's still
anymore.
alive, though.
As
Wako's
the
still
double kill
alive.
comes in for Wako, and Mawa trying. Oh, I don't believe it. Can he go for it? The quadra. All he needs is one more party double going over to get himself the pentakill.
And welcome back to Alpha Esports and Berjaya Dragons. I have been told that our issues have been resolved and we will be heading into game very, very soon. Thanks for sticking on with us. You know, this has been a bit of a trouble with a couple teams in the PCS. A really interesting thing is that we connect all over this part of the globe, whether it's in Southeast Asia, whether it's coming in from mainland China and everywhere else. There are a couple of server issues going on. Not really server issues, but you know, it's a little bit harder with the logistics of everything. So thank you guys for bearing in with us. These are going to be the compositions, and me and Nightsir have been chatting about this quite a bit. We do feel like Alpha Esports has a very strong technical win with their composition. They have great counter engage, great denial. While on Berjaya's side, it is more of a pick comp where you have Kaisa and LeBlanc flying into you, trying to get that pick off to start an uneven numbers fight.
Yeah, and for Berjaya's composition, if they are going to succeed, you're going to see a lot of dive attempts coming in on these side lanes, whether or not it's in that top lane against the Renekton, or more than likely this bottom lane, because you have Kaisa Leona, very aggressive duo, and then you also have, of course, the turret disabling capabilities of the Volibear. So for Berjaya, it's about Arashi playing super aggressive, look to blow some flashes early on, and truly hammer home an advantage down in the bot. Otherwise, this Kaisa is just going to be outmatched all around.
And that seems to be the breaking point for Alpha Esports. We have seen many times in their early game where they died and everyone funnels in even after a losing start, and then they just give everything away. So if we're thinking about the history of these two teams, maybe there is a little bit more merit to Berjaya Dragon's composition than we are giving it credit for. We were both pretty negative on it because of the fact you have to run into Tristana Cassiopeia. Just doesn't seem very fun. But if we're talking about the bot lane skirmishes, that really has been one point that teams have exploited Alpha Esports over and over again. We're going to be taking a look at the runes right here. Double electrocutes coming in. You know, it's been a while since we have seen this Kennen pick. Last time I believe we saw Hell of Blades Kennen, but this time it is going to be electrocute for the extra damage, just burst damage on the combo here. We'll see how that one works out. A little bit better in short trades rather than extended ones. In the meantime, we do get a cheeky ward in by Berjaya Dragons. I absolutely love this ward coming in. Very helpful on the red buff, as they are going to spot out this spot from K-Babe with the leash.
Yeah, and it's, I would assume, something that Minji set up here with, of course, the distortion on that LeBlanc. So we'll be full knowledge of where K-Babe is starting. That helps alleviate a lot of pressure on this bottom side as well. They can play super aggressive to try and deny or as much farm from this Tristana as possible. Also, just the fact that as a rel, it's relatively let's say it's a good scaling champion, but can struggle a lot during the lane phase.
Well, as we see a level 1 engage coming in by Sheng, and tags on the explosive charge to K2, and both sides back out in the end, but a bit of an HP advantage for Alpha Esports coming in. Meanwhile, on the top side, we are taking a look at the new and improved Kennen on 11.15. Good buffs to his Q. We'll see if players actually start maxing this one first, or still sticking to the W, which was far more common in the rest of the meta. So pay close attention to how Ozzy does skill into this Kennen. But if we take a look at it, he is coming out with a very relaxed start, to be honest. Just going for the cull right off the bat, not even going for the Dorn's Blade for extra damage. Know he can get away with for the extra gold.
This is definitely a very greedy start. So K-Babe starting bot side here certainly leads one to think that they're going to go aggressive top, but a nice disengage coming in, nice little buffer from On, and Sheng making sure to tank that void missile there. And yeah, another buff is of course the Cassio, which gets 10 extra damage on the, I believe, the Empowered Eve, which, I mean, that doubles the amount of damage you do at level 1 from the extra empowerment, which is a big boon in her trading powers.
We are seeing some mages coming back into the meta. The level 3 dive coming in with Enzo flashing on. First blood over to K2, and Enzo survived this. Does get out with the heal. And now On has to blow his summoner already. It's just a great play from Berjaya. They get the wave shove. They know that the Lee Sin is top lane, and they're willing to go for the kill.
Yeah, but now Ozzy, he is in trouble. Doesn't have the extra defensive stats from a Doran's item, so this dive is very much possible. He has to somehow cut the wave.
Oh, 3Z takes a bit early, and Ozzy is able to get away with the flash. But now Xiaotu coming in with the miasma. Nowhere for Ozzy to go. And we talked about the mouse in the maze. I think we're off to a good start here, as Ozzy without his flash and just getting killed here. Not too great start.
Yeah, loses a couple minions. I believe he still got the EXP for those minions as he dies pretty much after most of that wave dies to the turret, but definitely doesn't help his cause, especially again, he is holding the cull, so no extra battle stats provided. And we'll look for Alpha to go aggressive yet again in that top side repeatedly. And Berjaya, they want to continue to revisit that bot lane. They aren't going to have the teleport to help supplement the dive, but what they are going to have is a level 6 LeBlanc that's going to output a whole lot more damage.
For sure, and we'll see if Berjaya can actually leave lane with their mid jungle to set up that play once more. That's been a very common thread in Alpha Esports games, is they just do not defend their bot lane. Many teams do take advantage of that, as we have seen. Very early dive coming in. And I think for now, Ozzy should actually be okay. It's not easy to dive a level 6 Kennen with the Slicing Maelstrom. He's about to get there, and he also does have the stopwatch. So I think the bullying of Kennen is going to be difficult to keep up. In the meantime, Berjaya, they've already gotten the flash from On. That is a much more likely target. And 3Z with the wave control, able to roam in, get a couple of Raptors. He's going to get his friendly chicken bucket right here. Takes 5 of them. Can he get the full bucket? It's
pretty good.
Arashi does not have the smite just yet, but we'll still get it. Yeah. Probably left the chicken wings for Arashi there. That's always what gets taken last.
He left the best part.
At the very least. The
At
chicken
the very
wing
least,
is
he
the
left
best
the best
part.
part, you know? Well, he left the big
KFC. Minji does go in, gets the chain onto Xiaotu, and that should be an easy kill. Ooh, and unfortunately for him, the Q is unstoppable for Arashi as he still manages to get that one to land. I think K-Babe wasn't spotted, but Ozzy definitely having a premonition there. And it's going to stay safe.
No reason to fully walk up to the tower there as well, given the fact that the wave was just going to crash. If 3Z try to cut the wave to freeze it, I'd imagine Ozzy might overstep his bounds to try and crash that wave, but it doesn't end up happening. And that means Berjaya are the ones to get out to an early lead. Again, this is a comp that if both teams are relatively even skilled, then you're looking at this comp as needing to snowball a lot faster. But now Minji, you know, they are kind of to their breakpoints where they can start doing things. This is their power spike. You have level 6 on both the jungler and the top laner. You can go ham now, find those big AoE kind of team fights, at least for the time period.
Yeah, they definitely still have that opportunity to attack the bottom side. As we mentioned before, On still no flash, and that historically has been sort of the weak spot where teams do target them out. Meanwhile, Xiaotu is going to get hit up again by the chain, unable to trade much back here. And this matchup is getting a bit out of hand at this point already. Very interesting to see that. 3Z does go in, but doesn't actually get the empowered stun. Uses the slice and dice completely and actually loses a lot of HP for that, so I'm not really sure what he was trying to accomplish right there. In the meantime, though, Alpha Esports, they do have all members here setting up a trap for Enzo, and they do find their target. Enzo very far behind enemy lines, but in the backside, Rel does die first, and Enzo gets out okay. K2 on the chase with the second kill. Actually still goes over to Minji. Xiaotu finally finds a return, is going to find 2. And then 3Z comes in, but isn't able to find the correct target here. And they both just walk past each other. Very interesting to see that one. Neither side willing to continue to go on to the Herald, and that's just going to be a 2 for 2. No killer instincts, so he's fine.
Clement, it actually ends up being a 2 for 3 here because Ozzy dies in the 1v1 against 3Z. So Ozzy, we thought he was in a good spot, but we might spot it in the replay, but it starts out with Enzo walking up and just going, all right, I'm going in. And they exchange supports. And over on this top side, we are going to see how this fight comes through. And Ozzy holds on to the ult for such a long time. That was a bit of a greedy play. Not gonna lie. And as a result,
should have used that.
Yeah, it should have been a 3-for-2 in favor of Berjaya there if he goes ahead, channels the ult a lot earlier. Able to get the peel then, or at least zone him off, and then the rest of the team would be able to follow up. But now Alpha going straight back onto this Rift Herald. Berjaya still seem interested in challenging, but they don't have ult cooldowns available on their big teamfight ult, so it's really just not a feasible fight to take.
Yeah, we do have Berjaya now swapped into a different lane allocation, and in fact, Alpha Esports as well. So they still have a lot of pick potential with Kaisa in the mid lane here, but like we said, it's just hard seeing Berjaya Dragons actually come out ahead in a 5v5 scenario. They have to work through so many different obstacles as On is pouncing very heavily. I guess he missed a couple of minions in the bot lane or something, but doesn't seem very happy with how the game is going so far. As we switch over to Xiao2 here. So, you know, I do think we expect Berjaya Dragons to do a little bit better when it comes to side lane picks, and maybe they can swap into earlier allocation with Minji in a side lane, and that opens up more chances for them.
Yeah, you bring up a good point with, of course, this 1-3-1 style composition. Looks like we're getting Dragon Fight.
Going in for the counter engage. Solar Flare down, but doesn't lock Sheng in place. Killer Instinct has to be used.
That's a flash.
Again, we have the Stormbringer
Good
getting
kick.
kicked out. Unfortunate for Arashi, has not been able to get these to land either time in the team fights, and Minji has to walk away now. The full 5 team is here, and that is 3Z actually just walking down here. I don't think he uses TP. Does allow Ozzy a little bit of time in the top side. And Alpha Esports, they are still considering where to drop this Herald. Do you think mid lane probably a little bit better, as we do see the group up here?
Yeah, they still have the Herald available.
Actually going to get opened up onto. Stun doesn't find him, but he still has to flash regardless.
Wait,
now Enzo goes in. Very dangerous play from him, as we see Magnet Storm coming down onto both targets. K2 finds his mark on the backline. Tristana not going to go in any further, and that saves Enzo's life here. Whew, very close fight coming in from both teams, but once again, it's Ozzy that is the real victor. He gets a much more alone time on the top side.
He gets absolutely completely ignored top side. They're going to expend Minji's teleport here, but I don't think it's good enough to save the tower. You're going to get the charge in. It will go down. It is going to be split among 3 members. So that's the good news for Berjaya, because they're able to get solo plate gold. So the gold funneled into this Kennen pick is important, because if he ever gets backline access with this extra gold, they will explode. So the moment Alpha make a blunder in having the Kennen marked, look for Berjaya to really take advantage of those missing cooldowns and kind of go for a big Hail Mary play early on.
He does have the Rocket Belt already, one of the earlier mythics on the map right now, the only one for his team. So maybe that could be a way for Kennen to find his engages and just blow up the backline like we mentioned before. But for now, mid lane's actually wide open. Alpha Esports, they have a large portion of the map now under their control. They can move into river first whenever they want to. And it just looks like Berjaya is, you know, they do have some lane leads, especially in their solo lanes. Well, they have to transition that into actual kills to wrestle back this map control.
You could even say that they own lane leads all across the map. Yes, the Kennen is down 2 kills, but he's been able to get infinite amount of plates and a lot of extra CS to compensate, even though he did die. And in the mid lane, it's pretty dead even, and this bottom lane is also a little bit out of control as far as just items. It doesn't have quite the completed mythic, but once that comes through because of the extra lethality, you're in a very powerful position here as well. And it's about being able to snowball leads, and for Berjaya, it's been a mixed bag when it comes to that.
We do have Berjaya with the priority in mid lane now encroaching onto the bottom side. This is a 4v3 situation, but Alpha Esports are keeping their distance very far behind the tower at this point. And will walk up. And the mid lane, Xiaotu does not have the TP, so Berjaya can just keep on running this play over and over again. They don't really have anything to defend mid lane, so they can actually just send LeBlanc down here whenever they want to.
Yeah, and it's those mismatched timings on the teleports here, as they will have 3Z's teleport available, but it can be matched by Ozzy. So look for these top laners to perhaps fish for a play with their squad, especially if one of these bot lanes overextend themselves too far. And now we're just kind of waiting for the next dragon, which is coming up in 70 seconds. So a fight's not too far away from us. Clement and Berjaya hold a very narrow lead, but right now I would say their composition has an advantage still because of where the power spikes are.
Yeah, for sure. They do have that burst potential to just kill one target, and we've been seeing Minji just take down Xiaotu to half HP over and over again. Whenever he has that electrocute, he just goes in, frees himself up in the lane. Now, Alpha Esports, they know that the next fight is going to be centered around this Herald. They're setting up for a pick already. This is the famous Alpha Esports Death Rush. I think most teams should be aware of this possibility and act with caution, but I would not be surprised if someone still falls prey to this. Ozzy, on the meantime, he is going to get a good angle against On if they so choose to, and the rest of the squad is moving in. On still has no idea this is going to happen. Slicing Maelstrom comes down, and he takes down On without landing the Q. Just the burst damage from him, that's going to open up the Herald wide open right now. And Alpha Esports, they have to scurry to the other side of the map.
They will be able to get Dragon to compensate, and to be honest, like for Alpha, I would say the Dragon is much more worth it at this moment. Berjaya, they're not going to get a whole lot of extra gold off of this Rift Herald, and it's going to be up to them to try and accelerate the pace, try and get a tier 2 tower with this Rift Herald. That's going to be the big deal. If they're able to secure that, that possibly opens up a little bit more of the map for when that next dragon happens. But the replay shows, well, On the rest of his fam going home, and he's left out to dry. But we already see this is the investment of all that gold into that cannon pick paying off, and On doesn't even channel that buster shot to even give himself a chance.
Yeah, didn't really get the knock back. Wanted to get away as soon as possible, but I agree with you. I felt like buster shot first might have been a better idea. Unfortunately, doesn't get that one to go and just dies. I felt like it was a bit of a surprise for him as well. And that's just the power of the alcove. You can't sneak around without people in the lane actually seeing you. There is that sort of corner of the brush that is a little bit hard to detect, but you can actually sneak past that without anyone seeing you, and it's exactly what Ozzy did right there. A great find on his part. We are going to get Berjaya with the Herald. For me, this should be a mid drop, just to wrestle control over the Drake, but not exactly sure where they will be placing it. Keep close attention here.
Yeah, it makes the most sense to try and get it down mid to try and even out that turret or mid pressure there. But if they're able to get a tier 2, you would obviously want that to happen instead because of the extra little bit of gold investment you can get from tier 2 towers now on the side lane. It's just a matter of can they actually get access to one of those towers. Otherwise, I feel like they're not going to get a tower out of it, to be fair.
Certainly feels that way. If we look at the wave clear, it's definitely an advantage of Alpha Esports. You have Tristana and you also have Cassiopeia. I feel like these two champions are very good at just holding down their towers. However, Berjaya are still going to go for a try here. This is not synced up with any other objective. It's just I call this just a raw Herald drop, just getting it for the tower, and they should be successful here. It's going down very low, and On has to be careful on the backside. Half his HP goes down and forces the teleport immediately here. Berjaya Dragons with a great poke game, just targeting On over and over again.
Bit of a excess cooldown expended there coming in from Xiaotu, burning that teleport. So it's overall a big win for Berjaya, being able to get burst damage, but now 3Z coming in on flank.
Trying to stop the cop bear, but they don't get him to slow down. I think that fits with my experience as well. You can't really wave police cars down. That's usually how it goes. They go wherever they please. And unfortunately for them, they don't find it. Arashi with a great stun on the back end to make sure that play doesn't continue. A couple question marks coming down here and there. I feel like we are seeing, you know, something that we didn't really expect out of this game. We felt like Alpha Esports could stand their ground and just 5-man stack on objectives. But to be honest, Berjaya Dragons, they never really fight Alpha Esports in a straight-up 5v5. They're always great at getting poked beforehand or sneaking across flanks and finding off picks. So well done by Berjaya not playing towards their opposition's win condition.
Yeah, and right now it's just a different understanding of their compositions. Berjaya, they understand that they need to play a lot of smoke and mirrors when it comes to their approach to these fights. You saw it from Ozzy coming in from the alcove. You also see it from Minji jumping over the walls, trying to get his full combo down onto On, even investing the ultimate, because you know the chip damage is more important than saving your full combo to make sure you can get the full kill. Now on the flip side, for Alpha, they haven't really done a whole lot. They're just waiting, continue to farm up on these side lanes. It's like, it makes sense for some of these champions, right? With the Casio and the Tristana. These are champions that want to slowly scale up, get their items, get their breakpoints. However, time is still ticking onto champs like K-Babe or on the Lee Sin and on 3Z with this Renekton. They need to start fishing a little bit more.
Yeah, and we're seeing Alpha Esports starting to go for the Drake, but the enemy team is onto them.
Oh,
they do find On. He has to flash out Cleanse too, but still dies to the last hit here coming in from K2. The fight is now on with Berjaya in hot pursuit. Xiaotu is going to dodge away from the chains, but that's incredibly easy to find that kill. On burns both Summoner plus Buster Shot and still dies.
Yeah, just too much damage coming out at this point. And they're going to try and cut off the rotations going over to the mid lane. As they see the 3-man stack and go, well, you know what? We'll take the turret and we'll let you walk away. But now we have the inside track onto the Cloud Dragon. So it's really just a better macro rotational gameplay coming in from Berjaya. They get that pick. Then they immediately say, well, we have the inside track onto this mid lane tower. The side of Alpha go, oh, shoot. Well, we're behind on the play. We have to rotate over to this mid lane tower, but in a safer fashion. So they have to take a long route. By the time they get back to that mid lane, Berjaya are like, well, we've already finished the tower. Let's get the other thing. And they go and grab themselves a dragon.
Big gold lead starting to develop for Berjaya Dragons, and this is the Alpha Esports Hail Mary. Instantly spotted out though. I a little
jungler senses tingling.
Yeah, that felt like a play you would do if you had Leandre's Anguish, but with Everfrost, I'm not so sure that's the play. And Alpha Esports get called out on it immediately. And most important about that chain of events is that the Drake stacking is just broken. Like, Berjaya have that leeway to kind of play with the map. They don't have to worry about Soul being a big issue here. And I'm just a little bit flabbergasted that we have not seen Alpha Esports just try to stack all their members together. Like, if they just do a death ball into objectives, I still don't think Berjaya can pick them off one by one. It's so difficult to run into Casio. And you have Renekton and Casio both with instant stuns, and Rel can actually do very similar things too. So the risk factor is so high, but unfortunately they just have not been able to pull it off and sync these groupings together.
And now they could just get flanked upon. They need to be careful not to walk too far out. It does seem like they have an inkling of what's going on, and they do spot out that word, so well done from Alpha to listen to their instincts. But now it's a matter of, well, what do you actually want to do? They finally have done what you've asked for, which is 5-man death ball, and it makes a lot of sense. They've hit their 2-item power spike. This is where things start to shift their way. Berjaya on 1 item, a lot more powerful. On 2 items, it changes a little bit. But after the 2nd item, honestly, it just gets better and better for Alpha, for their carries especially. So this is the big turning point. Can they find a way to either find a team fight or to slow things down to get to that 3rd item breakpoint?
Yeah, they might be waiting a little while longer for On to get something like a Bloodthirster where he has Sustain, where he can actually walk in the front line and trade back. Right now, he's not... End. Yeah, something like that. Right now, he's just like standing very far behind. Now, Wits End actually is a pretty good buy here as well. I actually like that idea a lot. Good call on that one. But it looks like the poke is actually just keeping Alpha Esports in position, and that's why the Drake stacking being broken is just so detrimental. Looks like Alpha Esports still might be fishing for an early Baron play here. I'm not sure they really have the damage to go for it, though. It's a little sus in my eyes.
Well, once they get to a 3rd item, for sure, they'll be able to just blast that, but at this point, it's going to take a little bit of time. Yes, the Casio still does immense amount of single target damage, but you're going to need, again, a lapse of judgment from Berjaya more than anything to be able to pull that play off. And potential K-Babe being caught out of is a very slippery character still, but delays the back timer, delays the reset. Now more space given over to Berjaya to take away some of this vision and decide what their next move is going to be to generate another pick.
Looks like Berjaya are the ones that are going to be starting up Baron already. They have full vision clear.
They're leaving.
But
yep.
That's a really good pickup from Alpha. They do spot out K2 as he head towards the pit.
They have to
and
peel
put
off.
a little bit of damage on Arashi. I think the character just still a little bit too split on the map to really go hunting for kills right here. And it looks like Berjaya are entertaining the fight. They're walking up here. K-Babe, just with a little bit of a scare there. Does get the supercharge from K2. Nice play. Enzo flies in now, but Rel does have the counter engage, and this is the first straight up 5v5 we're going to see coming in for Alpha Esports. They lose Shang immediately, and 3Z in the meantime takes a duel with Ozzy, which he loses to quite handedly. Ozzy still with over half HP, and now it's a 5v3 where Berjaya heading straight towards the Baron.
Again, we saw a decent engage coming in from Shang, but honestly it was an overinvestment. You saw Berjaya really go aggressive for that play, and all they had to do was be just a little bit more patient, wait for Berjaya to come a little bit closer, but Shang, a little bit too happy with the trigger figure, goes into a place where his team can't follow up, and now this could be game.
The triple damage collector goes down onto On. He falls immediately. Xiao2 is stuck among 4 members. Nowhere to go. K2 picks up the double, and that should be the Baron going down. On not even enough time to use his summoners right there. It was always going to be a risky proposition for Alpha Esports to check 3v5. And then unfortunately, they're not able to dissuade Berjaya or walk away with their lives.
And that's a big pick there. They're able to get those kills and also the Baron buff. And like clearly it wasn't going to be the game ender with this team fight, but the amount of gold you're getting in from this is going to be monumental, combined with the fact that this is again a composition that plays more for the 1-3-1. They're going to be able to really establish themselves now that they have this Baron buff. And given how many structures are down in the mid lane, if they ever find that one team fight and Alpha lose 3 or 4 members, they can very easily end the game through mid.
Definitely is the case now, and the damage is stacking up on Minji and K2. They're very close to being able to one-shot On in the back line, and that is the majority of their damage as we have On opening up onto Arashi, but runs into K2 and nearly dies for it. That is a little bit too close for comfort. Berjaya now gained ground on the map as On has to back away.
trying to go for a hero play, but now they're just looking for an overextension coming in from these Berjaya members.
And so is going to go in. Looks like a bit of poke. Neither team really that eager to go onto that engage. I think we are just going to see the poke outcome again from K2 and Minji. At this point, they can actually go in and come out rather safely. There really isn't enough damage on Alpha Esports anywhere else, and the Soul Flare does go down. That is going to be the cleanse, and An has nowhere to go. Caught between a bunch of minions and 2 enemy members. He was completely alone there. Try to get the 1v1, and K2 said, "Nah, I got help on this one. I'm not gonna go for a gentleman's duel."
Very baffling play there. He goes for the Hail Mary, and clearly he had backup on the side of K2, but they're going to continue to try and fish for a pick.
Enzo's going to go back in. Nowhere for him to go right now. Can he trade something back on K2's end? K2's dancing around the perimeter, dealing damage, keeping Alpha Esports on the right side, and in the meantime, Minji and company do find a kill on the bottom end. So looks like Xiaotu is left to his own devices. Flash in from Minji, catches his out. Stormbringer to finish out the kill. Tower going down, base in tatters. Berjaya Dragons closing this one down. It seems like every single time Alpha Esports try to find something, they get beaten back and beaten back hard.
And that's going to close the jaws onto Alpha. And yeah, this is just kind of formalities here. Securing the last couple of kills. And Berjaya get themselves to 5 wins. And pretty much ensuring at least a tie break for playoffs.
Get themselves a 3-game cushion over Liab Gaming and also take themselves out of reach from Alpha Esports. Hong Kong Attitude also very thankful for this game, as it's no longer possible, mathematically impossible for Alpha Esports to catch up to them. Good smiles across the board here from Berjaya. I still maintain that Kennen wasn't really that impactful at all. He never got a multi-man slicing Maelstrom. Yep. But I guess it didn't matter in the end because Minji and K2 were just so far ahead.
It was all about the 1v1 game rather than the 5v5. And this was also the concern for the Alpha as a squad, right? Is even though you have the better composition, do you know why it's better? Or can you actually execute the composition? And I feel like we got a very resounding no.
Yeah, there was a number of engages I felt were pretty unnecessary for Alpha Esports. If they just stacked up and moved into River, that's kind of it. But they never really did that. And the mid lane engage, you could see, especially it was just Shen going in when the rest of the team wasn't even there. So I don't know. This one was part of the course for Alpha Esports for sure. But it's definitely still a little bit sad to not see them execute the composition the way that we thought it could be played and the way that we gave them the draft advantage here. On the other end, congratulations to Berjaya Dragons. They played this one fairly slow on. They were grouped up. They just kept on picking and doing side lane stuff. And yeah, Alpha Esports never forced them to do anything else.
Yeah. As you said during the PSG game, right? If you all accept the sinner life, then, well, sometimes it works out.
Yep. You know, I'll get on the sodomite train and, just drive on forward. So, yeah, I don't really have a lot to say about this game. I felt like this game was, like, very, very Alpha Esports-ish. Like, it's just a level 3 dive. It happens every single game against them. We've seen it in the last game, too. In the last game, they also sunk double 2 TPs in the bot lane, tried to save that. This time, they didn't do it. So, I'm pretty happy with that, the fact that they did do it. But it still is ending up just being in a very big hole early on.
It's just a really sad split from On. I can imagine that last jump onto K2 to try and get that 1v1. Probably a little bit of tilt factored in there. But we're going to see the damage numbers, and yeah, the small numbers are the most indicative of Alpha's attempt at trying to not find a team fight.
Yeah, I think what really fell apart for them is, of course, early game bot lane was just so far behind. And then when they tried to double down and dig on out of a ditch, they actually let Ozzy back into the game. Ozzy was down and out. He was 0-2-0, and then he got 3 free plays for nothing. And actually overtook the CS lead. And the second time Renekton found him, Ozzy just gave him shock therapy and killed him. And that was kind of the end of what Alpha Esports could do on the map. So it's just a little bit unfortunate. I feel like Alpha Esports, again, they try to over-aggress on the bottom lane when they were already losing, and then Minji and just Ozzy just kind of walked away with the matchups. Very happy to take whatever they got. And it's kind of the Alpha Esports way, you know, you force super hard, and if it doesn't work, then, well, you force super hard again, and this time he's even less likely to work. So, yeah, I don't know. I just feel like Alpha Esports could have played this a lot better. The comp really had a lot of answers. Kennen was never a multi-man threat. We never got the Smed thing going. So, you know, at least that part of your pregame analysis didn't come true, Mr. Nightstar.
Yeah, it really was just Alpha's just a team that's been really figured out, right? They're a team that if they get their small skirmishes picks around their mid jungle duo, they can have some success, but usually it ends up fizzling out, and MVP will go to K2. He was able to get a lot of resources in that bottom lane and also take full advantage of those resources, being able to get these backline assassinations onto key targets and some of those team fights. And, well, credit goes to him for being able to take advantage of what I would say of not a very good pick in the meta right now.
We haven't seen a lot of Kaisas, even fewer succeeding in the meta, but this one definitely was very useful in the composition, the full-on sort of kite and poke composition, not kite and poke, pick composition that they like to execute with Minji's LeBlanc. So very well done on Berjaya's side. And I know what you guys in chat are saying. This has been the Liab waiting room for some of you for 5 games straight. I think that's not an overstatement. Some of you are literally here just for Liab. And that's what we're going to have up next. Machi Esports going up against Liab Gaming to see if the underdog can come out ahead and keep their playoff dreams alive.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
we head on into the potentially greatest upset of the day as Liab Gaming now struggling to keep their playoff hopes alive. They're still at 2 wins. They're mathematically still able to strike very deep into the playoffs, in fact, going up against the juggernaut of Machi. That's going to be the matchup we have ahead of us. But first, we have to thank our sponsors in CTBC Bank, China Airlines, Chunghwa Telecom, and our newest addition in Caliber. Please check them out. Thanks to all of them for making the PCS possible. And we are taking a look at the potential, I think, postseason look for Machi, and also the dire straits that Liab find themselves in a must-win situation.
It definitely is a must-win for them here. And for the side of Machi, it's an opportunity, right? Because Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, you could say they were expected to go 2-0 today. This is an opportunity for the side of Machi to tie themselves in record score against Mega Bank Beyond. And for Liab, it's the start of the dream run, Clement. It's time.
You don't sound like you have enough faith in you, but it's okay. First off, we're going to take a look at Machi Esports' roster. Likai in the top lane, no surprises there. Gemini, Jimian, mid-jungle, Atlan, and Koala rounding out the bottom side. I think this team is very well secured into playoffs. They're playing with, I feel like, a lot of gusto. They're having fun with all of their post-game shots in their camera. Jimian is rocking a new haircut every single time. Last time we saw him, it was the single, you know, in
the
Chinese we call it the firecracker because it looks like the fuse on top of a firecracker. But this time around, he has it split. Yeah, he's got the ponytail working around. I think this team is, I think they're having fun, they're enjoying themselves, and they're really rounding out their extra champion picks. We saw the Vayne come out from Lee Kai earlier on, and also the Lee Sin for Jimian.
Yeah, I think this team is still growing or still showcasing a lot of what they have to add in their champion pool as we get a nice close-up, nice big screen picture of Jimian. You know, he's got 2 tails now. Soon we're going to get 3, and once it hit finals, it'll be 9 tails.
All right, we'll see if your predictions come true as we head over towards Liab Esports. Spell starting in the top lane today. A bit of a surprise, not Kanji. Dodoi in the jungle, Xyliath in middle, and then we have Dawn and Aiden in the bottom side. So actually returning Spelts to the lineup. This is very interesting to see. You know, Spelts was sort of their weak side top laner. Kanji, I felt like was a very solid carry. Maybe Spelts has leveled up over the time where we haven't seen him. It's going to be a surprise either way, I think.
Yeah, he was in last week as well. Didn't exactly have a shining performance, but I believe he was playing against PSG, so it's hard to be a shining light in that matchup. He's going to have still a very tough lane here. It's not like it doesn't get easier. You might even say it becomes even more difficult, as I would place Likai as a better laner than Hanabi, but the matchup will be the jungle, as Dodoi has had many big moments here as a jungler. Also had some lowlights, but you know what? We're focusing on the positives, and he's the big positive for this roster.
Dodoi, I think his best position is just diving into the backline. We saw great stuff from his Gore Drinker Olaf, from his Diana play, and he really has been a core piece of the combo that we've seen from Liab Gaming's compositions. I really like their winning drafts. Like the drafts when they win, they're so focused. There's a great identity, and they usually revolve around Dodoi just chopping down someone's carries. And I love this draft from Machi right off the bat, just making sure that Dodoi does not get the Lulu, doesn't want him to get the Olaf. They are shutting Liab down by shutting down the mid jungle.
I wouldn't even be surprised if they go ahead ban away something like a Karma as well to prevent early rotational gameplay. The Lulu directed more towards Spelts here, as that is one of his big picks in that top lane. Just helps facilitate things for the rest of the team. We'll see what the last bans end up being here, as Liab go ahead ban away 2 junglers for the most part. Yes, Viego can go into the hands of Jimin or Likai, but for the most part, Gemini has been the headliner for that champion. And now they're going to ban away the Trundle as well. So trying to limit Dodoi's impact. And, well, I wouldn't be surprised if... Okay. I wouldn't have been surprised if Liab go for either the Diana or the Ziggs ban, because Atlan has been pretty reliant on Ziggs. But Gemini has also fallen back towards the Diana pick when given the opportunity.
So it is going to be Diana on one side for Gemini, and then Dodoi most likely going to go for the Lee Sin. Of course, it still has flex potential, but judging by their picks, it should be Dodoi's champion here. We have seen this dichotomy a lot of times in the PCS already. One really strong combo piece, Wombo combo team composition, and the other one more early game, more pick focused, as we have Liab rounding out and going into the pick route more with the Thresh pick. Very strong 2 picks coming out here. Machi do have to respond, and it looks like they are going to go for something safe. This is usually how they like to draft. You save the solo lanes for much later on, and then just go for the long-range sort of disengage 80 carries for Atlan.
The safe carries there. I expect to see something like a Braum as well here, just so it doesn't get denied away in the second phase.
Let's go.
Poppy would certainly be
gotta
an
match the
interesting
hairstyle
pick here.
That's purely for the hairstyle, okay? There's for nothing else.
True. And you know what? That might have been the logic behind that hover. And now they will end up locking in the Renekton in the end. And the Casio actually blocks a lot of the power coming in from Renekton Diana. It just comes down to, can you get the miasma down fast enough in the blink of an eye, and ends up pivoting towards the LeBlanc instead. This makes a lot of sense, right? Because you want to play around Dodoi. Well, LeBlanc's a great pick that can facilitate the Lee Sin as well.
A lot of death brushes could be set here. Liab going to go take away some of the stronger picks against the LeBlanc. Lucian going to be off the table. In the meantime, they're still looking at a ban onto support, or most likely another solo laner in this case. Machi does look like they're going for early tempo, more Drake focused, rather than 1-3-1. So just keeping that in mind as we move through the bans here. Meanwhile, Machi going to take away the Gnar, signaling that this Renekton is going topside. It could still be a ruse. Like, we have seen teams just ban away supposed Renekton counters and then send Renekton mid. It'd be interesting if they do that. In the meantime, Liab also take away Syndra, which was a pretty powerful pick for Jimin in springtime, and also buffed on the 11.15.
Now, taking that away, just trying to give Xylieth the best matchup possible here. And Machi banning away 2 top laners really says to me that they want to put this Renekton topside, but Spelt's not really, I feel like not really a Jace player. But because of those bans allocated towards him, it means that Aphelios is left available in a solid backline fallback plan for Liab if this Lee Sin and LeBlanc don't get that far ahead early on.
So far, I love the draft from Liab. Like, the sequencing is really nice. They have a strong way to play the early game. They have late game insurance, and honestly, top lane can either be a Renekton counter, if there is one, or it could just be a weak side top laner. Totally fine to have a weak side top laner in this comp and just round out a front to back composition. I think it's a very beautiful comp. On Machi's side, you kind of knew this was coming. You kind of had a guess in the back of your mind that Yasuo Diana was going to be the combo. And indeed, they do lock it in. PSG fell in love with this one. Liab are no strangers to this composition. The question now is, do they have an answer?
I feel like their answer is just going to be like some sort of Tom Kench or Mundo, one of these massive stat stick top laners, just to neutralize that that Renekton. But it does look like they're instead going to add a little bit more team fight by locking in this Wukong. So the Wombo potential coming in from Machi has prompted Liab to try and answer with a little bit of their own team fight power. not sure if I really like this. I feel like you just play a little bit more towards lane. And I mean, the Wukong's not a terrible laner into the Renekton, but
it's definitely not expected to be a winning matchup. I think we could put it that way. You still think that Renekton is going to edge out ahead. It's just that Wukong, when it comes to team fights, I feel like he has a lot more potential to close out the team fights with
more to
multiple
offer.
Kills on the backlines. Much more agile of a champion. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if we take a look at the comps overall, I feel like we have, very clear identities. Right from the first 2 picks, I was saying Wombo combo, pick on the other side, and that's exactly how they rounded out both of these teams. A very common dichotomy that we have seen in the PCS, and frankly, the Diana Yasuo comp has been very successful. I think there's like one example of someone being able to counter it, but it was a rare case scenario, and I think it involved Mordekaiser. Yeah, Berjaya were actually the ones that were able to take away the combo by just stealing away Diana into the Death Realm, but other than that, we haven't really seen a great answer to this combo.
Yeah, and Yasuo does have 3 out of 3 wins, so unstoppable so far. And for the side of Liab, this was a combination that got them their first win. So it's time for them to figure out how to deal with this combination themselves. They've got a decent scaling composition. Obviously, the Lee Sin and LeBlanc are going to drop off quite considerably, but they've set themselves up with some win conditions, and it definitely doesn't feel the same as the previous game, at least draft wise.
Taking a look at the runes here, we do have more just sustained runes coming out for the Yasuo, to be expected, and a cheeky level 1 by Ligai, Koala, and Gemini. 3-man engaged. They do not find spells, able to walk away with the Summoner. In the meantime, Liab are not going to respond with anything onto the bottom side. They just had Aiden drop a ward and then go back towards the top, bottom side, and Spelts going off on a little emote war against Lee Kai.
Just letting him know, hey, I'm there. I know you're there. Just give... Well, actually, Spelts on a ward. We'll see if Lee Kai handshakes this fight. All right, good poke.
Spelts probably does know after that one.
Yeah. Spelts is going to win out on that trade because he gets a little bit more regen from his passive, but all in all, it's very minor. And it will be red buff starts from both of these junglers. Gemini, I don't think he got a leash on his, which might matter if Dodoi goes aggressive into Gemini's jungle.
Lee Kai's starting out with a decent sized lead right here, able to trick Spelts to walk back into the minion wave and take about 6 extra shots. Meanwhile, Xyliath, to be expected, is getting a little bit of an advantage here in the matchup. Double flay coming in from Aiden. Dawn opening up onto Atlan, taking him down to half HP, and this is the biggest improvement we've seen from Liab.
Level 2 now.
It's just their ability to fight 2v2s as the flashing comes in. Death Sentence goes a little bit wide, but does force out double sums from Atlan. And we also have Dodoi pathing towards the bot lane, so Liab setting themselves up for a very strong bottom side start.
They're going to still play relatively far forward here. Aiden with his cooldowns back up and available. Might look for another play very shortly, as we're going to see Dodoi slowly path his way down, actually opting to take the Raptor camp, which is a little bit surprising. Usually you go from red buff to buff and straight into Gromp into the Crab, but much more full clear oriented pathing coming in from Dodoi, and you can see like this champ doesn't full clear very well because it's 315 and he's only cleared 3 camps, whereas Gemini is hitting the full clear.
Yeah, it does seem like Dodoi is just planning on staying bot for a very long time, so he's just full clearing his top side. He wants to get a kill onto Atlan, I believe. In the meantime, Speltz is still staying very healthy. I don't think Diana is going to be diving in anytime soon, even with the Renekton. So it should prompt some sort of defensive action from Machi. We'll see how they path around here. And indeed, we have Gemini heading towards the bot lane. While, talking about this bot lane situation, it is so good for Liab. No sums on Atlan, traded away only for the flash on Aiden. That's extremely well played.
Yep. But it's not going to pay dividends until they are actually able to cash in on that summoner difference. And from the looks of it, Dodoy, I think he's looking to full clear. Clement, not sure how I feel about this.
The dream is dead. Okay. Yeah, I thought he was going to link up with Xylia. As you can see, they have a lot of pressure on this side, but he is going to go towards the top side, like you mentioned, and help Speltz out, who does need a little bit of help. We did talk about this matchup, and even though the Wukong was selected as a counter pick, it doesn't typically win lane against Renekton. Renekton still has a lot more say in this lane. Nearly gets the flash out of Speltz there. Speltz does finish the TP. He's going to be absolutely fine. Now we have the comeback. Dawn takes a tower shot. Koala goes in, drops down the ignite, but doesn't find the kill just yet. Atlan doesn't have chase potential without the flash. He's still going to go forward regardless. And maybe he can cheese out a piercing arrow. Let's see if he can get the cooldown up.
Gemini hunting.
Doesn't land.
Gemini is still in the vicinity. We'll go for the recall
like
here. Yeah, it does look like Liab are looking to stay, and they are going to get that farm, but more than likely they'll go ahead recall after this. Now level 6s starting to trickle in, and that's where the Machi composition can start looking for some flashy plays, especially around the Dragon area.
I see Jimian starting to open up onto Xylia here. Not afraid of just going forward, using the minions as extra damage. And like we talked about, everything does come down to just Drake or Herald fight. It's still 2 minutes off before that, but we're going to get a grouping up onto top lane. Speltz missing an ultimate here. There is no chance that Liab win any skirmish at this point, so Machi just trying to apply maximum pressure. We're trying to get a force off against this Wukong, deny him some CS. Oh, he's going to miss the Canyon EXP. Yeah, that's a gnarly situation.
He's missing everything.
He used the W to try and get back into the wave and takes half his HP for it. Dodo escorts him, and Aiden is caught in a very awkward situation as he just straight up dies, gives over first blood. Speltz finally takes over to 6. That's not really enough. Xylia comes in to get a comeback kill, but no chains onto Likai. Can they actually find the Croc? The Croc is going in for another kill. Machi are running away with this trade.
Teleport?
Denial on the top wave.
Oh!
Yeah, that's going to be a double going down. Ooh, so rough.
That's a flash play coming in from Likai. Yeah, 3 kills coming in total, and Speltz, I mean, this is kind of one of the reasons why we wanted to see Kanji in that top lane. Has a little bit better execution around the wave setup here, and you could see what Speltz was looking for in trying to get a little bit more EXP so he could tick to level 6, but honestly, by the time he gets there, he's lost too much health, he's lost too much mana to get there as well, and they get 1 kill back, but that's it. They lose 3 for that, and it's most certainly not worth the exchange.
Yeah, Likai spots the real LeBlanc. Will you please stand up? The real Xylia just takes him down straight afterwards. I felt like Liab, they actually made the right rotations, but the execution was definitely off, as you mentioned. Aiden didn't really do anything there. He just straight up died. So that was mistake number 1. Xylia TP'd in right on top of Renekton, took half his HP, dropped almost immediately into passive. So I felt like that could have been a lot better for Liab, but now we have Xylia opening up onto Jimian again, getting the better side of the trade and putting him quite low. The next Mimic should be able to force him out of lane, so Gemini has to come over and help. Let's see if he gets the abilities on. Nope, Xylia instantly distorts back and keeps alive. Very well played.
yeah, very clean play comes from Xylia to really make up for a bit of a disastrous game play up in the top side. Now for Machi, they're pretty comfortable with where they are, so the ball is pretty much in Liab's court to try and make a play around this jungle mid duo.
Usually the way this matchup works,
they start looking bot side. Like bot has done well, but again, like you burned the early flash, you haven't cashed in, and now it's past the expiration date to punish that. You have to go ahead and burn the summoners yet again onto this Varus.
Totally agree with you. As Xylia is trying to get something done here, unfortunately unable to find the chase on Gemini, and in comes Koala with the grand entrance. Does get one with the quickness, finds two. Dodo is still targeting Gemini in the backside, really able to get the snipe down, but at the cost of the mid laner. Not really worth it here. Likai still running forward. He's about to get his cooldown back up again, and Dodoy can't run away from the incoming crocodile. That's gonna be the Herald play. Very good rotations from Machi. The entire bottom lane has moved up towards the play.
And it was a bit of a poor read on the situation. They try and commit to picking off Gemini in his own jungle. He already completes what he wants to do, and the rotation's just faster from Machi. It's just another symptom of the top lane play. Spelts, because he's so weak, he can't make that rotation over to that Herald play fast enough, and yeah, the rest of the squad dies. But at the same time, you have your Aphelios just farming up as much as he can down in that bot lane. You don't need to overforce that play. You can just hand over the Rift Herald and get plates bot lane. He just got a little bit greedy.
Yeah, I think they were looking at the top lane and saying, well, if we give this up, it's instantly going to be first brick gold. It's going to be an unstoppable Likai. We have to try and fight this. So I kind of understand why they were trying to do, but once again, I feel like the execution alter there, and as we see the Wombo combo. That was interesting try from Xylia. I felt like you needed your flash to try something like that, and Machi says thank you very much. They take the kill and the tower now.
They should be able to get mid tower here, snowball a bunch more gold into the hands of Gemini and
from
Jimia.
Koala, they find Dodo. Actually, no! They completely missed Dodo with the quickness, but it doesn't matter. Jimia still finds the kill at the end. That was kind of interesting, but at the end it doesn't really matter. Happy feet, not enough for Dodo to get out of that. He really needed his flash.
Yeah, the expected result ends up happening here. 12 minutes into the game, it's already out of 5, 6k gold differential. I know as much as it hurts to say this, Clement, but I think this game is done.
There are so many hopes and dreams riding on this one. We'll watch the trade again. Xylia goes in, but I feel like he must have mistimed the ultimate here because it was a very easy find, to be honest, for Machi. They just pressed R and he was dead. So I guess it was mistiming from communication. And Dodoy, this time around, he does dodge out on the charm, which is, I feel is actually, okay, he does get charmed by that, my bad. But in the end, you know, he doesn't get out of it. Yeah, it looked a little bit funny, but he still died regardless. And I think a Wombo combo is truly on its way. They could go to any side lane turret at this point and just tower dive.
The gold lead is just massive, right? You have a 6k gold lead. The individual differences are massive too. Xylia at least able to clear the wave, but he has to give up a large chunk of his HP to do so at the very least. He does have 2 more corrupting potions stacks that he can pop. But it's all in control for Machi. Whatever happens, it's going to be very difficult for Liab to fully get back into the game. They might be able to find a pick or two with this Lee Sin and LeBlanc, but again, with this Wukong, you want to team fight with this Aphelios, you want to team fight, but at this point in the game, can you team fight? The answer is a resounding no.
Yeah, I don't think LeBlanc needs in at this point to kill anyone. And we have the wombo combo again over the wall. Aiden is the target right here. It's a great exhaust, but he doesn't get damage reduction onto G-Man. Now Dodoi comes in with the kick. They find Gemini, take him out, and now G-Man is the next target as we do have the flash in from Don. He's trying to chase it down with the red buff. Nearly goes down, and double kill goes over to Don. The comeback is on the horizon as Don shows his face and instills some hope into Liab's chances.
Gold is still 7k gap, but they are able to get big shutdowns onto Dawn. Getting this gold is going to help him out considerably at just trying to get them back into this game. And the assist gold also helps Speltz a little bit here, but more importantly is just the fact that if they are to make their way back into this game, it's going to be on the back of 200 years. And
well,
now
200 years we trust. I believe that's what's written on the dollar bill. We'll find out if Liab can still pull this through. Of course, they're still at a massive disadvantage. It's very difficult to understate how large the disadvantage really is. But if they can catch out Machi, like doing picks like that again and again, as Speltz just finds himself unfortunate against two members. However, it does dodge out as Koala doesn't have the ignite to finish off the kill. So again, we have dodge out on Disaster. They still need to wrestle back their entire red side vision, but there is not going to be Baron for a long time, so it's not really as detrimental as it might seem.
Yeah, at the very least, they're not under risk of losing the Baron buff. However, it does mean that they are going to lose a lot of their jungle camps. We see Machi doing a good job at making sure they deny them away from the side of Liab, and that's one way to really accelerate and enforce your lead. Is yes, you can have all these waves bounce back towards the side of Liab. They're not going to miss out on those golden EXP values, but you are going to miss out on the ones available in your own jungle. Dodoi gets a little bit flashy there, but understands there's no one there to follow up. It's also a Renekton, which at this point in the game is really, really tanky because of how much health he just has straight up.
It's a bit of a love tap onto Likai. I don't think he even got through his scales at this point. This Renekton is massive. He's 70 CS over his top laner. And I just want to say welcome back to the PCS, Speltz. This is what you've been missing. Not exactly a great welcome. And Likai goes back to his business into the side lane. I feel like Machi are just going to essentially play a 4-run from this point on. Likai's not really needed in the kill combo here whatsoever. Chains of Corruption and the quickness are more than enough. And I like the way that they're, allocating resources across the map. The 4-man has all of the AoE crowd control anyway, so Likai can kind of do his thing and hopefully draw two members away on Liab's side.
Now going to be able to get themselves a Rift Herald, 17 minutes in the game. 4 turrets down. It's going to be a little bit scary the next couple of minutes for the side of Liab because of this Rift Herald being possibly able to crack a lot of this Liab baits. If they get caught out here, if they lose too many members, it could very much just be Baron straight into the end of the game.
Atlan is going to get rooted up by the Everfrost. We see the full combo go in, but the Death Sends go wide. Koala has to pay for the sins of his AD carry, but in the meantime, Machi are coming into the rescue. How many can they trade back is the question. They find the wobble combo onto one, but in the meantime, Gemini also comes down. Liab, in a situation where they're down almost 10,000 gold, actually find a 2-for-1.
You know what? You'll definitely take those trades, especially if you're Speltz, who, I mean, if you look at the score line, the poor man is down 70 CS. This man hasn't been able to play the game. And it all starts off with Atlan getting a little bit too far forward here. thought he was safe, but honestly, there's so much lockdown power coming in from Liab when you do have the Gravitum from this Aphelios pick that he's able to threaten that Varus pick, and they get one, and Speltz has a heroic effort to go 1-for-1 in that trade as well.
Incredible that he was able to get that one despite being 2 versus 1, and that's part of the reason why Gemini not really with the stopwatch just yet, the Zhonya's, excuse me. Gemini trying to chase up onto Dodoi. We have Koala popping the Shirelia's Revelry going forward. Still can't find any purchase here, and I feel like Machi are at this point of the game where they're so far ahead, but there's no Baron, that they're just kind of getting a little bit rowdy and trying to find action wherever they can. I think this is the much more measured play here. You know, they've been hanging on to the Herald. Just drop it, get that gold lead even higher, and make sure you don't give Liab any more of those kills back. They're kind of unnecessary. I am rooting for Liab. I've been rooting for them quite openly as the underdog. Love rooting for underdog. But, you know, honestly, Machi could close this game out without many hiccups. Should be completely what they do. Dodoi is going to be caught on here. Chase and 3-man combo into the back line, instantly deleting Aiden and Dodoi. They go down. Xylia trying to get the assassination off onto Atlan. It's not going to work. Atlan survives with a sliver of HP. Lower than 100 hit points, but the Varus is still there, and he is going to continue to help his team to push on. Machi, they have a great push in, and it was a great try by Liab, but unfortunately, the difference is just way too large at this point. Great fingers on Koala, gets the quickness, chains of corruption on 3, plus the last whisper, just wiping the entire team out of nowhere. Don trying his best to deal damage on the right side, keeps safe, but it's not enough. He just doesn't have the firepower.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, your Lee Sin has been put way too far behind. Xylia on this LeBlanc also, for the most part, stymied. And that means all the responsibility to carry these team fights lies onto Dawn. And Dawn, even with those 2 kills earlier on, even with this amount of farm that he's been able to accumulate at 201, 192 CS, just not enough because there's no front line to help set these team fights up for him. And
yeah, there definitely isn't enough tankiness here, and Machi is just running towards Dawn like they are madmen. They won't find the target, but Dodoi is spotted out. They get the kick onto Atlan.
Oh, wait!
He goes down. Chains of Corruption still used, however. Does get the ultimate down. They do find the first kill.
And they get out.
And Machi are running towards them. I'm not sure about the get out part. That seems a bit iffy. They're still on the wrong side of the map with a very angry Crocodile between themselves and their face. They are going on. Speltz gets a massive 4-man Cyclone and actually comes out the other side unharmed. That was such great monkey business coming in from Speltz. Actually gets away. Dodoi even has to give him an emote. Dodoi might not survive that, but he really enjoyed his top laner play there. Oh, goodbye, Dodoi.
Oh, fantastic monkey business, but in the end, none of it matters. Lee Kai even acknowledging that was a good monkey play with his own monkey emote. Dawn arrives there late. It looked like he was there on time, but then he sees, oh, we don't really have fight lines well set up for me. I don't actually get to do damage.
Dawn has to flash away from Koala as he pops over the wall. They don't have any flashes here, so the steal has to come from Xylia. He is tagged up from Koala. Last Whisper goes down. Can Xylia find the hero play? He goes in once more, but no. Gemini secures the Baron and also takes down Xylia. On the other hand, the base is in tatters. It's wide open. We have TPs coming in to preserve the wave. And in goes Jimian 1v3. He gets the knockup onto 2. Koala is following him. Jimian is rushing straight for the kill. And he does find Dawn amongst multiple members on the opposing team.
That's GA?
He's going to stay alive with the GA. Dodoi looking for the kickback. Not going to get it. And Machi with essentially a 2v3 play, break open the base with the Genian acting as the hammer here. Liab
It
are
could just be
staring
game.
down the barrel. This could just be the finish. Espels goes in, gets a 3-man. Zylia can't find the damage in the backline though. Everfrost onto Atlan. Can they get the kill? No, Atlan survives with 400 HP. Jimin on the backside opens up onto Jojoy. Likai walks back to pick up the kills, and Machi with their patterned synergy, all plastic emotes at the same time. They are gonna knock Liab down to at the maximum, going for 5 wins. That's the most they can get after this loss here. Machi looked incredibly happy here as they inch forward to securing that second place. They are going to come out of the heat. We said earlier today a lot of teams sitting on 11 wins, and now they will be joining Beyond Gaming as the only 2 teams with 12. Oh, that's such a cute cat. Oh, it's a ginger
Hello,
too.
cat.
I used to have a ginger. I love gingers. Oh, it's a fat
Hello,
one
cat.
too. Oh, I love fat cats.
I'm a big
Fat
cat
cats are the
fan too.
best.
But
Me too, me
yeah, well-deserved victory for Machi. Definitely one of those wins that you expected them to get here. They take care of business, and that puts them in contention for that number 2 seed as we get to see the last fight. I mean, there was really not a whole lot to this, besides just the fact that they were 10k gold up. And even then, it looks relatively close. It wasn't that bad of an attempt coming in from Liab, but we've said this multiple times about Liab games as well. They've come close numerous times, but close doesn't cut it.
There isn't a cigar. Nobody remembers, essentially second place. It's a winner takes all world. It's a rough situation to be in. However, Liab, they still have a chance to get all the way to 5 wins. They still have 3 games more on the board. And if they get 5 wins, that means I could get into playoffs without going through a tiebreaker. That's definitely still a possibility. However, their games going forward, they're still Beyond Gaming. That's very difficult. The other 2, they still have a chance. Impunity and Alpha Esports, not exactly the strongest teams currently in the PCS. So they still have their hopes alive, just very much diminished. We have to be completely honest about the situation. It's not a great chance. They still have a shot.
And to be fair, like, the next game is really the important game for them to watch. It is Berjaya taking on Impunity. If Berjaya come out ahead, well, Berjaya pretty much kind of locked themselves into position for that 6th seed. But more importantly, it prevents the side of Impunity from getting their 5th game. Which would make things even more difficult for Liab. So Liab would kind of control their destiny if Berjaya get the win here.
Yeah, I think just to go over that a little bit, because Berjaya and Impunity and Hong Kong Attitude are both on 5 wins. It's much easier for Liab to actually catch up to Impunity instead of Berjaya. Essentially is what's going on here. So, they kind of have to wish that the winner keeps on winning and they get to pick someone off. But because Beyond Gaming is still on their docket, it is most likely that even if they make playoffs, they will have to go through a tiebreaker. It's very dire straits for Liab. We have witnessed all of their advancements, but it could just not be enough. That very well could be the case. We don't know yet. We wish them the best of luck. On the other side, for Machi, honestly, this was a pretty straightforward game. I felt like they bullied out the top side super hard. They were up multiple, I think it was close to 30 CS just by the second time they went into the top lane. Early 3v1 at the start, and to no surprises, we do have Jimian once again getting an MVP. I've kind of lost count on how many MVPs he gotten so far, but it definitely is the most out of any player in the PCS.
He's on fire. He's honestly just been on another level in the league, and the only one really to contest him in lane or just in these team fights has just been Maple. But you can also attribute that to the fact that, well, he's got a much better squad around him as well as probably being a better player. But well done from Jimian to execute around the Yasuo pick. Well done from production to also hide the damage numbers at the end game screen. Don't want to crush Liab too hard here.
And congratulations to G-Man for picking up his 7th MVP out of 12 wins from Machi. That's over half
a lot of
the
MVPs.
MVP secured by one player alone. That's absolutely insane. He's been having a breakout split. Hope this continues, but we have to head on to the last game of the day. I know there's a lot of Singaporean fans waiting out there. Impunity is going to be taking on Berjaya as both of them try to cling on to dear life and their playoff spots.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
At the start of the day, we said today was about the resolution of the dog pile between the three teams that had 4 wins in Hong Kong Attitude, Berjaya Dragons, and Impunity. Now that Berjaya's and Hong Kong Attitude have already pulled away, the question is Impunity going to up the ante and join the squad, or are they going to allow Berjaya Dragons to actually just leave the pack on 6th win? We'll find out after this game. But first, we have to thank our sponsors in CTBC Bank, China Airlines, Chonghua Telecom, and our new addition in Caliber. Please do check these guys out. They make great stuff. And, coming back into this one, this is a very, very dire situation. We've talked about the other teams in the bottom. Alpha Esports not definitively out. Liab Esports, they can still get in. And now Impunity sitting on 4 wins. They have to be feeling the pressure mounting as they don't want to be missing out on postseason.
Impunity, one of those teams that after their roster changes, I definitely expected them to contest more convincingly for the 6th slot when it came to seeding, and so far it's definitely been of a struggle for this squad as of late. They've at least started to form an identity, but again, they still have laning issues. They're trying to remedy that through just hard forcing the Zir pick in a number of situations. I think teams are starting to figure that out here. We'll see if Berjaya have an answer when it comes to that draft. Especially for Moon Black's champ pool. I expect at least 2 bans towards that pool, as it's been pretty consistent, and we'll see if Top King can pull out any magic due to the fact of so many bans going towards Moon Black.
Okay, we'll find out if Top King gets his way with maybe the River King that he's been picking up a couple of times. Meanwhile, in the rest of the roster, we have Epic, Moon Black in the mid, as we talked about, Boys, and the newest addition, Krelix, coming back onto the roster over Smurf. Has done okay in the past 2 games, has only played Thresh so far, and frankly, I do want to ask you about your opinion on this change into Impunity, and what do you think they're trying to get out of it?
I think the answer is really clear on what they want to get out of Krelix. It's just to remedy some of the really odd situations that Smurf gets really punished in. He's been hard punished in the lane phase, and then he gets caught out over and over again as well. So it's definitely a change called for, and so far we haven't needed to see a whole lot out of him, or we haven't seen a whole lot from him, but I would say just the absence of him in the kill feed is probably a good thing for the side of Impunity.
We'll see if he can continue to keep himself out of the kill feed, as you mentioned. Going into that head-to-head matchup, it is going to be in the jungler position. Arashi, the guy with cat ears, and Epic on the other side. In my opinion, one of the most handsome players. Going up against each other, and we have a look at the First Blood. Okay, I actually am not sure what the V means anymore.
I don't know
either.
either.
Participation, but this V's got me a little bit confused. I'm just gonna pretend that's gonna be a P there. So I think 30% sounds about right. While historically Epic does have a much harder time actually getting in action on the First Blood.
Yeah, it's really interesting with what Epic's champion pool is as well. You look at that pool, it's Lee Sin, it's Trundle, it's Volibear. All these champions want to get really aggressive in the enemy jungle, make things happen. But then you watch the gameplay, and he ends up doing a lot of full clear pathings, which is really baffling. I need to see more aggressive pathing from Epic, but given that a lot of his gameplay ends up just running towards mid to help crash the wave for Moonblack to reset him, you know what? Maybe it all makes sense.
I certainly do not envy his job on this team. It's very difficult to find ganks that are not high risk when all your three lanes are typically, at least 2 of your lanes are typically behind. So we'll see what Epic can do this time around. Impunity banning away most of Minji's champions, and of course the Gwen. Everyone expects Gwen to be banned away against Ozzy. I feel like 11.15 actually opens up a lot of Ozzy's pool. The Nara's back, the Kennen's back in full swing. Not exactly champions we're super excited about, but they're there. On Impunity side, what they typically do go for is lock in very early on. I feel like Thresh, or lock in very early on the Azir, which everyone knows is coming. So Impunity, not a huge surprise. I feel like their draft is pretty much figured out by this point. For Giant, on the other hand, another huge Varus team. You almost always expect Varus to just be like kind of insta-locker. So we'll see what happens as the draft progresses.
Yep. We're most likely going to see Lee Sin Varus on this rotation, or maybe they change things up with a Volibear pick. I expect that to still go into the hands of Arashi here. And you know what? With this Volibear pick, maybe they're just once again investing into, all right, well, we'll just 4-man goon squad you in that bot lane over and over again. And as expected, this is a pick that goes back into the hands of K2. A lot of playmaking, a lot of safety. It's just overall a really strong pick for a lot of these bot lanes that don't get to be highlight players for their team.
We are not psychic. It's just that these two teams probably have the most figured out draft out of any of the teams in the PCS. So it's not exactly difficult to kind of guess where they're going in most of their drafts, as Impunity does lock in the pretty standard draft for Blaze, as they do want him to hyper carry. That's how he usually does. And the Lee Sin 2 for Epic, which is, again, I think no surprise. Trundle versus Volibear, I feel like you do very similar things, but Volibear is pretty much better. So we typically see a little bit more differentiation here, and going for the LeBlanc with a little bit, the Lee Sin with a little bit more pick potential. Regaya gonna reach for Enso's Nautilus. Again, not a huge surprise, just shoring in onto that front to back and getting a little bit more team fight potential in those early Drakes. Perjai going into the draft phase. This is where it gets interesting, because Impunity purposely let Moonblack open. And when you leave him open, you have to expect him to just be completely banned out. So we might be seeing something being forced out of here. He's seen the Silas, he's seen the Kled, he's seen the Azir. It's just the problem about Perjai picking the poison.
I would assume that it's going to be the Kled ban here. It's most curveball pick and allows him to really get out of lane scot-free and make plays for the rest of his team. But it does mean that, well, you have the Tahm Kench available, you have the Mundo available, you also have the Irelia available for Top King. All his options are available. So Berjaya, they have to be pretty careful with this pick here and make sure they don't give up the top lane too easily, as it does look like it will be Minji taking this Syndra pick, of course, buffed on this patch. And when it comes to some of these short-range compositions, can be absolutely devastating with her pick potential.
Very strong early game coming out from Berjaya already. A lot of tempo champions in. Now here's the big reveal. What is Impunity going to pick for Moonblack? Now, if I look at the draft, I'm thinking Sylas. Okay, it is going to be Sylas. You have Nautilus on the other side. That's great for Sylas to kind of steal away. Sylas also does a lot better in side lanes versus Syndra. But I will add a caveat. We haven't really gotten the best performances from Moonblack on Sylas. It's I think the standard answer here. I'm not sure how well he can pilot it at this point, so we'll find out in game. Meanwhile, Top King has to go for a blind pick top laner. Usually it's Mundo, I'm not sure it's Top King's style, though. Whenever Top King picks something like Imuno, you just kind of go like, ah, really? You know Aurelia?
Yeah.
But it's understandable.
Yeah, it ends up being a little bit disappointing. We'll see what Berjaya answer back with. They could just plop that Volibear up top lane just because of it ends up being kind of two big meatballs slamming against each other, but it will actually be the Jace locked in. So a whole lot of poke potential coming out from this back line, and then they have decent disengage with the Verisalt, the Scatter of the Weak from the Syndra, and of course the Nautilus ultimate as well. So fairly balanced drafts from Berjaya, and over on the side of Impunity, this is a very up close and personal squad besides Blades. So it could be problematic in how they deal with the Syndra, but they do have a lot of HP bars to absorb the poke damage coming in.
Yeah, I like at the last pick, Ozzy basically said, no more meatball fights. I'm going to make this surgical. I'm going to make this clean. It's not going to be any wet noodles in the top lane. He goes for the poke composition, and very defined strategies coming out from both sides. You got front to back on the side of Impunity here, and Berjaya just going with poke comp with tempo advantage. This is a very important thing. A lot of people run poke compositions with stuff like Ezreal, with Corki, where they don't have tempo leads anywhere on the map, and they just expect them to be magically able to converge on the same point. Berjaya understands poke comps. They actually have strong lanes into poke when they group up. So I love this composition from both sides. They can honestly, both of these have a very good chance of taking each other out. You have Drake fights here, and you have tempo plays that, you know, lanes that should come out ahead supposedly in the Syndra and the Varus. So like both of these are perfectly good drafts, just a little bit later and slower on the side of Impunity.
Yeah, for the most part, I do favor Berjaya's composition just that bit more because they do come online a little bit faster, and they also just have the disengage tools to deal with the low range on the side of Impunity. And if you aren't able to force plays, get that first engage off, it becomes really difficult because they don't have a whole lot of engage tools. It has to be a really special flank angle coming in from Epic or Moonblack to start things out. And remember what we said at the beginning of the day, PCS teams are just a little bit too honest. They stare you in the eye and say, hey, I'm looking to engage on you right now. You better back off, buddy. And well, they don't need to back off with the Syndra. They just scatter the weak.
I will say Moonblack has been probably the player where we've seen the most teleport flanks. A lot of times they're not super successful and he dies right off the bat. But when it comes to being shifty and coming in at different angles, I think that is a box you do check for Moonblack. I honestly think so. And by the way, he does have depth charge. So just pointing that out. Could still have a great impact as Nick Young flashes across the map.
He also will be able to snag himself a Varus ultimate. So Chains of Corruption, not a bad option as well if that Nautilus ultimate is on cooldown for him to steal. But nothing surprising when it comes to starting items, and when it comes to, of course, these rune choices as well. Nothing too new. I do like the fact that we do have Jace getting that Gathering Storm. I don't think it's super useful in this case because their composition does need to hit a lot harder early mid game.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you get to those late game situations, Jace is a champion that does scale incredibly well.
Do you feel like it's an adaptation to the way Ozzy plays the game? He usually is very much a 4-1 late game split push option. As we get a bit of a 2v2 trade in the bottom side, both supports proccing their Aftershock, Enso getting a little bit faster on the trigger right there as he does throw out the line. And taking a look at the jungle pass, both sides are going to start from top to bottom. A lot of explosions could be happening there level 3. And early in the laning phase, we do expect Berjaya to have their way in both of these lanes. I will say the new Mundo actually has a very easy time getting ganks off onto Jace. You can't really displace him anymore when he gets his passive off. The Mundo goes where he pleases. So once he lands a cleaver and his jungler is in, it's very difficult to actually run away as a Jace. So we'll see if that comes into effect this game.
And as expected, if you miss the abscond abduct, then you get a scatter weak to the face, but still could be in trouble here as Epic is lined up to make an early game play.
Good flash out by Minji there. It was barely in time for him to get away from that one. I felt like he did sort of understand that Lee Sin was in the vicinity because they did ward out the Raptor. In we go, and so finds a hook onto Kralix. This double stun comes down, and goodbye. First blood over towards Berjaya. Very clean kill coming in, and that was well played by Arashi there. You know, pops to Scryer, and doesn't seem like Impunity were aware of him coming through.
They just go ahead, hard commit to that play. And well done from Enzo as well, reading where the Thresh could go, and there weren't a whole lot of possibilities for where he could go here. And yeah, going back to this top lane dynamic, you do have to play a little bit more aggressive as Ozzy. You have to burn that passive on that Mundo pick, just to make sure that if he ever goes aggressive to try and chase you down, when that jungler does come, you can just knock him away. Or you also have to just play the fight differently and knock away the jungler rather than the Mundo.
So we do have the double scuttle being secured by Arashi. He seems kind of perplexed that the scuttle is still up here, but he really shouldn't be. We saw an early gank coming in from Epic. That's why the double scuttle is still there. We'll take a nice CS lead. And looking at the top side, this could be very dangerous here. We do have lots of crowd control incoming, and Top King, his wave is about to come crashing in. Let's see if he can keep it outside the tower. It was falling really low, and also used up his passive, though. So the stun is incoming. Top King still has his flash. How will he play this one? Does flash a little bit early and will just die. Ozzy
could die though.
Does go down to the minion wave. Well done. As Ozzy overtanks the wave there. I thought it should have been Arashi tanking, but somehow the top laner actually got the aggro.
Yeah, not quite the cleanest dive setup there, but it gets the job done, right? Even though it goes 1-for-1, you'd still deny EXP away. Ozzy still gets the kill. It's not like kill credit went over to Arashi and Top King got the return kill. It ends up still being both top laners getting kills. So the kill goal will remain even, and
double stun again coming in from Minji with the TP on the backside. Ozzy does not have any crowd control though, so I doubt he's going to be able to catch up here. He does have Enzo on the way.
No flash.
And we do have the flash coming in. And that's about it. He still had to come back onto the map, so TP not exactly wasted, but is going to give Top King a little bit of leeway here as Arashi goes back in, but he is surrounded by 3 members and is just going to die like that.
Yeah, I don't think K2 mentioned to Arashi, hey, okay.
Minji gets found again, and we have the flash in by Moonblack again. Minji gets a double stun. How is he getting these over and over?
It's just too easy for Minji, man. He read them like a book,
he is the,
now
escape master.
Yeah. Oh, and that's a hook master right there.
Enzo finds.
Oh, might be dead though.
However, it might actually be his death.
Good block.
Some paths are better untaken. I feel like that's the caption for the play.
Yeah, it gets out by the skin of his teeth. It's going to cost K2 a lot more than what he would have liked there, as now he's stuck in a 1v2 situation. Arashi will be able to pick up the wave that Minji does have to give up. And all in all, it's resulted in an ever so slight lead for Impunity. That I would say...
Yeah, we do have...
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say that it's mostly been accumulated by Epic. They'll look to try and reinforce that lead here coming into the mid game. Maybe get that pick onto the mid lane. It's mostly just been Epic continuously forcing plays around that mid, and that's just kind of how Impunity played now. Try and make sure Moonblack gets out of lane phase all right, so when his decision making actually becomes a factor, then they can start taking over the game.
Definitely has been what we've seen from this player. Good decision making, kind of questionable mechanics at times. For Jaya, they are going to defend their jungle actually completely okay. They are down a camp on Arashi, but that's completely fine at this point. Key thing here is to note that we are getting into the point where I feel like Drake fights are going to be coming up, and that should still be in Berjaya's favor if they so take it. But here comes the gank we're talking about. Can't knock Top King away. Epic comes in with the easy kick. Very smooth kill. Going over to Impunity. That also opens up the Herald play.
Yeah, not a whole lot you can do if you are the Jace in that situation. You don't have Flash. You're already pretty much approaching their tower. So you're really just too far from home at this point. And, I mean, they can just run at you. Epic doesn't even really need to flash there. If Top King just lands a cleaver, he's also dead. But wants to get the kill sooner rather than later. I respect that. And now level 6 on Arashi.
Now we're going to have the Heralds contest. Arashi is very close. They go in, don't find the smite, but they pick off Epic immediately. And they get out completely okay. Moonblack is still looking to come in with the Stormbringer. However, here comes K2 with the beautiful chains of corruption. They are going to sit down on the first kill. Down goes Blaze. Top King one hit away from death. But into the right, and so does Moonblack. K2 comes over the wall. Last auto attack does find their target. Now, Kralix is running for dear life. They're not going to be in range for another piercing arrow right here. Just going to back off. At the end of the day, assessing the damage here, Herald does go over to Impunity, but Berjaya come up with extra kills.
I would say that definitely favors the side of Berjaya just a little bit more because they want to try and funnel as much gold here. They get the 2 kills. They're also going to be able to get plates on top of that. As we see the replay, the ult from Arashi disengages the situation, and now they're waiting for their numbers advantage to arrive. Right when K2 comes back, that's when they go for the re-engage. They're able to finish off Blaze as he steps up too far, and honestly, this was a very good attempt at an escape coming in from Moonblack, but unfortunately, Flash is still available for K2, and he goes ahead, chases that kill. But you could see the mentality coming in from Moonblack. He wants to create space to allow Top King to escape, and in that regard, he accomplished his mission.
I felt like that was Impunity asking for more when they really didn't have that much in the tank. Top King, no ultimate there, and the Moonblack actually misses everyone with the Stormbringer. So, I felt like they could have actually walked out okay, but I wanted a little bit more, and K2 definitely there with the right punish. Great find onto Blaze. He just took him out before Blaze could honestly do anything. So, ends up being a slight win for Berjaya, and let's see if they can continue their tempo in those lanes. We can see both K2 and Minji with bounties right now. Moonblack can come in, but misses the abduct. No gank to be found right here. And
no flash on Epic, too.
Arashi going to come in to have his try. Oh, is not going to find his mark there. Great use there. Arashi did not have the Stormbringer up, so wasn't able to go unstoppable.
Yep, but now it also means that there is a difference. Well, okay, Ozzy's probably dead here as he doesn't have a tower to fall back to with.
Do have TPs coming in. Minji is here to the rescue. Top King pops his ultimate early, and Arashi is coming in for the kill. Double stun by Minji. Falls into the Stormbringer. That's going to be that's going to be Moonblack going down right off the bat. They can trade a lot back. Top King, the lone man standing on the Impunity side. They're going to go in for more kills. Berjaya, meanwhile, opening up on the bottom lane, but they miss a lot of abilities right off the bat. Blaze is 2 autos away from death. K2 now going to be the one to fall down to Kralix. And it looks like they will be able to clean this one up.
Oh, wait,
not
Enzo?
cleanly, but they do manage it in the end.
It ends up being a victory for them in that bottom side. They end up having to trade the support, but more importantly, okay, teleport coming in to answer from Ozzy.
The PCS. Hello, Blaze. Where do you want to go? He's probably going to have to go behind the tower.
He's
but
on a
Arashi
journey.
is also there. Yeah,
They want to give it to... Okay, good. Yeah, they definitely want to donate that gold over to Ozzy. I was a little bit concerned Arashi would finish it off, but knows what the move is as we get to see that top lane dive. Honestly, the teleport came soon enough from Minji that they were actually able to still have a say in this fight. A beautiful two-man stun into the two-man Stormbringer from Arashi. But the health bars are pretty thick on the side of Impunity. So they still end up only trading even.
Yeah, and, at least Minji is able to get away here. I think there was a teleport that was stopped. Yep. Able to save their bottom lane.
Now Dragon.
And this should be a very difficult ramp for Impunity to actually venture down. They are going to start the siege with Top King. Goes in. Moonblack takes a lot of his HP, but does get the depth charge. It is going to go up the ramp, though, so Impunity, I think wisely, are not going to chase this one. Instead, going for the inside track on the mid lane tower. It's going to take away some of that tower HP down.
They're posturing for it, and Blaze will be able to at least secure a plate before they arrive, but unable to get anything else out of it.
Blaze just gets hit up and doesn't take the Dark Passage. Very well timed by Enzo. Gets the depth charge right before he gets to the escape pod, and goodbye, Blaze. That was, well, that was definitely unexpected. He died for some plates. I wonder if he got them or not. It was just about to take over to 14. Okay.
He got one right there, and it really is just him getting a little bit too greedy, seeing that he had a lantern, he ends up sticking around. And, well, great punish from Berjaya. They have more than enough lockdown that if you don't immediately take the lantern or just back off, you will 100% get punished every time. However, gold lead still in favor of Impunity here is actually really nice, and to allow them to set up for that front-to-back team fight that we were talking about at the post-draft.
It does feel like the game has been scrappy enough where Silas, basically the king of scrappiness, has been able to find kills. Moonblack seems completely fine. This is a terrific laning phase by Impunity standards.
Yep.
This is completely okay. Yeah. Even though they're down kills, they're still up in CS. They have good map control across the board. And all of their players are still in the game. And I think even in the silence, we are seeing Top King just having a decided advantage against Ozzy at this point. 4-1-0. Does has the Anathema's chains to just cut down on Jace's damage. And look at Ozzy. He's not even going to come close to his own tower. He's like, nah, I can't. I just can't. The jungler's probably close. I can't do anything.
It's really well done from the side of Impunity and just hiding where Epic is, and because of that, Ozzy just has to give that extra bit of respect, knowing that the rest of his team are playing topside. He has Arashi on that Rift Herald. We'll see what they can do with the second Rift Herald. Of course, it's past 14 minutes, so you're not getting a lot of gold. It's just a matter of you make a dent in the side lane with this extra Rift Herald. And I mean, you definitely aren't going to attack the Mundo lane, so the only option here is to attack this Silas lane if they can get max value out of that.
Yeah, I feel like Berjaya are fighting against this Top King clock at this point. They really don't have much sustained damage. Everything is just kind of one rotation first. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And Mundo, I'm pretty sure he can survive all of it at this point. He is a big boy. Berjaya are forced to play away from the Mundo, like you mentioned. They likely have to find picks before Top King and just come in and just barrel down on everyone.
Yeah, and it really just comes down to some of this pre-fight setup here now, as it is going to be that Ocean Dragon up in 90 seconds. And in general, I feel like, Clement, that today's been a very slow day for dragons. No one's been super eager to take that dragon early on, and as a result, we've had a lot of opportunity for these teams to scale up.
Black does find the abduct, steals away the power, and Epic goes in for the finish off kill, even gets the flash from Minji for the shutdown. Massive play coming in from Epic, and Berjaya are left scrambling across the map here. Ooh, this is always bad to see when you're the poke composition and the enemy team is split pushing you like that. Great combo coming in from Epic. That's all the sums too. We'll watch that again.
Minji walks up just a little bit too far, and then Moonblack able to land the damage, and that's more than enough for Epic to just flash over the wall. Clean mechanical play there, and also K2 gets picked off. I don't know how that happened, and now Enzo probably on the menu as well.
He's getting body blocked by Talking. He is forced to flash away, and that's the Drake and mid lane tower completely open at this point. Impunity starting to walk away with this one. Hope we do get a replay on what happened there by K2. He actually popped both of his summoners to try and
straight into a replay.
Oh, they just came back behind him. Well, goodbye. Nowhere to go, K2. He tries to flash. I probably would just save my summoners at this point. I'm just like, yeah, I'm a dead man. I'm going nowhere.
It's probably one of those cases where you just throw up the emote. Maybe the white flag emote, or maybe a screen emote. Just be like, well, guess I'm a goner. But now he loses his flash. That's even worse, because while his flash is going to be up just in time for that next dragon, it does leave him extremely vulnerable to another play mid, especially when he wants to play this far forward. It's not going to cost him here because it's just getting Rift Herald to charge at that tower, but like, you gotta be playing very respectfully if you are Bears.
Interesting poke attempt coming out from Berjaya, but they instantly back out once the TP comes in. It's actually going to be a double TP.
Blue team's turret
The double TP was kind of weird to me, yeah. And they leave bot side wide open. Okay.
Yeah, definitely an interesting.
Berjaya just go back to the poke game. It's like, well, boys, they have no TPs. Let's go.
Yeah, and now they can play a little bit more patiently with Ozzy in this bottom side. If they invest members to try and stop a mid, they have Ozzy take an extra wave. They will go ahead and reset, but it's still a large timing window to allow Berjaya to really flex themselves around the map, try and out-rotate the side of Impunity with those double teleports down.
Yeah, it means that there will be no help coming from the side lanes if Berjaya just barrel down mid, which I think they're apt to do at this point. It's probably their best play. They can't contest the side lanes against Silas or Mundo. So we're just going to see more forcing from Berjaya, and maybe they can pick someone off underneath tower. Top King is going to get a bit of an interview here against Ozzy. Ozzy's chasing up fearlessly. I think he's just fronting at this point. If Top King actually just sneezes at him, he's probably dead. But I'm playing with the mentals here. I always love it when players do that.
Yeah, trying to see if one of these players calls the other's bluff. And right now, just a little bit of posturing in that mid lane. This does benefit Berjaya a little bit more.
Yeah, we do see Moonblack just getting decimated quite a... I'm not sure what that play was for. I don't know what happened.
Another hook!
He gets another catch. What?
Oh, wait, they don't finish him, though.
Oh, but a three-man kick across the team from Epic saves.
Wait, another stun?
That was... I'm sorry, I just don't know what Impunity were trying to do there, but that was very close to being a straight-up disaster for them as they lose one member. Moonblack dies without doing anything. Straight CC chain all the way to 0 HP.
Yeah.
Why are you guys grouping here?
Yeah. They get absorbed into the A ramp. And Moonblack, this has been one of his just issues as a player, is that he wants to play with the team. And then you see the re-engage coming in from Berjaya. They aren't able to finish Krelix, and honestly, that's like Impunity are so lucky and fortunate that they only lose Moonblack in that situation. Again, going back to Moonblack as a player, he wants to play for the team. He wants to initiate these team fights. He's not a side lane player. However, sometimes you just gotta make the play call because it's the correct play call for your composition to play the side lane.
Oh, my head absolutely hurts after that play. I would not be surprised to find a headline on like .esports that says Golden Guardian sells their spots to Impunity and they join the NALCS. That's exactly what they looked like they were going for. Like, you're a 1-3-1 cup. You're a straight side lane cup. Like, I don't know what they were grouping up mid for. Like, what was gonna happen mid? You either get engaged or you get poked down. Like, that's it. Like, yeah. I don't know. I really don't know what Impunity were trying to do there. That was an epic save. They should really raise his salary. If that wasn't for him, getting a 3-man kick, a lot more of them would be dead. So
yeah, big save coming in. And
Impunity really are not immune to anything. Goodbye, Moonblack, as he dies once more.
Top King is here now, though.
At least Blaze is online this time, so it will get a lot of damage back in Top King.
Top King is scary.
Unkillable. Epic once more going into the back line. Does get one kickback.
Top King!
Top King still finding the angle. Oh, very close.
Ozzy has flash.
Another kill on Ozzy.
Okay, they are going to back off, but with so many low health bars, you can definitely see Impunity could think about it, but they know that the health bars are just too low on their core members. Because Blaze,
K2? K2? Just went way too close to Blaze. Definitely should try to take the other path around there. And, wait a minute, is Blaze gonna die here too?
Cue the music? Cue the music?
I can provide it if you want me to, but let's watch Moonfly get killed again. Down goes the Ignite. I'm pretty sure he's dead. Goodbye, yep. Moonblack.
Alright. I think everyone knows, yep. It's the music coming in. Well, these are two teams very close in the standings. And you can kind of see why they're this close. A bit of a yakety sax, a whole lot of yakety sax.
I'm getting way too much yakety sax. Game. I really am. Yeah. What? K2, what are you trying to do here? What was the best outcome for you? Okay. I think K2 even knows that he messed up because he flashes the Fizz right here, but somehow Blaze, in trying to dodge a Shock Blast, not only does he doesn't dodge it, he also just dies right afterwards. And then we see Moonblack die too, which is, I don't know, man. Like, if I want to be completely objective, this actually favors Impunity because they're dragging the game out. I'm not sure they're going to know how to play the game, even if they drag it out, but in theory, this should favor them. They have the better scaling. I'm not sure what I'm watching. But I can't believe Moonblack has died 3 times in team fights without doing anything. Like, oh god. How is he always getting caught out like that?
You look... Okay, so if I tell you, Impunity have a 6-1-1 top king, you're probably like, wow, this is great. And then I'm going to tell you, well, they also have a 5-4-2 Aphelios. You're probably thinking, man, this is a done deal for Impunity. But it's not. And they're going to try and force here.
Top King going to try to take things into his own hands here. Got a couple of abilities, but no sums being used. And Impunity now on the inside track. Top King does not have ultimate anymore. And in we go with the Chains of Corruption. Does land onto 3. Absolutely massive ultimate from Mirachi as he takes down the entire backline. And out of nowhere, Impunity implode. They're all dead. What?
That's what IMP stands for. Implode, because They just got destroyed from the outside in. And oh my lord. Okay, you don't have minions here. This turret is going to take a little bit to take down, but it does look like Impunity or Berjaya, they want to try and finish the game straight up. Death timers are kind of
Top
tight.
King is not going to be back, but the rest of the team should still be here. Can they actually stave off this attack?
They can. It's done.
Maybe.
They're going to be finished.
No, Berjaya finished them up.
Oh my. Okay.
Oh, that was the craziest game we've seen all split in the PCS. I feel like Impunity, like, I don't know what they did. They just walked up mid and died. Like, I don't know, when they had full side lane pressure, why would they not go for side lanes? Why would they just all group up mid? Oh.
We're going to see a replay. I don't know if anyone truly wants to see the replay, though. But it was honestly very well executed fight coming in from Berjaya. Like, the amount of skill shots they've hit time and time again. Minji is clearly the MVP, but shout out goes to Enzo as well, because he's hit some insane hooks this game. And Liab fans rejoice. There's this. The dream is still alive.
They're keeping the dreams alive. It's much easier for them to overtake Impunity if Berjaya continues on their win streak up at 6. I've been pulling on my hair a little bit too much, so I must come back into a normal form. Oh my god! Oh my god!
All I have to say is, were you not entertained?
I definitely was entertained. I'll give you that. You know, that was honestly, Minji probably gonna be MVP that one. I just felt like Impunity, they had this path, like that. It was a well-lit path. It was a paved road. You know, you could see houses in the distance. There's great music. There's sunshine on one path, and there's this other dark, danky road that looks super sus. There's like trash cans on your way. It's not very well lit. It leads to a bad neighborhood, and you can hear police sirens and like gunshots in the background. And instead of going for the path on the left, they just went like, yeah, we're taking this path. We're going right down this alley. I don't know where it leads. It looks super dangerous, but we're going down that road.
We're going on an adventure.
I don't feel like I wanted to be on that adventure. I felt like I wanted to be on the left side where it made sense and they could just go with an easy win. Like I can't believe they lost that game. So crazy to me. Like that they had full side lane control. Full side lane control. And they grouped up mid for nothing. Oh, that game blew my mind. That's way too much PCS in a day. All right, I'm back.
Yeah, not a whole lot to add from an analytical standpoint. You just go back and listen to the music. You don't watch for the gameplay. You watch for the yakety sax. And at the very least, we got to see good mechanical display coming out from the Berjaya squad. And this is probably also one of Enzo's best performances. He's definitely struggled when it comes to transitioning. Yes, his play calls have been good, but mechanically hasn't necessarily been there. And I feel like this was a very good showcase of what he can do at the support role. And, well, the damage makes a lot of sense. Jace and Varus, the extra range really showed in these fights, and Syndra not being too far off.
Yeah, this is...
The gold graph really showcases the game. It was tight, and then the game just ended.
We have seen this from Impunity quite a couple times. It's just Moonblack sometimes he's just way too cavalier with his positioning, dies instantly before doing anything, and he ends up the game like he did barely more damage than Thresh. I mean, I don't know how these stats are actually true when he has full side lane pressure. It's like Minji can't even do anything to him against him. Like they should just stay 1-3-1 the entire time. Like what is Berjaya going to do? I honestly do not know what Berjaya could have done there. But they just group up, they try to get for mid, and it ends up being their downfall. There's a lot of really weird plays coming in here. But we do have to highlight, I feel like, the players that did super well, like you mentioned, Minji and Enso really hard carry this game. They found their picks again and again into the back line, and Enso does end up with a well-deserved MVP. We had a lot of doubts when he moved to the support position, but I think he has silenced the doubters with this game. 13 KDA, 61% kill participation, and just all those finds onto Blaze.
He was truly a wizard with his hooks. Like, it was actually insane how many hooks he landed onto Blaze. And, well, some of them were just like hitting the timings, but also some of them just really curved around everyone. And those pockets, truly wonderful to watch. But shout out still goes out to Minji for the multitude of multi-man stuns he himself found with Scattering the Weak.
Yeah, that's... I feel like this always happens with Berjaya games. It's like the most ridiculous stuff happens. Liab always find their first win against Berjaya. I don't know why, but that's just like a fact of the PCS. And then Berjaya always comes back despite having like a game where you're like, oh, the enemy team has a very clear path to victory. They're setting up for Baron, and then Berjaya's like, oh, we just stole Baron. Oh, by the way, we aced. It was a perfect ace too. And they just somehow win the game. So congratulations to Berjaya. I will have to mention that this is also what we saw in the playoffs in Spring Split. Berjaya were the lower seed, and they upset Impunity 2-0. They just swept them. So maybe Berjaya just has Impunity's numbers. I did not expect Berjaya to get a 2-0 on the day, but congratulations. They are 6 wins. They're out of reach from both Liab at this point and out of reach of Alpha Esports. So they're guaranteed into the postseason. Congratulations for once again making it there. We're going to take a look at the standings overall. As you can see, the fight is still at the bottom 4 position. Any team can... actually, Alpha Esports cannot overtake Hong Kong Attitude, but they can still get a tiebreaker versus Impunity. We'll find out this week if they can manage the miracle pull-off. It's going to be very difficult, but it's mathematically possible.
Yeah, for the most part, the contention is going to be through the 2 and 4 spots, 2 through 4 spots at the top of the table, and then the 7 through 9 slots here. As Berjaya, they've essentially locked themselves into playoffs. Hong Kong Attitude, you know, a little bit warm at the feet, but for the most part, it's Impunity that's on the hot seat, making off-season moves, and looking like this is definitely not acceptable.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I felt like Epic played his heart out. You know, Blaze had a couple of mishaps here and there, but overall, the team was on the track to win that game. They should have won. It's just, I just can't get over how crazy that game actually was for Berjaya to win. I honestly feel like all my years of experience in League of Legends has not led me to learn anything in the PCS. But we're going to leave that aside. Tomorrow, more upcoming matches, key games to look out for. Liab versus Impunity. That one is most likely going to decide who gets into playoffs. On the other hand, we have a couple more very difficult matchups. Alpha Esports, if they want to keep their chances alive, they have to go and they have to secure this one. And Taipei J Team versus Boom Esports, that's going to be another very important match for playoff seeding. Again, both of these teams can still secure second place behind PSG. PSG is locked into first, but second place is still up for grabs for them to get a playoff bye.
Yep. And the highlight is just going to be the double headers for both Liab and Impunity, especially in that 4th where they go head to head. And if Impunity drop that one, all bets are off for Liab to try and get themselves to that tiebreak. And to clarify for those at home, like, series score does not matter for tiebreak situations. It only determines who gets side selection when it comes to that tiebreak game. So if you are tied record-wise, you will play tiebreak games.
Yep, and that's why we have a lot of tiebreakers in the PCS overall. So we'll see if that happens. Today's been a wild day. It's been a crazy day. We have at least one more team rising from the pit of doubt and heading on into playoffs. Congratulations to Berjaya Dragons once more for hitting the postseason. And that will be all from us. It's been your host and play-by-play today, Clement Chu. And this has been Nightstar. We're signing off. Don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing you tomorrow.